X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cold and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me not now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. It's so good to see all of you. Oh, my lights aren't on. I turned them on this morning. Oh, it's doing the thing. Hold on. I don't know why it does this, where I have to keep unplugging one, because, like, I have to perfectly line them up in the middle. It's hard to describe, okay? This remote is weird, and I have to perfectly line it up between the two of those lights to turn them both on at once. Super annoying. Is that a Super Earth flag? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Glory to Super Earth. I'm reppin' Super Earth, as you know. I love Helldivers, too. It's a lot of fun. More Grums cringe. Interesting. I got a lot to cover today, so I don't know if I'll be able to cover that, but we shall see. Hopefully. You like my shirt? Aw, thank you, guys. Thank you. I like this shirt, too. I like it a lot. It's one of my flannels. I enjoy wearing flannel. It's one of my favorite go-tos. Is that a wild Xander haul I see? It is indeed. Balth, what's up? What's up? How are you liking your new RAM I downloaded for you? I helped you download new RAM. How's it working out? Oh yeah, you gotta throw the notable roll at me? Okay, I'll take care of that now. I don't want to forget. Working very well. Nice. So I only found out about this recently, chat, but apparently if you buy RAM, like sticks of memory or RAM, and you put them into your computer, the like clock speed advertised, it's not that out of the box. In fact, chances are, if you have like high-end RAM that you've bought and put into your computer, you are getting about a third of the clock speed out of that RAM. That is to say, the per gigabyte of RAM efficiency and power behind each gigabyte. You're getting maybe a third or less, maybe half of what you paid for. Turns out, and I didn't even know this until the other night, you got to go into your BIOS and like go over to like your memory options, click a drop-down thing, and select a profile, and then it sets the amount of the clock speed to what it's supposed to be out of the box. Well, not what it's supposed to be out of the box, what it is on the box, right? And so this whole time, I have been working with RAM, 32 gigs of RAM clocked at 1600 megahertz, when in reality, my RAM was supposed to be clocked at 3600 megahertz. Check timings too. For my RAM and motherboard combo, timings weren't necessary due to just the way it is. I looked into it. But yeah, oftentimes you have to change up the timings as well. But sometimes it's not necessary. No, I mean the timings the memory is rated for? Yeah. That's done automatically on my board and RAM combo, thankfully. It wasn't necessary, but depending on your RAM motherboard combo, it may be necessary. You may have to do more manual work on your end than just a couple drop-downs. I fired up Darktide and, like, I wasn't sub 60 FPS. Yeah, a lot of it is just that. I helped Balth do the same thing, and so now Balth is experiencing substantially better performance. That's good to hear. As am I. And guys, I had no idea how cheap storage was these days, like SSD storage. I built this computer back in 2019. All right, like that was 2019 and 2020 was when the bulk of this PC was built. And one of the things I budget cut on, because I didn't make, anywhere near as much money back then, was my storage. I got an SSD, a 253 or something gigabyte SSD, not very large as you can imagine, but enough that I could put my operating system and some fundamental programs like OBS, which I'm streaming off of, onto the SSD. And then I got a big hard drive, a 2 terabyte hard drive for my mass storage. The problem is, my mass storage is slow as fuck. And it's been causing problems in a lot of areas. And I looked online, and it turns out to get like a 4 terabyte NVMe, granted there was a good sale happening, for literally less than $230, I could get a 4 terabyte NVMe SSD that runs and reads and writes faster than, like, way faster than my current SSD, which is small. So I went ahead and ordered it, as well as a cheap little thing of thermal paste, because I haven't repasted my CPU in a while. So I ordered some compressed air, a new SSD, and some thermal paste. So tonight it should be arriving, and I'm going to be able to add new storage, which is going to be really nice. And then on top of that, I'm going to be able to thermal paste up my PC again. Probably help a little bit with some CPU performance and cooling and stuff like that. Pretty hyped. Pretty hyped. Not going to be a segment me doing all that. It doesn't arrive until 10 p.m. tonight, which will be after stream most likely. But before bed tonight, I'll get all that stuff set up. And yeah, I'll be able to stream a lot more higher-end games. Like, without having to pay for expensive computer stuff, like a graphics card. I'm really trying to, like, ride this PC until I can build a whole new one from the ground up. That's just insane, you know? There needs to be easy to access computer care classes so people can find trusted sources on how to get their PC running best. Yeah, like, learning about that and then, like, it has revolutionized, that whole, like, RAM thing, revolutionized my PC gaming experience. Just absolutely overhauled it. Turns out my computer is stronger than I thought. There needs to be easy to access computer care classes, so, oh yeah, I already read that, my bad. My computer has basically been, like, operating in the same way As, like, if you remember in Attack on Titan when Eren Yeager's doing the training and he keeps failing and it turns out, like, the clasp on his ODM gear harness is broken and he's been doing it with faulty equipment, so when he finally gets normal equipment, he's, like, quite a bit above average when it comes to his balance. I feel like that's gonna be me. Like, once I get this new storage and I hop on Rust and my game isn't laggy anymore or stuttery, I'm just gonna be flicking to people and hitting crazy headshots. How long is 10 from now? 10 is... It's 3 p.m. right now. Unfortunately, you guys will have to wait for tomorrow to hear the report of how the new devices are working out. But I will let you guys know tomorrow, as I will be streaming tomorrow. Hopefully you guys will be there. I saw that, Delancer. I saw that. Yeah, we'll be covering that. I know YouTube videos exist, but as someone with ADHD, they don't give slow enough information for me to follow. Yeah, it's really nice having somebody on a, like, call who's just like, okay, now do this. Okay, now what do you see? Or share your screen. Okay, I see. All right, now you're going to want to click that. It's on the bottom left of your screen. Just click that. Like, you don't even have to know what you're doing if somebody who knows what they're doing is guiding you. You know what I mean? Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5 donation. That's very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. It helps a lot, and it means a lot. Said also, Link. I assume this is like a follow-up, right? To the previous dono, but this is the top of the list, so we're reading them backwards, sadly. Not sadly, but you know what I mean. Xanderhall, seriously, War Penguin and I have a great segment idea that is right up your alley, and again, your Discord is excited for this. It's okay, Slashy. It's all good. I'm gonna read the donos. I need topic ideas, so I appreciate it. I will cover it. Don't worry, guys. You don't have to panic. You don't have to panic. It's okay. Calm down! Calm down! Okay. Let's see this. Light Yagami reacts to Assassin's Creed Shadows. Oh no. L's gonna figure out Light is racist again.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I was just watching the latest Assassin's Creed trailer and damn it!
What could possibly make you this mad?
I'm just so sick and tired of what's happening to the gaming industry.
Well, let's see where you stopped watching and try to get to the root of the problem.
I mean, it's just disrespectful.
So, what's the problem?
Really?
I mean, he's based on a real person, right?
There's one black guy in all of Japanese history, and that's the person they picked to represent Asia for Assassin's Creed? You don't see anything weird with that?
I mean, you can play as the other chick.
What about a Japanese male? For a game that finally reflects our culture, we can either play as a woman or a black man.
But it is for a main American audience.
A country that's majority white than Hispanic, with their game itself being set in East Asia.
It really isn't that big of a deal.
Then why change it?
If that's the story they want to tell, it is what it is. As long as it's not an established character, I don't really care.
But
did you think Greek gods really existed because they're in AC Odyssey? What about Egyptian gods from Macy Origins?
At least you could play as a guy.
Or the fucking Apple of Eden. Or the fucking, what is it, the Shawl of Eden? Like, it's literally like the shawl that heals you and makes you immortal from the fucking Bible exists. And it's like an ancient precursor civilization artifact. I think the Ark of the Covenant exists, and it's also a precursor artifact. By the way, you know the whole story about how they, supposedly removed the crossbow from Assassin's Creed 1 because it was historically inaccurate? That's a complete lie. You guys know it's like a complete bullshit talking point that originated from people spewing bullshit back when AC4 came out, I believe it was, because of the amount of guns Edward Kenway had on him that he could potentially pull out and use, the amount of like little flintlock pistols he could carry. People said it was unrealistic and insane. It's like, who cares? The reality is, not only did crossbows exist back then, but the crossbow was originally in the game, and playtesters reported that in AC1, the crossbow destroyed the fucking balance. Like, once you got the crossbow, you would just one-shot enemies, and it was just really broken to have ranged combat in that particular game. It just didn't work well, and so they removed it. The idea that they removed it for historical accuracy is just a made-up thing, and it's a point that was made up a decade ago, and a pervasive rumor from a decade ago that has been disproven, like the info to disprove it. The actual story has been out there for like a decade. But yeah, the idea that Assassin's Creed was so realistic back in the day, they removed the crossbow because it wasn't really... No, that was a complete made-up story, and it wasn't even made up by the same people touting it today. It was made up by the same types of people who were mad about Assassin's Creed like 8 years ago.
Guy from that actual country, or when close...
Oh no, it wasn't it wasn't Edward Kenway's guns. It was the crossbow hidden blade from AC Unity. If you guys remember, in AC Unity, there was that one assassin weapon that was literally like a hidden blade with a crossbow built into the wrist that could launch a hidden blade at somebody from a distance. That was the weapon that set off the Assassin's Creed community back in the day and started the rumor that they removed the crossbow from AC1 because it was unrealistic. And look how far the game has fallen.
close to it that has some importance.
Light, it's a game. We're trying.
Wasn't the first guy Arabic? The first Assassin's Creed protagonist, Altair, was Syrian. So like every Assassin's Creed game, I'm not gonna get into the. Well, we're gonna be getting into it a little more later in the stream because we're gonna be talking about like white gamer bros who are mad getting angry about this. Don't worry.
Because they're in AC Odyssey. What about Egyptian gods from AC Origins?
At least you could play as a guy from that actual country, or one close to it that has some importance.
Light, it's a game. We're trying to catch a killer here.
Wait, has the standard changed to somewhere close to it? I guess they had to amend that because, like, Ezio goes to Constantinople and Masyaf Temple. I don't even think AC1 takes place in Syria, does it? Doesn't that mean that, like, Altair isn't even native to the area where AC1 takes place? That would make sense, too, if he wasn't native to it, because the implication is that, like, Masyaf Temple is super secluded, far away from everything, up in the mountains, and, like, you go there, you train, and you maybe never see your family again. Like, that kind of vibe. But yeah.
Cares about catching me, kid.
Light, you have to understand we live in the real world, outside of the gaming sphere. It really won't affect anything else.
Yeah, say that after you check the revision history of Yasuke's Wikipedia page, after the trailer.
Okay, that's not good.
This is a culture war, L. Gamers are the most oppressed.
I do like how people editing Wikipedia means the game is bad. Or like the wokeness of the game is bad, I guess. Okay. I guess that's how things work.
Holy shit, it's $120?
You're missing the point.
$120, my god.
And apparently I'm the bad guy in this universe. You're both missing the point.
Both?
Come on, L, don't you have any Asian pride?
You know I'm British.
Yeah.
But your accent.
Yeah, I've been doing a fake American accent this whole time.
Why?
Because a British accent in an anime would sound goofy.
No, it wouldn't. It's where you're from.
But $120 that you're wrong.
Sure.
Find that bastard
Okay,
kid.
you win.
So you're still gonna play the game?
Yeah, of course I am.
Ugh, we need a normies.
Yeah, it would have sounded fucking weird if L was British. Holy shit. Find that bastard Kira, right? Alright, so I think I've found out that Light Yagami is Kira, right? So hear me out. Clearly, Kira's got to have some connection to the Japanese police force because he had information on criminals that he couldn't have had, right? That would have been awful. That would have been fucking horrific. Jesus Christ. Good point. Yeah, Light Yagami. Stop doing my accent? No, that's British. I'm not doing Australian. What do you mean? You Australians sound like this. Oi, mate. Fucking hell. Queenslander. Dude, it's so much easier to say it right after drinking out of a can. Because you're supposed to say Queenslander with a beer in your hand. And so it just kind of, it works better when you're holding a can. I don't know why, but you're just able to say it better. Queenslander. Yeah. It just clicks. Xanderhall, to be fair, L was pretty autistic, so he might unironically speak differently for lore reasons. I think L just didn't want to give away his his origin, right? Like, wouldn't he just be very, like, red herring-y with everybody he interacts with about, like, who he is and where he comes from? Because that's the whole point. I recently ruined Death Note for myself by learning the author is unironically Light Yakumi and learning Light is completely unironic. Really? The author is... That doesn't really make sense when you consider how the story ends, but interesting. Interesting. Thank you for the $5, though, Pepper T. Perry Icefire, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based. Said, me and a coworker ripped into another coworker that openly said they were a Trump supporter. Is this a bad thing? I feel bad because the homie was nice until he started speaking that nonsense. It's really hard to say. As long as it's like, if it was like friendly jabbing, like, oh, dude, that's so dumb. Like, what the fuck? Like, just kind of like a little bit of social pressure, I think that's fine. But if you're like dropping them and like removing them from the friend group, you're essentially rejecting them and telling them the only place they have to go is further right and deeper into Trump's camp. I think it's important to be a pressure on conservative people in your lives to move more left. Because if you just reject them and abandon them, they have nowhere to move but right. But if you give them shit, if you remain friends with them but make their expression of conservative ideas an embarrassing thing, something they're ashamed of because they don't want to embarrass themselves in front of their friends, their opinions are going to start to slowly change. Like, imagine if whenever they said that, you and your buddy were just like, ooh, kind of cringe, man. Just kind of cringe, and just kind of gave him a, yeah, okay, man. If you say so, dude. All right, and just like laugh at him, like almost don't even like insult, don't morally judge, don't talk down to, just laugh. Like, act as though the idea that somebody is conservative is laughable and pathetic. Have you ever seen how conservatives react to just a person being progressive? Not joking. Have you seen how conservatives react? They're so lacking in the ability to argue with any points. Their go-to is just to simply say, huh, you're progressive, ha 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 ha, and that's pretty much it. How often have you seen this? Like, the argument that because someone is left-leaning, they're wrong and not worth taking seriously? Like, that's just kind of how they've trained themselves to think very often? Exactly. And it works. Simply, like, pretending to cringe at someone for disagreeing with you and then refusing to elaborate further is actually quite effective. Someone around you or in your social space, like, exhibits bad, like, positions, cringe at them, make them feel embarrassed for it, and refuse to elaborate further. So they're forced to just sit there, awkward, with that cringe memory in their mind, keeping them up at night, of them, like, expressing a conservative idea and being met by, like, social backlash. Not, get out of here, we're triggered social backlash, just like, haha, you know the haha, you got that emote in chat, right? I think you guys got it. Make that face. Make it be one of those cringe memories they can't get out of their head that they wish they could just forget about. Did Zan cover the eyelashes / bleach blonde, bad built butch body thing? What the fuck did you just say? I have no idea what that means. Xanderhall, not to mention, it'll make them think about why that idea made their friends cringe so much, which might lead them to better positions. Of course, yeah. If they can't get that cringy experience out of their head, they're going to start thinking about what they said, why they said it, and how they could have changed that, and maybe it leads them to a good place. When the majority of people who were not happy with Biden... When the majority of people who were not happy with Biden was given the ability to say why they are not happy truthfully, the answer is because he is old and they are not happy. They would most likely not even live as long as Biden has been alive so far. Yep. I keep saying the low Biden approval rates have nothing to do with Israel-Palestine. It's because people think he's old, and even though Trump is not much younger, like very much not much younger, he's so dumb and, like, goofy that people say that he seems young. He's got a youthful energy to him, is what people on polls say, and that's why Trump doesn't get the negative, like, he's an old guy treatment, you know? Oh yeah, Xander Hall? MTG and AOC almost got into a rhetorical bar fight in Congress. I would like to see them actually fight. I bet AOC would win. Like, I feel like AOC might have taken, like, some kind of combat class at some point. Like, might have participated in a combat sport for at least long enough. Like, Marjorie Taylor Greene certainly hasn't. Marjorie Taylor Greene couldn't do shit without a gun. So I feel like if we did, like, the, we need to do, like, congressional, like, duels. We need to go back to, like, duels back in, like, the old days, you know? Like, we need AOC and MTG to have a duel. And we need, like, AOC to get trained by, like, the best dueling trainers ever, you know? We used to do that in our government. Like, if two politicians really hated each other, one would challenge the other to a duel to the death or to yield. And they would just go out on a set date, walk out, like, back to back, and then shoot at each other from progressively closer distances until one of them is dead or yields because of mortal wounding. Like, we used to be a real country. That was the shit we did. Rip Alexander Hamilton? Well, he's just one guy that died that way. You guys think that only happened once? That shit happened all the time. Like, that is how people solved their disputes back then, because you just could. If you hated a guy and you wanted the chance to be able to legally kill him, you challenged him to a duel, because even though he could legally kill you, that's your chance to legally kill him. It's mutual combat. We used to have legal, mutual, lethal combat. Xander Hall, if the election was held today, do you think Biden would win? Biden's ahead in a lot of polling right now, so honestly, yeah, I think he wins. The polling isn't even generally accurate, especially when you consider that, I'm going to be honest, guys, I think women will be the deciders of who wins this election. I think American women will decide, and they're going to decide with Biden. You guys forget, the removal of Roe v. Wade was the most politically unpopular thing to happen in modern politics in a long time. So I genuinely think women will be the ones that that end up deciding the results of this election. And if they are, it'll be for Biden. The rate at which women do not support Trump or the Republicans because of the Roe v. Wade and other, like, anti-abortion contraceptive stuff, it's a high rate. And, like, the women who do not support the Republicans on this, these pro-choice women, which make up the vast majority, are not, like, softly pro-choice, by the way. They're so pro-choice that at, like, an 85% margin, they report they wouldn't date a man, or anybody, really, who didn't have the same opinion as them on abortion rights. So these are aggressively pro-choice, like, people, which is good. They don't want their rights taken away. They recognize the Republicans have declared war on their rights. What would you do if Trump won and became president? I mean, what do you mean? Are you, like, you're asking me to Fed post or something? I mean, I'd cover his election, and I'd cover his inauguration and his policies and the stuff he says and does, like I did when he was president last time, and hope to God it doesn't get, like, way, way worse to the point where I can't, like, exist anymore as a progressive who talks about progressive politics, because rip First Amendment, hopefully not. But, like, what do you mean? You think I'm gonna move to Canada if Trump wins? Fuck that. I love America. Like, the whole point is to make America not be cringe, okay? And if you leave America, you can't really do that anymore. That is why a lot of women are currently posting "This is why bears" meme. Yeah, I mean, like, to get an idea of how fervent, like, women are going to be in the polls over this, like, controlling of their bodily autonomy by, like, male lawmakers, I genuinely believe that we're going to see a massive, massive, overwhelming push from most women in America to vote for Biden. It's not going to be like, oh, we love Biden, we love Biden. It's going to be, get out there and vote. Every woman you know's rights are on the line. That's going to be what's going around when election season comes about. I think it would be a 50-50 split. I think Biden wins Pennsylvania, Nevada, Wisconsin, while Trump wins Georgia, Arizona, and North Carolina, while Michigan is up in the air. Whoever wins Michigan wins the election. I don't know, though, right? Because what has changed in, say, Georgia, for example, in 4 years that would make it not go blue again? Like, Georgia was... we got Blorgia last time. Georgia's a purple state now. It could go red or blue, granted, but what would make it go red this time around when it went blue last time? Why would it go red? Are there more Republicans moving in? Are there more people entering Republican voting age there? I don't know. I think Georgia might be a stronger call for Biden than last time. Yeah, Blorgia plus Roe v. Wade getting axed. I mean, Georgia women are gonna be pissed about that. Xander Hall, Biden got half of the votes Trump got in his primary, and Biden only won the state by 2. Yeah, but Biden's already the incumbent, though. Like, nobody votes in a primary where the incumbent is, like, already got a open term, and nobody running is particularly, like, enthusiastic, you know what I mean? Biden not getting a lot of turnout for primaries in Georgia just doesn't matter. Xander Hall, the reason Georgia is moving to the left is because they have started making movies in the state. Georgia's been giving tax breaks to movie studios for decades now. It's why you see the Georgia Peach at the end of so many movies and TV shows like The Walking Dead, and a lot of MCU movies are filmed in Georgia too. That's part of it, but really what it is it's Atlanta. Atlanta, Macon, Savannah, and a couple other handfuls of actually large, substantial cities in Georgia are continuously growing, and those city populations are naturally much more leaning away from white for starters, and even the white people there are more likely to be progressive because exposure to minorities makes you less likely to be bigoted towards minorities. And, the population of Georgia that is rural, redneck, white Trump supporters, they make up a lot of the electoral ballot, sure, or the lean towards the electoral ballot in the state, but they don't make up a lot of the population. And considering we got Blorgia already, we could get it again. But who knows? COVID might have just been the thing that motivates a ton of people to vote against Trump, and we don't get that again. Who knows? Maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe I'm totally off base. And without COVID as a, seriously motivating factor, people don't vote Biden. I've never been more happy to live in Georgia. I didn't know any of this. I'm terribly informed. Correct me if I'm wrong. Atlanta, the biggest city in Georgia, is Atlanta not one of the cities in America with the highest non-white population? Which makes that makes sense, right? That you would have a pretty heavy Democrat lean in Georgia cities, especially Atlanta, when there's I know Atlanta has a massive black population. I think there's a pretty decent Latino population in Atlanta. That's a lot of people. I don't know if you've seen Atlanta before. I have. It's huge. You see it on a highway. It's surrounded by spoke wheel, high up bridge type highways that are 6 to 8 lanes. It's a big fucking city, and it's only getting bigger. The urban sprawl is substantial. So as Georgia stops being known as that one state where there's just one big city and a lot of farmland and country, I think we're going to see more Blorgia. Big, successful cities lead to Democrat victories in states. This is how it works. I mean, look at Texas right now. Look at Galveston, Austin, Houston, pretty much everything but Dallas, and it's maybe even Dallas too. I don't know much about Dallas other than negative things I've heard from Texan friends. But these are cities with a very progressive population in Texas, right? And these are where the majority of Texas's population are at. Actually, Zan, literally millions of would-be Dem plus Dem-leaning voters stayed home because of COVID, so it was kind of a double-edged sword. Was it, though? Because I thought we had substantial voter turnout for 2020 because there was so much attention brought to mail-in ballots. There was so much attention brought to mail-in ballots, so much so to the point where Trump was almost winning when election night started, and I was like, guys, don't worry, the mail-ins take a bit to be counted. Everything's going to swing for Biden once the mail-in ballots get counted. And then they did, and around midnight, at least on the West Coast, everything started moving more towards Biden because the mail-ins were getting counted, which were like 99% Democrat votes. So, I don't know, I think, especially after 2020, Democrats' mail-in voting is the standard now. Like, why go to the polls when you can literally just go online, have a ballot sent to your address, fill it out, and then just, you know, mail in vote. Like, just put it in the mail and vote. Sit in my window with like a fucking, like a sniper's nest with my, my air rifle, making sure no one, like, goes into my mailbox taking my ballot out on election night, or not on election night, but you know what I mean. Like, I'm watching that ballot. No one but the mailman's taking that thing away. Apparently the creator of Death Note is mad about Death Note yaoi existing, and did a reference to it, like a bitter reference to it, in a more recent work. That's funny as fuck. You know what my favorite, like, combination of words is? Like, if you say these words, like, out of nowhere when no one's expecting it, just while the VC is quiet, everyone laughs. Simply wait for a quiet moment, and with no warning say, "Old man yaoi." Everyone always laughs. Everybody in the entire VC always laughs. As long as your timing is good and you pick the right moment. Works like a charm, stealing that one. I'm in-person voting, I want the sticker. I think they mail you the sticker. I'm pretty certain they just mail you that. I had the sticker. In fact, I think it's in my wallet. It's not in here, it's upstairs, but if I had my wallet, like, on my desk right now, I could literally pull out my 2020 I voted sticker from the last election. It's just sitting, it's in a pocket in my wallet. I never peeled it off the paper. They mail you the sticker, God bless America. True. I still got my sticker from 2020. It's in my wallet, just sitting there. You should be encouraging chat to touch grass because that is important. I mean, touch grass, guys, I guess? I mean, it's good to do that. I highly recommend, a good way of touching grass for you guys is bird watching. If you have a backyard, a porch, or just a space outdoors where birds can access, I highly recommend going to the dollar store and buying a couple of bird feeders. Buy some hummingbird feeders. Check if you have hummingbirds in your region. Like, look up where you live and see if there's hummingbirds there. Buy some hummingbird feeders if there are, and look up how to, like, make their nectar and fill them and change them out every, like, third day, because you don't want their juice to get moldy because it'll kill them. It'll get them sick and they'll die. You got to be really responsible when you feed hummingbirds. If you leave your feeder out unattended and untaken care of, you can poison potentially dozens of hummingbirds and, like, kill off a neighborhood of them. It's really bad. You have to take care of your hummingbird feeders. So, get some hummingbird feeders. Get some seed feeders, as I call them, that just allow you to fill them up with some seed. I recommend you get a mixture of sunflower seeds. Birds love those, always. Like half, like, de-shelled peanuts, mealworm, and, like, just a mixture of other seeds. You can usually get a good seed mixture bag. You want as much variety as you can get. And then the other type of feeder I'd recommend look like cages. They're little green cages that hang from chains, and they're called suet feeders. S-U-E-T. Suet. It's basically a block of fat and seed and bugs and things that birds love, congealed into a block of fat. It's mostly fat. So your hands are going to be greasy and gross after you touch these things. It's literally like, you know when you cook bacon in a pan and you forget the pan on your stove? Like, you forget to do the dishes right after you eat, and, like, you leave it for, like, overnight, and then you come into your kitchen, and it's like, what the fuck happened to the pan? Because all the grease that was in the bottom of the pan from the bacon solidifies into, like, a white, solid fat. Imagine that in case, like, creating a block of the stuff that birds love. It is so good for them, and they fucking love it. You put a block of that into the cage. You can buy it at the dollar store or anywhere else that sells bird food. They're called suet bricks. Put it into the cage, and that attracts the big birds, like giant woodpeckers, starlings, things like that. Your big birds that want to eat, like, meat. You know what I mean? You'll get your big birds from that. The seed feeders will attract smaller birds, and the hummingbird feeders will attract tiny-ass hummingbirds. I've done that in my backyard, and I haven't even gotten all of the feeders going yet. Like, I haven't set up all the feeders I want to have going for maximum bird population. And it is nice to just go out there in the morning and, like, chill on my step for a minute, like on my back porch. Just walk out there, sit down, and just watch the birds for a little while. Xana, are you happy with the performance of the Nick Fuentes segment? Yeah, I am. Dude, I woke up the other day, yesterday I think it was, I was like rubbing the sleep out of my eyes, and I looked at my like recent video uploads, and I see 45,000 views in 11 hours. I'm like, oh shit, that was my reaction. I'm not even exaggerating there. Like, it took a moment for me to register what I was looking at. I was like, is that, like, glitched out or something? I refreshed it to check, like, this isn't a glitch, is it? That's got to be displayed. No, that video just netted 45,000 views on its own in 12 hours. Okay. Oh yeah, you deserve it? Thank you, guys. Are there any new people from that video here now? I know some people in chat were saying, like, earlier that this was their first stream, so I would assume, like, maybe one or two of you are here from that video, or just generally new in the last, I don't know, week. It's always weird thinking about the fact that there could be people watching my stream that are new and just aren't saying anything, because I talk to you guys, like, you know, a lot of my speaking is, like, directed at my regulars that are always here, you know? Like, I talk like I'm talking to my regulars, but then I forget there's a fair amount of people watching right now that this could be their first stream. This is my third total stream, but I've been watching for almost 2 years. God damn, you've been around for a while. Coca-Cola B. I also live in the ghetto, no joke, Southwest Baltimore. Been mugged twice, but still love the hood. Nice. You know? Once you're born, if you're born in the hood, you can never forget, and you can never not love the hood. You know, there'll always be a part of you that loves it. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Listen, sometimes, like, when I first moved to Seattle, the place I was staying in was, like, a block away from some real hood, okay? It was like a block or two away from some real-ass hood, and I know that because at night I would open up my window, and it had a screen and everything. I was on the second floor, so it was fine. But I would open up my window, and I heard gunshots every single night. Yes, I know what gunshots sound like. They weren't cars backfiring, and they weren't fireworks. They were gunshots. And then the next morning, I could reliably wake up to my mom having DM'd me the news story correlating to those gunshots from the night before. One night, it was my literal shooting range I go to. Had some people drive through the front window. It's a big glass front window to the shooting range / gun store. Some kids, like, stole a car, probably a Kia, drove it through the fucking, like, front window. And what they didn't know is at night, when the store is closed, all the guns are locked up in a safe, like, way in the back, and they can't get to them. And so they had to look around and try to find some of, like, the non-firearm accessories that they should steal, I guess, that they thought they should steal. Now, they ended up stealing a bunch of magazines, and they ended up stealing, like, just a bunch of stuff that wasn't useful. So, like, grips, magazines, just random shit like that. And then, I shit you not, the reason I found out about this is I was talking to the guy at the front desk at the gun store part of the range, which is where the robbery happened, and the guy's describing to me, we don't lock up all our optics at night. So you see this desk here? Because we're standing, like, the optics desk was between us, the one that was like a glass case full of, like, different optics for different guns, hollow sights and what have you, and like, dot sights. All those things were just sitting out when they robbed the store. They didn't take fucking one. Now, you can't see the prices. They don't have, like, price tags up on each thing. You have to, like, ask them what things cost. I don't know why. But I asked the guy, like, how much are these? He's like, $350 is generally where these things start. So these kids broke in, stole, like, as much $15 plastic spare magazines as they could steal, and ignored the case with tens of thousands of dollars of gun optics just sitting right there. I think they got I think they got caught too, those kids. But it was funny as fuck, and I heard that shit. Like, I literally heard it happen through my window one night, because when that stuff goes down, it's loud. It is loud. The most common thing that you hear, like, when you're in, like, the bad neighborhood, or bad neighborhoods in Seattle, is you'll hear, like, a loud crash that sounds like a car, like a car accident. What it might actually be is somebody crashing a car into the front, like, window of a store, and then packing up as much as they can and then driving out. That's how people seem to rob here. They robbed a dispensary I've been to that way. They've robbed one of my local ranges that way. And it's not the only story I've heard that is like that. They'll drive straight into an ATM to try to steal. People in Seattle are crazy, bro. Usually, though, when I'd hear gunshots, it would just be, there was an armed robbery, shots fired at, like, a gas station 4 blocks away, and I heard it that night, you know? It's like, damn, that's close. The really scary video was one night I had a dream one night that I had, like, home intruders breaking in, and, like, I went for my gun, because, like, that's what you do. If someone breaks in your house and they want to hurt you. And this thing that happens in dreams, I don't know why, happened to me, where, like, you go to pull the trigger of your gun in a dream, and you can't pull it. Like, like, you put 2 fingers over the trigger, and you're pulling back with all your strength, and it's just as solid as rock. It will not move. You're just not strong enough to pull the trigger, and it won't fire. And it was doing that in my dream, and it was so scary. And I woke up, and then when I went to my computer to, like, just wake up and check in on all my social media and my messages for the morning, I see I got a message from my mom, and that night, this viral video that I could probably find for you right now, that took place, like, miles away from where I was at the time, of a group of people trying to break into somebody's house, like, in the neighborhood I was staying in pretty much at the time, not very far away. Here, let me see if I can find it. Seattle break-in thwarted. This video went super viral too, funnily enough. Oh boy, come on. Yep, this is the video. Yeah, this is not far from where I was staying at the time. Is this the video? Yeah, it is. Yep. Fucking hell. October 2023. October 19th. That puts a date on when I had that dream and when this happened. There you go. Okay. Watch this video. This is I had that nightmare, woke up the next morning, and found out that as I was having that nightmare that night, this was happening miles and, like, just maybe less than 10 miles away.
Seattle police!
Respect to the people inside for waiting until they kicked the door open to start shooting. You know, most rounds of any gun pretty much can go through a door, like a front door. Like, your front door is so far from being bulletproof, it's crazy. Like, if someone's kicking my door down like that, granted they were yelling police, but like, man, probably didn't want to break the glass. I don't know, dude. If someone's kicking down my door, I don't know if I'm waiting for them to kick down the door, because I've played a lot of, like, FPS games, and you always lose if you let the bad guy who wants to hurt you push in and shoot at you before, like, if you have to react to their shooting, you're gonna die. But if you're preempting, you win, generally. Like, have you ever been in a situation, you're in a room in Tarkov, a guy's right outside the room, and he could push in any second? If you're waiting for him, like a reaction, you lose, because he's got Peeker's advantage. Peeker's advantage exists in real life, there's just no ping. It's your reaction time that's the ping. So, like, I don't know. These guys were clearly wanting to hurt him. But yeah, this video fucking scares me, bro. Like, that shit's scary. That, like, you think, oh, that doesn't really happen. People don't try to break into your house while you're home. Yeah, they do. Not common, but it happens. Yeah. That's scary as fuck? Yeah, it is. I actually own a small arsenal, and this would be a very bad idea at my house. Nice one, Natalie Wood. Yeah, I don't really own an arsenal by any means, but I could definitely protect myself. I've got a Glock 19 and a piston air rifle. It's 223, and it's just for killing, like, varmint, you know? There are, like, tunneling rats that live underground in Washington, and they live in your backyard. Like, you'll see them dig holes in like your sod and your grass, and I bought the rifle so at night I can go out there and wait for a rat to come out of a hole and then pop it in the head. Haven't gotten to use it yet, though. It's been too cold. I'm waiting for it to warm up so I don't have to, like, bundle up while I'm out there. I want to be able to just be nice and chill and comfy in my sniper's nest at night on my porch while I snipe rats in my backyard. It's a piston air rifle. It's very quiet, so you can just do that in your backyard pretty easy. My baby is a Beowulf AR. I am so fucking jealous you don't live in a cuck state. I am so ready. I am so ready whenever I'm not buying anything gun-related for a little while, because, you know, I'm set. But next gun-related thing I buy is going to be a Glock conversion kit, because you can't have semi-auto rifles in Washington anymore. So the closest I can get is essentially transforming my 9mm pistol into a 9mm carbine. Or carbine, however it's pronounced. Glock conversion kit. Allow me to show you what I'm talking about if you don't know. Not exactly a rifle. It's not exactly a rifle, but in terms of what's allowed here, it's the closest to a semi-auto performing rifle-ish form factor weapon that you can really get anymore in Washington.
Are you recording? Yes. Okay. Today we got a really nice toy for you guys. It's this conversion kit sent to us by CAA. Thanks to them for sending it over. Pretty much it takes your regular handgun, turns it into a little...
This is a Glock that's like, you put it into this thing and it clicks in, and this gun is like the actual gun, but the whole rest is just transforming its form factor. You can also, if it's legal, which it's not here, say add a drum magazine to your Glock here, and now you've essentially got a shoulderable carbine 9mm rifle that you can, with a Picatinny rail, you can attach like an optic on. You've got a rail here. You can attach like any number of side related, like a flashlight, a dot, whatever you want there. A laser. You put whatever you want in here. And I think there's another one on the side too, so you can just go crazy Tarkov style and just have like a green and red light on either side, and your optic, and Yeah, you can just go crazy with it. I think this might even be a built-in light. I think this is just made for a laser. This is a built-in light, I'm pretty sure, right below the muzzle. Really cool. The old school version of this was putting a suppressor and a scope and a stock on your pistol to make it into a makeshift sniper rifle. Yeah, this is way better. And this kind of stuff is why I bought a block. This kind of stuff is why I bought a Glock as my first gun, was because no matter how, like, no matter what, if I'm feeling a little retarded, I can have fun with a Glock 19, you know? Like, I can do practically anything to it and make it into some fun, weird thing, you know? Like, you can be a little funny with it, and I like that.
Submachine gun slash stabilizer. It gives you a little bit more of a better balance, or stabilizes your handgun when you want to shoot it. You can shoulder it legal, so that way you don't have to use.
They just made shouldering this thing federally legal, by the way. Like before, the design of them was made such that like it was practically quite uncomfortable and inoptimal to shoulder it. Now they make them very shoulderable with the stock, because like now it's legalized. Yeah, before I believe it was illegal federally, perhaps even to shoulder a short barrel rifle, and so it wasn't allowed. And I think it recently got re-allowed. Maybe it was a local thing though. Zan, have you considered doing the Glong modification to your Glock? You mean like making it a Glock and balls? Like like changing out the lower to be like a 3D printed cock and balls? Is that what you're suggesting?
Use either both hands, or actually you can just use both hands here too. But it's mainly designed to have this platform here, like that. So let me show you guys how this works, and we'll go from there. Just better give me.
No, I think they mean a 20-inch barrel on your Glock. I conceal carry it, bro. What do you mean? No, I don't want to put a 20-inch barrel on my Glock 19. I went for the Glock 19 because I like a large handgun. Easier to control, feels better in my hand, easier to aim, more accurate, just generally nicer. But you also don't want a larger handgun if you're going to be conceal carrying it, especially not if you're going to be appendix carrying it, as I do. And so I went with the Glock 19. It's big enough that I really like shooting it. It really feels good to shoot. I'm really accurate with it for a handgun. And it's really concealable. And it doesn't dig deep into my stomach either. I was really worried that the grip and the beaver tail would stab into my gut and into my ribs. And if I'm like leaning forward, if I'm sitting in a car and leaning forward, I will feel that a bit. It's not super comfortable, but it's not discomfort. It's just lack of like comfort, if that makes sense. Like I feel, like you're never 100%. It is impossible to conceal carry and be as comfortable conceal carrying as you would be if you weren't. But I've gotten it to the point where I feel pretty okay. You know, like I can run, I can bend over, I can pick things up. I can generally reach above my head without, like, accidentally giving a peek of what's, like, in my waistband, which is a big problem if that happens, by the way. Last thing you want is to be at the grocery store and you're, like, legally conceal carrying, but you reach up to grab, like, some chips off the top shelf, and some, like, soccer mom who's, like, right next to you just notices your gun in your waistband and fucking panics, you know? You don't want that. You don't want that. That's not a good situation.
A little close up on this. Oh, on top of that it folds, so you can have a little nice compact setup going on. So in case you want to put it in your glove compartment or whatever you want to do, pretty much this opens up. And believe it or not, I did not read.
What is with gun dudes and being like, man, I need to always have a gun in my car, whether I'm in it or not?
Any instructions when it came to this thing. To release it, you hit the.
There's simply no other way to more securely store your firearms than in your car.
This little thing here.
Clearly.
And
be sure to leave them unattended with lots of Second Amendment related bumper stickers on your car so people know.
Firearm comes out. I don't remember which firearms, which handguns actually fit in here, but I know for sure the Glock 17 and 19 fits right in here. There was other ones in there too. I will put a list of I will leave it the link for their.
I know a guy who had an AK under his truck seat all the time. Yo, peepee girl, what's his address? I'm about to get a free AK.
Website, you guys can go check them out and see if your handgun fits in here. So pretty much, Jasper, give me a little close up on this. I actually never even read any of the instructions. It's super, super simple. All you do is you...
How the fuck is the, how the fuck is this, like, not makeshift, but, like, how is this bolt supposed to work? Is it, like, hooking onto the slide? And, because, like, this bolt, like, here, they basically made it so that the bolt moves the slide to cycle rounds. I wonder how that's mechanically happening.
You put this in here. This little...
Oh, yeah.
Charging handle, jiggy-me-jiggy. Fits right in there like that, and then just locks in. And this here...
Okay. Yeah.
Locks in there too like that.
Hooks onto it.
Super simple. And again, I mean, once you put it in, you don't have to take it in and out. You can just always leave it there. And this...
oh, okay, no, it doesn't catch the, it doesn't catch the back of it. It catches the, grooves in the slide, apparently. It's like, you have to, like, part of what helps you lock this thing in is it's made to lock into the grooves on the slide of a Glock, which are very notable. There's, a set on the front and a set on the back, generally. So I guess it's made to, like, use them as almost rails to lock in.
A brace folds right in there like that. Nice and cute. Opens up.
So this is the closest I can get to a
rumble.
To a semi-auto rifle.
Interesting thing, I've actually always wanted one of these. I just never knew which one to get. And
also, short barrel carbine rifles are awesome, dude. Like this, I love shooting these. I shot what was it? It was a Scorpion, I believe. It was a short barrel 9mm carbine. It was pretty fun to shoot. I think I've got a video of me shooting it here on like Instagram. On the Instagram. Yeah, here's a video.
Safety off.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Ethan was with me when we did this. This is when I took Ethan to, I think this was Ethan's first time shooting guns, which was pretty dope. He might have shot before, though. I don't remember. I think this was his first time shooting a rifle, though, for sure. I love these. I can't wait to be able to turn my Glock into basically this. So it wasn't a SIG, no. I forget what it... CZ Scorpion. It was CZ. Thank you. Or no, well, not thank you, but, you know. The fucking... Okay, I know, copium, but this is a rental gun, and the sights on it were, like, weirdly off in the sense that they were aimed down lower than where the rounds would actually go. So you can't see it, but this gun shoots smooth. Like, aiming with it and keeping on target with it while just continuously firing. If it was allowed, I could just rapid fire and probably stay in a very tight spread here. Very tight grouping. Here's where my grouping is, and you'll see it's a very tight grouping, but it's all way lower than the actual target. And because it's all going so low, I'm just focused on, like, the bullseye, and I'm assuming I'm missing, so I just keep on readjusting for the sights to be on the bullseye. And because it's so much lower, like, the actual, like, shots are being obscured by the, like, muzzle and, like, body of the rifle, I'm not seeing that. While yes, my groupings are really tight, I'm aiming, like, 5 inches lower, 6 inches lower, maybe, than the bullseye here and hitting. But it is still very tight groupings, which is more so what's important here, because it shows off how accurate this gun is. If you have properly aligned sights that aren't all out of whack from it being a rental gun, then you know, a proper CZ Scorpion is fucking accurate. Look at this grouping. Watch the grouping. That is a tight grouping. And I'm not, like, good at shooting at this point. I'm not good at shooting at this point, dude. Like, my shooting skills are not great. This is probably, like, 5 rounds, I think. These mags couldn't fit much because, you know, Washington, cucked-ass state. Have I fired a Tommy? No, I haven't fired anything full auto before. Very tight grouping, though, for this gun. It's a very solid gun. Did you consider dumping the mag for funsies, or was it a cucked range? Oh, a cucked range. Most ranges, especially indoor ranges, are cucked. They're gonna yell at you if you rapid fire. They're going to yell at you, no rapid fire, and that's going to be best case scenarios. You just get yelled at, no rapid fire. But they might ask you to leave if you're obviously an asshole about it and you're, like, clearly just trying to get away with it. Especially if you accidentally put someone in danger. I follow the rules of the range. Listen, I don't care if they're fuddy-duddies. I follow the rules of the range. Those rules exist for a reason. I want other people to follow the rules too because they're keeping me safe. Why no rapid fire? If you are, if you're counting 1 to 2 seconds between shots, you're gonna have a hard time losing control of the gun and causing an accident. But if you're rapid firing a gun, it is not unheard of for that to be where things go wrong, right? Like, let's say you're going bang, 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 and all of a sudden your grip on the gun loosens a little, and all of a sudden you let, like, a bit of recoil go on, like, way too hard, and you end up shooting through the roof. You know? Just shooting through the roof of the building. That's one of 1,000 things that could go wrong, you know? If the range won't let you practice double and triple taps, then it's really just a marksmanship range. You might be able to get away with double taps. You might be able to get away with bang, 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 bang. That might be allowed. Like, as long as you're not going fucking crazy, I don't think they'll get mad at you. But I typically, I mean, I just take my time between shots. I don't care. Like, I'm just trying to hit. I've only brought so much ammo. I'm not trying to waste my ammo. I'm trying to be as accurate as I can. And so I follow the rules. I don't want to get hurt. I don't want to hurt anybody else. I follow the rules so I don't get kicked out or build a poor reputation with my range. And I have fun. Do you have interest in collecting vintage weapons like the German Mauser rifle or the American Springfield? Yeah. Like, certainly I want to have some, like, old school revolvers, like some black powder revolvers and whatnot. I think that would be fun. But right now I've got my guns. I've got a pretty satisfactory amount of guns right now. It's an expensive hobby, and I don't have the kind of money to get super duper into it like I would like to. So it's just going to be a while before I'm getting, like, mega super duper into guns. Never been to a legal range? I personally recommend going outdoors if you can. Like, find public land to shoot on, so you don't have to breathe in, like, gun smoke. Have you heard of Jay Haraya? If you listen to music and you like music that is a complete brain reset, Jiraiya is absolute best music. Never heard of it. Mike Burnfire, New Vegas YouTuber, has a lot of great videos about guns. Cool. Yeah. Guns are neat. We love guns. I'm a pro-gun channel here, okay? You know what's really cringe? Like a really cringe thing that Trump did? He backed the bump stock ban. Hell, I think he signed it into federal law. Has Trump done a single pro-gun policy, decision ever? Like, did anything Trump did ever have a positive impact on us gun owners? Like, I think gun ownership has just gotten more restrictive since, like, Trump took office. What flag is that? Super Earth's flag, the best country that's ever existed. He's one of the most gun-restrictive presidents of our time, actually. Based, if they're going after our rights with weapons, then we should use... No, don't go crazy. Don't Fed post in my chat. Trump supporters would always ignore the fact that he banned bump stocks. Have you seen this meme? What's this, Delancer?
I own a musket for home defense.
I love this.
That's what the founding...
Yeah, I love this meme. This meme goes hard as fuck. I own a musket for home defense, just as the founding fathers intended.
I own a musket for home defense, since that's what the Founding Fathers intended. 4 ruffians break into my house, the devil, as I grab my powdered wig and Kentucky rifle, blow a golf ball-sized hole through the first man, he's dead on the spot. Draw my pistol on the second man, misses him entirely because it's smoothbore and nails the neighbor's dog. I have to resort to the cannon mounted at the top of the stairs, loaded with grape shot. Tally-ho!
lads.
Grape shot shreds 2 men in the blast. The sound and extra shrapnel set off car alarms. Fix bayonets and charge the last terrified rapscallion. Bleeds out, waiting on the police to arrive, since triangular bayonet wounds are impossible to stitch up. Ah, just as the Founding Fathers intended.
God, that goes hard. I'm telling you, staircase artillery piece. Honestly, you should just set up landmines. I'm telling you, if you set up landmines in your house and you know where they all are and you just keep your house dark at night, no home intruder is going to make it, like, very far. They're not going to make it far at all. And you better believe if, like, if it's a group of home intruders and one of them steps on a landmine, because they don't know to step over the one you have, like, right in your doorway, in the darkness of the night in your house, the rest aren't going in. The rest aren't going in. Lol, don't do that. Why are you trying to tell people not to take my good advice? Booby traps are illegal. We used to be a real country. We really did used to be a real country, didn't we? We truly have fallen. Wokeness is taking over. There was a time when you could set up claymores and landmines and bear traps right inside of your house. Like, oh, you stepped in my house and you don't weigh the same as I do? Well, you just set off a pressure plate that is going to close a bear trap on your head. Good night. Like, that used to be legal. You could do that if you could pull it off. Well, remember, it became a felony in response to the popularity of the Home Alone movies. Kids started making death traps to, like, ward off burglars and whatnot, and it resulted in a massive spike in fatalities among home invaders. And so they had to, they had to nerf the legality of home defensive traps because they had to make it a little easier for the burglars, And it was a balancing move by the government. They had to issue a balancing patch. I think the main reason is because in case of emergency workers had to enter the home. Yeah, of course. That's the actual reason why, but let me have fun and lie to you guys for my own amusement. Come on, guys. What do you mean I can't lie to you guys and say something ridiculous and watch you believe it for my own amusement? What do you mean that I can't do that? Yeah, it was all basically caused by, like, a story where this old couple, like, set up booby traps involving shotguns, basically rust shotgun traps in their, like, property that had kept getting robbed by ruffians, and blew a guy's fucking leg off, and he didn't die. He was just, like, horribly maimed, and so that ended up causing a whole thing. Yeah. Harry and Marv would have died 5 times over. Oh, yeah, they would have. In real life, they would have died so many times over. Like, that kid from Home Alone, Macaulay Culkin is a fucking murderer. Well, not a murderer, but a killer for sure. It's not murder to kill people who've broken into your house and want to hurt you and take your stuff, but, you would be a killer if you killed those people, which he did. May not have been in the movie, but in real life, he's a killer. Nah, dog, the amount of damage they take in those movies, like, if the first round of it didn't kill them, man. Like, just the falling down the stairs kills most people. Like, that one scene where they fall down the stairs, that alone kills most people. Just, boom, they're dead. Going down that many stairs, just falling, yeah, it's over. The paint cans, they're done. Dead. Fucking dead. Falling down one stair can kill a person? Dude, if I fell down the 3 last steps of my stairs down to the basement, I would fall face forward onto, like, a cement wall. I'd be done, dude. If I wake up one morning and I come downstairs and I'm, like, too tired and I trip and fall face forward, I'm dead, dude. I won't survive. Like, that's a scary idea. Like, people don't survive falling downstairs sometimes. It's scary. Anyway. Oxpecker with the tier 2 sub. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you. Very based and pog. I assume it's a 1 monther. Correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you. Said promo was denied. Did good its own though. I don't know what you meant there. Promo was denied. Did good its own though. I don't know what you mean by that, but I will watch the link that you clipped. Maybe there'll be more context there. On its own, typo? Okay. I'll probably understand what you meant with the context. Let's see what this is. Is it TikTok?
I'm tired of no one having an honest conversation about this whole book banning and the LGBTQ thing. All the gay people on the left are saying, oh, the right hates gays.
Because they do.
They're trying to censor speech.
Because they are.
They just don't want it in the schools. Some of these books that we're going to go through today are within elementary schools. Oh, no! Are within middle schools and high schools. Elementary, middle schools, and high schools.
What is this conflating you're doing? This middle, high, elementary thing. Those are three drastically different portions of people's lives. That's why...
Middle, high, elementary is all three, like, parts of being a student in public school in America, by the way. Like, middle, elementary, high is combining all of being in school. You are conflating both those that are in 1st to 5th grade and those that are in 6th to fucking 12th, you know? Or not 6th to 12th, 8th to 12th. No. 11th, 12th. Fucking hell, I'm stoned, dude. Whatever. You guys get what I mean. I'm high right now. You guys can't judge me.
6th and 7th grade completely separate from the rest of society. They're psychotic. Something tells me that being confused about your sexual orientation during your adolescence isn't gonna help. Not understanding how sex works, then having sexual urges, not gonna help. Being that distorted in the head and having to put up with an iota of abusive context at the same time probably isn't gonna help. Being a part of the unlucky percentage of people who have to put up with all of that while also worried about people that are much older than you, much creepier because they're adults, conflating your queer identity with groomers and sexual predators while you're still a minor, or intimidating them with the...
Have you guys seen that one meme where it's the TERF screaming in the trans dude's face, you're a groomer, you're a freak, you're a weirdo, and the person replies like, I just want to protect kids from people like you, and the TERF replies, you're a fucking groomer. And the person, because like the person in the comic, like the trans dude, is the artist. And so the artist in the comic replies, I'm 15 years old. And the TERF replies, well, you're going to grow into a groomer. And the post is just captioned, I decided to make a real interaction I had on Twitter into a comic. That is literally what they'll do. They will call literal children who are trans groomers or future groomers. Because, like, there are no victims, quote unquote, for them to showcase, right? Like, their narrative, the like TERF narrative is that kids who are trans are victims of a grooming like crusade by adults who are on the left or in the trans community. The problem is, if that was the case, you would have these kids coming out to say they were abused and like telling their abuse stories. They don't have that. The most they have are some adult detransitioners with, like, actually made-up stories like Ollie London's, where it's like everybody knew who Ollie London was, the, like, BTS stalker trans Korean that the entire trans community dunked on, and then Ollie London lost, like, a lot of popularity with that grift and decided to pivot over to being a detransitioner, claiming the trans community pushed them into becoming a, like, trans Korean BTS stalker. Right? So you've got people like that, but you don't have any kids coming out and saying they've been abused. So oftentimes you just end up having a bunch of kids saying, why are you attacking us? We're just trying to get medical care. And these adult TERFs end up having to scream into the faces of trans kids, online usually, that they are like predators or that they're victims and they don't realize it. It's not funny exactly, but it is pathetic.
Knowledge that once they turn 18, that's how they will be recognized by the Republican populace isn't gonna help. I know what I'm talking about. Look how gay my cigarettes are. These skinny little things. Look at the brand's title.
Yeah, long skinny cigarettes are the gay kind.
Like a clothing line for women's jeans.
The twink of cigarettes. That's good. I like that. Don't smoke, though. Smoking is bad for you. But it is cool, so, I mean, it kind of depends. Do you want to live or do you want to look cool? Some people are fine with limiting their lifespan to look cool. And if that's the case for you, I respect it, frankly. I do respect it. To be fair, I vape. I can't really talk much shit, but it has been scientifically consensus that vaping is safer than smoking. I actually, supposedly, Kraut & Tea was sort of, I didn't necessarily get him or make him, but apparently I inspired, in some part, Kraut & Tea to stop smoking and to start vaping instead. And I think he's gone from there to, like, full-on quitting nicotine. I might be wrong, though. But that's, like... I heard that, and I was like, what? Kraut said I, like, helped to convince him to switch from smoking to vaping? Huh. Well, I'll be. I just remember us having a brief convo about how vaping is just nicer than smoking, and giving my like selling point on why he should quit and move to vaping as like an interim to quitting smoking. And I guess I convinced pretty well. I didn't expect that. Like my mom like smoked the entire time. I knew her growing up, and she since has switched to vaping entirely, but of her own volition. And I tried to convince her to stop smoking my entire childhood. Did not work. I did not expect my my convincing to work there, but it did. It did. Surprising. It's good to hear. That's awesome news. The European parrot geopolitics guy? Yes, the European guy with the parrot avatar that does the good geopolitics videos with the funny balls. You know, the funny balls that have faces that represent countries. I fucking love country balls. They're funny. Nation balls, I think they're called. It was a good meme format. Like, that was really popular for a while in 2019, but Kraut has kept it alive, and I appreciate that. Nicotine is bad for you? It is bad for you in quite a few ways, and in some ways it's good for you. Like, for example, nicotine is an anti-inflammatory, so, like, if you're having a slight allergic reaction to, say, like, pollen and stuff in the air, sometimes taking a nice drag off of something with nicotine will open up your airways. Has that ever happened to you guys? You ever have allergies from the pollen in the air, and you take a hit from a vape or a cigarette, and all of a sudden your airways open up? It's not because cigarettes are necessarily good for you, but there is a side effect to nicotine, which is a anti-inflammatory property, and you're basically, you know, taking an anti-inflammatory inhaler when you take a hit from a nicotine product. It's not the good does not outweigh the bad, to be clear, but that is one of the few benefits. Don't have allergies? Well, anybody in chat who does and has had that experience, you can talk about it. But thank you for the tier 2 sub, Oxpecker. I appreciate it. Good TikTok. Good drip. Interesting, Oxpecker. Don't inhalers exist? They do exist. Anyway, Scapegoat, thank you for the $5. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very base. Says, Zan, I heard you like guns, and sent me a video. Ooh, a gun-related video. Operating the Landsnicht Arquebus of the late 15th century. The fuck? Is this some ancient-ass gun? Just as the Founding Fathers intended. We're off to a good start. Oh god. I know what this is. This is a shotgun. He's loading it with black powder. Is this not a shotgun? Pretty sure it is. That's a pretty wide muzzle. Yeah, it's a shotgun. He's about to put another pellet in, isn't he? Or is it a slug? Is this... No, it's a rifle. Yeah, it's a rifle. It's an early musket, yeah. Neat. He put some primer in the pan. He's just gonna have to lower that down, and it's gonna ignite the primer, and it's gonna go off. Just flip it. It's just gonna... Accurate! Wow! That's accurate. That is actually quite accurate. Yeah, that's honestly more akin to a shotgun shooting slugs than a rifle. I guess I was right. This is more like an old school shotgun, but loaded with effectively a 15th century slug. Look at that. Neat? Why are you needing me? What did I say? Damn, yeah. That's cool. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, this is a slug. This is pretty much a shotgun shooting slugs from the 15th century. Look how accurate it is. I don't know how far away he is. He could be pretty close, to be fair. But, bro, even if he's fairly close, that's a good weapon. For, like, you could take down a deer with that so easy. You could absolutely get close enough to take down a deer. I would not want to cheek that. Looks like a way to burn your lashes off. Yeah, it really looks like the smoke going off. Really not pleasant. You'd want to wear eye protection for sure shooting this, which he's got glasses on, but I would have put goggles over the glasses with how much little bits and fragments of powder and whatnot are going to be flying about from the pan there. Yeah, pretty scary idea to be shooting that, because you're just got a fire in your face pretty much, but really fun to shoot too, by the looks of it. It just looks fun to shoot, and cool as fuck. The gun that I really want, Scapegoat, if you guys want to donate to me to one day help me afford this gun, because I'm not buying any new gun stuff anytime soon. This is like a $400, $500, no, I think it was $600. SR 410. I gotta do quail stuff before I can get this, but man, do I want this thing. This is the gun that the Ghouls gun in the Fallout show is based off of. It's a 410 revolver shotgun. I need this. Does plus 50 damage to power armor, yeah. You'll blow your hand off? No. Oh wait, is it 410? Yeah, 410 shells. Very light shells, which is why it's able to be like a 6-shot revolver, 5-shot revolver. That's what it does to a lemon. It's pretty strong too. I mean, 5 410s coming at you is not pleasant. Rip the lemon? Yeah. Now we get to see some of the effects. No choke at 20 yards. No choke at 10 yards. Whew! It's deadly from 10 yards. 20-yard mod choke. 20-yard or 10-yard mod choke. Full choke at 20 yards. And then full choke at 10 yards. Woo! That's spooky. I like high contrast targets like this. Damn. Hand cannons were later renamed to shotguns. Yes, they were. Hand cannon is a pretty good way to call, or pretty good name for what shotguns are, pretty much. Thought you said Lenin? I did. What do you mean? That's what I meant. I said Lenin. Rip Lenin. No. Rip Lemon. Anyway, thank you for the $5, Scapegoat. I appreciate that. And Perry Icefire, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Very kind of you. Very based. Very pog. It really helps a lot and means a lot. Says, me and a coworker ripped into another coworker that openly said... Oh, wait, I already read that one. My bad. I remember I responded to that one for a while. Thank you so much, Perry Icefire. I read that one earlier. And then Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind of you. Very base. Said... Went for a walk, and the school buses dropped off the local kids while I was going to 7-Eleven. Some girl said she liked my cat ear headphones, and the kid next to her asked if I was a Discord moderator. Keck W. That's funny. Thank you for the $5, PepperT21. I appreciate it. Kids are fucking hilarious. They literally know nothing but memes. And so one time I was walking to the vape store and I had freshly shaved, so I kind of passed for a like a younger looking guy. And I was walking to the vape store that was in this like big store plaza, and it was just down the street from a high school. And so while I was walking like into the vape store, there's these like high school kids who are like, whoa, what, how are you gonna buy what? And they're like questioning me, like, how am I gonna buy vapes when I'm a high schooler? I was like, I'm a grown man, and just like walked into the store, and it was just so bizarre. I really do look young without my facial hair when I fully shave. And it was that moment when I decided I'm never going full baby face again. Like, I'm always going to at least have stubble, so people don't confuse me for like an actual child. One of my little brother's friends called me a Chad once, an IDKY, but I felt super proud, Lamau. That's based. That's real based. Right-wingers are... Oh, yeah. Slashy, thank you for the $7. Very kind of you. Very based. Very pog. Said, right-wingers are mad Mario has been woke for years. Your Discord wants you to cover this. I did the research already for you. Interesting. Let's see this. Okay, interesting. Alright, we'll cover this. You know what? You know what? The people have spoken. The people have spoken, chat. They have said what they wish to see, and who am I to deny them? One sec, chat. Gonna add it to the sacred scroll. Paper Mario. The people have sporked. Exactly. Alright, I'll cover that, Slashy. Seems like a pretty good topic. I appreciate the hard work. And Alexia, thank you for the 3 Tier 1 gifted subs. Hot damn, thank you for the $15. Very kind of you. And I hope that, Circa 111, Charley, and Thorn Princess appreciate those Tier 1 subs. Says, can you redo the last segment? My cat was making buns on my stomach. We didn't do a last segment. This is about to be the first segment of the day. Thank you for the $15, though. I appreciate it. I always called it making biscuits. Or making cookies as well. But making biscuits works as well. Whenever a cat does that thing where they need your... For me, it was always my leg. Luna would sit in my lap and knead my leg like crazy. And it hurt because she'd use her claws. She'd be like... And then pick up some of my, like, flesh and then drop it. And her claws would just, like, rip out as she drops it. It's just like, oh, Luna, stop! You bitch. You're such a bitch of a cat. But I love you. It's always how it would go. I loved that cat. Murphy uses his claws. Aww. You're getting clawed up. Yeah, cats are assholes, aren't they? Real bitches. But we love them. Those little demons. We let them live in our houses. Make us bleed. They look at us with, like, just a glare. You know how cats look at you. They just give you that look all the time, unless you're actively feeding them. And yet we still can't get enough of them. Because they're so adorable and so soft. Cats are awesome. What's up, Heavy Gretel? Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Just redo the last segment of the last stream then? No, I think we're fine. I don't think that's necessary. Yeah, Luna would climb up on my shoulder like a parrot on her own. I never had to put her there. She'd just do that. Funny-ass cat. Alright. Ugh. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, this might be the most viewer-requested topic I have ever received and been asked to cover. Like, so viewer-requested that one of my fans wrote out an entire, like, outline of the drama, summarizing the backstory and including a bunch of relevant links to showcase, like, the narrative that's going on. Like, the truth, the narrative, and the lies, right? Really neat. They titled it, everything. It's really cool. Conservatives are mad that English Paper Mario is now accurate to the Japanese source material. So Paper Mario, I believe, is, you know, it's a Mario game. It's pretty obvious. Put out by Nintendo. And the whole point of it is it's sort of like a little bit of an artistic and functional directional change for most Mario games. The whole idea is that, like, you're in a paper world, and a lot of the mechanics apply to this, like, cardboard cutout paper drawing world. And it's got some neat mechanics and stuff. But apparently, in the original Japanese dub and writing and subtitles, it was very clear that a particular character was trans. Basically, like, effectively trans, basically a trans woman. And that didn't follow over originally when this game came out in the localization, in the dub, or the, like, translation of the subtitles. But then, today, they're apparently putting out, like, an update or a remake or a remaster of Paper Mario, and in it, they are going to properly localize the English subtitles and dubbing, such as that character is very clearly indicated to be trans, as they were in the original source material. This is, of course, something that is going to set off a lot of people. I should say a lot of chuds, actually, not people. So this is the story as I understand it. Vivian, a party member you recruit in the game, was not accepted by her sisters, as she was actually biologically male, but wanted to be seen as a shadow sister like them. This was in the original Japanese version of Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door. The big deal is that the remake kept that aspect for the localization. So this is what people are upset about. Resources covering the recent remake keeping this aspect of the character from the original script. Resources covering the recent remake keeping this aspect of the character from the original script. Okay.
Ahoy, folks!
So I guess this is a non-negative covering of this. That is just, like, explicitly a pro-trans, like, message and allegory, by the way. Like, yes, this character wants to be a shadow sister, but she was born male, and so they didn't accept her. Isn't that sad? Isn't it wrong not to accept somebody for who they, just, like, outright, like, presenting a character that is effectively trans to an audience of mostly young people and explicitly writing it such that the only reasonable valid opinion is that, oh man, they're real bitches for not letting her be a shadow sister.
Triss here with a quick update on Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door. Now that reviews for the game have dropped, all sorts of details are coming out about the game in the days before its release. One of the most heavily discussed details of the game is Vivian, specifically her gender. The original GameCube version and its various localizations sparked many debates over the last 2 decades about whether Vivian was a trans woman or not. The original Japanese version of the game, as well as several localizations, indicated that she was trans, but in English and other languages, this was omitted. And we finally have our...
Aren't there, like, positive representations of trans women in particular in, like, Japanese media going back to, like, the 90s and 80s, like anime and, like, old movies and shit? Like, what is faux pas not necessarily going to follow across, like, an entire fucking, like, half the planet-sized ocean, right? Like, Apparently Japan has for a long time been a bit better about trans issues in some areas than America. Funnily enough, they completely ungayed Sailor Moon back in the day. Sad. But, you know, like, there's a very weird relationship with, like, homosexuality that a lot of Japanese media has, where it's, like, almost a like, nexus of it, while also, in some areas, being a bit, like, opposed to it. It's interesting. There were so many trans and gay people in that show. Which show? Oh, One Piece. Or not One Piece, Sailor Moon. I think One Piece at one point had trans characters too, right? Like, One Piece is like, explicitly pro-LGBT, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Most popular anime has, like, a generally positive message. Like, ironically enough, some of the most popular anime it is, like, effectively about toxic masculinity. I honestly think if you break it down, like, in a way, Eren Yeager's entire character arc is, like, a deconstruction of like, how toxic masculinity and male aggression is not, like, a valid way to solve problems. It only, like, gets you into worse ones, right? Like, it's funny how much of anime is actually a subversion of tropes that you would expect the anime to follow. One Punch Man is obviously an explicit example, but another good one is Cyberpunk Edgerunners, actually. I think Cyberpunk Edgerunners, to an extent, criticizes that male aggression aspect of being, like, the way to solve problems pretty well when you consider how it ends. Like, sure, it's a happy-ish ending, but you wouldn't see how that story goes and then be like, I want to be like him, you know? I want that to happen to me. I want to follow that path, and I want to have that kind of, like, mental development occur to me that gets me to the same exact place as him. No one is going to see that and be like, that's what I want to happen to me, right? So, it's interesting. Ironically enough, popular Japanese media, surprisingly woke. Both more recently and going back quite some time.
Our answer now. Based on a screenshot uploaded by My Nintendo News for their review, we can see this line of dialogue from Vivian. Truth is, it took me a while to realize I would.
Edgerunner's ending was happy? Yeah. Like, yeah? Do you know how Cyberpunk tabletop campaigns go? Like, Cyberpunk 2077 breaks the general canon, like, lore vibes of Cyberpunk more than any other Cyberpunk media ever. The trend for a Cyberpunk campaign is at the end, all your characters, your whole campaign, you, your friends, everybody, your characters, all get destroyed by Atom Smasher at the end of a campaign. That is the trend. That is the tradition for a Cyberpunk tabletop campaign, is your entire party gets wiped by Atom Smasher at the end, because he's impossible to beat effectively. So, in comparison to how you would expect that story to go, it actually is quite comparatively happy. People survived.
It was their sister, not their brother. Now their usual bullying feels heavier. And there we have it, folks. It's now officially confirmed by Vivian.
Yeah, the one stat that Atom Smasher doesn't have maxed is the one that having 0 of is a benefit, you know, to your strength and power.
In herself.
That's humanity, you know?
She is a trans woman. Nintendo really did it, and I couldn't be happier about it. This kind of representation is big, and I know many people are going to be happy to see Vivian's story arc in this game. Plus, hey, battles against Beldam now mean we get to really fight a trans.
Wait, doesn't that literally mean that, like, the original game dub localization essentially destroyed that character's character arc and made it nonsensical? How does that character's arc how does Vivian's arc make any sense if the lore doesn't tell you she's trans? Is it just like, for no reason, they didn't accept her in the Shadow Sisters? For undisclosed reasons, they did not accept her. What? They call her ugly. Ah. So it's, okay. This isn't even the first trans Mario character? Birdo was? That's wild. Man, Mario's been woke for a while.
Big. And I know many people are going to be happy to see Vivian's story arc in this game. Plus, hey, battles against Beldam now mean we get to really fight a transphobe. But what do you guys think?
Nice.
Are you happy we...
Vivian's also like a very trans name. I feel like I've met maybe 1,000 trans women named Vivian online, you know? Like, it's one of those names like Emily or like Elizabeth or, God, what's another common... What's a really common trans woman name? Like, obviously Emily's super common. What else? What else? I'm trying to think. Never met a trans person named Lucy. Never met a trans person named Aurora. But there's another name that's like really... Natalie. Yeah, Natalie. Yep, that's a common one. Don't know why. Natalie is super common. I've met a lot of Natalies that are trans. Melody? I haven't met any. Lilith. Lilith is another name. Weirdly common among trans women. What's a really common trans guy name? I feel like I don't see a lot of trans guys with the same name. But something I find very common is a lot of trans dudes I've met go by a nickname. Yeah, it's usually like a 3-letter nickname. Kai or something. Cal. Like something along those lines. Like a 3-letter shortened nickname. I've met so many trans dudes who go by a name like that. Just a 3-letter, like shortened, half their name, mostly a nickname. I don't know. Weirdly common. Not talking shit or anything. Just observing. Just observing. Oh my goodness gracious, this is not an edit. We won so hard. Oh boy, people are celebrating this. Truth is, it took me a while to realize I was their sister, not their brother. Now their usual bullying feels heavier. Aww. That's just explicit, isn't it? That is just explicitly a trans character. The current cope is that in the original Japanese version, they were just a cross-dresser or a femboy. I provided the original Japanese script from TCRF where you can see Vivian is shunned and punished for wanting to be seen as a shadow sister when her sisters consider her a man. These are the lines. One of the shadow sirens, Vivian suffers from a bit of an inferiority complex. That's Vivian. She's the youngest of the 3 shadow sirens. We are the 3 shadow sisters, shadow beauties, the 3 shadow sisters, the 3 shadow beauties. What, Vivian? What did you say? We're the shadow trio. Vivian, you nincompoop. What are you babbling about? It's shadow sirens. Where are these 3 sisters? Aren't you a man? I don't see 3 beauties, I see 2, but then there's you, and you're plug ugly. Oh, I'm sorry, sis, it was an accident. Alright, sis, I'm sorry, it's just, you always call us lovelies and all. So yeah, it seems like they're just all really mean to her. And she's just trying to, she's just kind of a bottom, low-key. Look at this line, ah, gee whiz, I hate being punished. That's bottom writing right there. They knew what they were doing. Okay, interesting. Mario Pronouns Guy coping and having a meltdown. Check the rest of the Twitter replies on his feed. Mario Pronouns Guy. Huh?
No, Vivian isn't a transgender. Vivian was always a joke character, a cross-dresser, not a transgender. He's a dude who is very effeminate, and so his friends make fun of him for it. That's it. It's just another situation to how when Link had to dress like a chick in Breath of the Wild. Nintendo isn't woke.
From Switchblade. YouTuber and editor, channel Switchblade 5. Guy's got 218 followers. No wonder he's a YouTuber and editor. Bro doesn't have a big enough channel to just be a YouTuber. He has to edit on the side. How else are they coping? What else is the cope? I want to see the rest of the cope. Feed me. Someone replied to that tweet. These two things aren't anywhere near the same. Vivian feels right being a woman. Link cross-dressed because it was to save the world. I don't think that it's woke to just have characters who are trans. Yeah, Link cross-dressed to get into like a gender-segregated like town. Sure, it's not very like comparable. But also like the femboy Link from that like segment of the game has been memed to hell and back. Like you're never taking away femboy Link from the LGBT community. That exists forever now. What is better, Xanderhall? Beavis voice or his Alex Jones voice? Or what is better, Xanderhall Beavis voice or his Alex Jones voice? You mean my butthead voice? Or my Alex Jones voice? Well, I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay! You hear me? It's freaking bullcrap! Gay frogs! They're putting chemicals in the sand that turn the frickin' sandworms gay! Like Dune, Alex Jones and Dune. I almost crushed my skull and I laughed so hard. You can't make me laugh while I'm working. That's dangerous. I'm sorry. Are you working on like a car or something? I don't know. I'm sorry. I feel my own throat hurting. Yeah, my throat definitely doesn't feel good after doing that impression, that's for sure. But I've got pretty strong vocal cords. I'm all right. Your Alex Jones voice is better 100%. Now listen, I've seen the documents. I've seen the documents, all right? Trust me, you don't need to see the documents yourselves. I've seen the documents, and I know that these Democrats are lying. They are a bunch of liars, and I'm going to eat them. I'm just going to eat them. That's the only way. That's the only way, people. We have to eat these Democrats. There are globalists who are going to feed your kids to trans groomers. We have to eat them. We must resort to cannibalism. I don't know. I'm excited for when this segment comes out and there's just a bunch of timestamps to the bit where it's just me. Like someone just comments, I skipped randomly forward into the video and Zan was doing an impassioned Alex Jones impression. I will eat your leftist ass. Like corn on the cob. Make a deep fake of this. Butthead would clown the fuck out of Alex Jones. Hey, Alex Jones. I can't do it. I can't do it right now. Hey, Beavis. Hey, Beavis. Have you ever seen Alex Jones? You think Alex Jones has ever scored before? No, I don't know. I can't do it. I can't do it right now. I'm in Alex Jones mode. I can't do another impression. Regardless. Okay. So apparently Grums is coping. Apparently Grums is coping about this now. Paper Mario TTYD localizers made Vivian trans. She was originally a cross-dresser or femboy in the original Japanese, not trans. We have such a problem with kids being forced into gender assignment before they're consenting adults that this doesn't belong in a kid's game by Nintendo of America. So obviously fake fans not just making things up about the original source material, obviously. So this is the line from the characters who are transphobic, that are making fun of and bullying Vivian. So, like, the story is literally that Vivian is trans and isn't accepted by her sisters because she was born a man. But that's not trans to these people, I guess. It's being a femboy or a crossdresser. What's the difference, though? These people don't consider there to be a difference. So why are they now? Anti-woke YouTubers are mad. Why is it now that, like, it's the right constantly arguing that, like, art has to be changed to fit their ideas and their beliefs so they aren't offended? Like, they're offended that there are trans people. Let's not, like, pretend it's anything other than that. They have been offended that a piece of media has something in it that offends them, and they are trying to call for a boycott such that the thing that offends them can be removed from that media, because they're too sensitive to play or consume a piece of media that contains something that offends them. That is the reality of it.
America localization for Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door remake appears to have transgendered the character of Vivian. Before we get to this, I'd like to ask you, please hit that subscribe button. Hit that.
Man, gamers wearing like a fucking hat with a cross on it. Never not going to be a hilarious like imagery. Like, do Christian gamers not know that like video games were demonized by American Christians to the point of like actively pushing for their full unrestrained banning of video games? Like, that was being pushed for by conservative Christians as like the line to toe for all of the 90s and 80s. D&D, satanic, ban it. Video games, satanic, ban them. Pokemon, satanic, ban it. But now these guys are like, I love Pokemon and Jesus. Okay.
That bell for notifications so don't miss any of our future videos here at
Pikachu is my favorite Pokemon and Jesus Christ is my savior.
The Trent Report. Wrote this up over at thatparkplace.com.
Yeah, they've also appropriated heavy metal, or at least tried to as well. Like, conservative Christians tried to ban heavy metal for decades, and now they're like, heavy metal has always been conservative. Death metal, like, all that shit, always been conservative. Like, what do you mean? Counterculture is when anti-woke, and it's like, no. Conservative Christians have been the ones rallying against this stuff for the longest time.
And we have this screenshot, which appears to be taken from the...
It's really interesting how much these people have resorted to just outright lying, you know? Like, the whole Assassin's Creed Yasuke stuff essentially centers around, like, pretending that there is not a Japanese main character in the game that you play as when there is. So the meme is essentially, she's such a good shinobi and assassin that everyone's, like, they couldn't see her. She's invisible. They've forgotten she exists. And they're screaming, why isn't there a Japanese protagonist in the game that takes place in Japan? They're, like, forgetting there is. She's a shinobi. She's the assassin that you play as. Yasuke is not an assassin in the game. He's just the samurai heavy character. The actual assassin main character protagonist, you could argue, the character who will have the assassin arc is, I forget what her name is. Naoi or something? Naoi? I've only seen the trailer once so far. Like, funnily enough, most of the conversation happening around this game is only, like, most of this game's publicity is being brought to it by the hate push, you know? And funnily enough, it's going to lead to a massive distraction from the fact that it cost $130, which I'm not a fan of it. And while, yes, when you adjust for inflation, video games would cost $130, like $60 adjusted to, back then, adjusted for inflation now is $130 roughly. But it still means you've got to pay for pay $130 for a game when $60 has been the standard for a long time. So it's a pretty big bummer that the games industry is moving towards the $130 standard for new games. Like, that's not going anywhere, guys. That's the standard now. That's just an inflation adjustment. Excuse me, we've gotten from 70 to 130 here. I was going to play this. Excuse me, we've gotten to 70 to 130. Here I was going to play this. I'm confused by what you worded there. No, yeah, like, inflation has been rampant for, like, decades, and video games have been $60 on release for, like, 20, 30 years now. It only makes sense that eventually that would change. Eventually. It's unfortunate, but it is. It is reality. Are they already moving to 130? Yeah. No, the standard for AAA game releases is already moving up to 130 because that is the inflation adjustment.
Paper Mario The Thousand-Year Door remake, which comes out later this week. I believe it goes on sale May 23rd. Obviously,
to add on to what Ride the Rails said, clarification, that's the USD adjustment. There will no doubt be poor localization of prices in other countries, so places like Brazil and whatnot are going to have a very hard time when it comes to purchasing these $130 games.
The career page, it's since been removed. If you go there was a 404 error, but got an archive link. But it was for a localization production special, so I don't know why they removed it. Maybe they filled the role. maybe they didn't like our coverage of it.
Man, that guy is boring as shit. We are not watching any more of his video. Let's see. Mario fans have dealt with them by just attributing their words to Beldam and just repeating that meme en masse. One of the Shadow Sisters that bullied her. Good example. Let's see. So this is somebody quote tweeting the Coper. The villains, the ones saying the line. Okay. I get the joke. That's funny. I like that. I like that. Is there more? There's another one here. There's another one. POV, you said Vivian is a boy on Twitter in front of the Paper Mario fandom. Beldam speech bubble. Dude, that's fucking fantastic. Unironically, I love that villain design, though. That is a fucking hilarious villain design, I'm not gonna lie. Just... He looks like a Smiling Friends character a little bit, you know what I mean? Just a goblin. Like, ain't no way $100 plus gotta be for the special/deluxe editions. I'm sorry, guys. Get used to it. AAA game releases are going to be $130. And it's only going to be more prevalent. And the prices are only going to go up because inflation. Don't you love capitalism, guys? The only way for this to change, by the way, is if demand for these products drops substantially. As per the supply. You know, obviously there's no physical, tangible supply when it comes to digitally distributed games. But if the price goes down, or if like the demand goes down substantially, typically the price is going to fall as well. And so that's how you fight against inflation, is you find a way to drop demand for a product so that they're forced to drop the price despite inflation. So really it would require a massive, substantial boycott of AAA game releases by gamers in order to have a serious impact. Discs exist, games can be printed on discs. Yeah, but you guys know what percentage of game sales are now digital distribution now, right? Paper Mario is only $60. I'm telling you guys, just watch. Year by year, more and more games are coming out that are $130. That is the adjusted for inflation price in 2024. More and more companies are going to justify it with that number. That's like people who buy trucks that are not trucks anymore. I mean, sure, but hey, some games you can't get a physical copy of. It's just how it is. A lot of indie games, for example, can't afford a physical copy of. Granted, those don't tend to be AAA, but still. Wow, that's really funny. I don't really know much about Paper Mario, but I find it hilarious that the entire community seems to be coming together to just make fun of the fake fans trying to butt their way in to incorporate this game into their culture war nonsense. But, like, it's just another example of, like, all these pieces of media being appropriated by grifters like Grums who are pretending to have been fans of this media so that they can report on the true fans fighting against the wokeness, when in reality it's the other way around. Really funny stuff, honestly. If you enjoyed this video, though, please consider leaving a like or a thumbs up. No matter when or where you're watching, it really helps the channel and my content a lot. Subscribing and ringing the bell icon and commenting down below does the same, so I really do appreciate it. And of course, if you haven't already, please consider following my social medias linked down below in the description. And of course, consider supporting me financially if you haven't already by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live. Or you can support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Streamelements, Patreon, or buying merch on my Streamlabs merch page linked down below. And you can also, if you haven't already, join the main hub of my fan base, which is my Discord server, linked down below in the description. It's totally free. I host watch parties, game events, and call-in streams there, as well as announce all my new uploads and streams. So you won't miss anything if you've got notifications turned on there. Please consider joining if you haven't already. And I hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you again soon. Hey guys, who was here for the From finale watch party we did last night? I know you were, Heavy Gretel. We finished up From last night in the Discord. Good to see so many of you guys were here. I have notifications. Based. I was. Based. Darn it, I missed the watch party. I was going to catch up. Sadly, TSW Shadow Wolf, it seems you did not have notifications on in the Discord. I didn't lead in from stream, as I will not lead in from stream for a lot of watch parties. So you guys have to be in the Discord and have notifications turned on already, or you're going to miss some watch parties. I missed the first 40 minutes, but I knew enough of the connections, was eating at the time. That was last night, damn it. Gotta turn on those notifications, Asmon's Wallblood. I was busy last night, sadly. Aw. I was working, sadly. Aw. What show was that? From. It's fantastic. I'm really excited for Season 3. It's gonna go hard. Obviously, we got the teaser trailer here. From Season 3 teaser. I'm excited for the proper, like, full-on trailer to release for Season 3 of From. The fact that we got a teaser must mean it's soon, right? Like, in the next month or two? So that makes sense, right?
You said this place couldn't break you. That's what you said. Let's see.
You're so strong. You're so strong. Just no. I know.
Dude, this place is trying to break him. Has it ever been more obvious that Boyd is the main character, by the way? Like, has it ever been more obvious that Boyd is the hero of this place that's meant to get everyone out? And that is, like, the main hero guy. If he gets killed off, I will be fucking astonished. Wait, could those screams be Julie? I know who those screams are. Like, we've heard screams that sound identical to those screams. Do you want me to say who it is? It's a character who's a woman who we've heard scream a lot, so we've got a lot of comparison. And the screams are identical. Are you okay with me saying who I am 99% sure and pretty much going to be 100% correct as to who the screams are? Say it. I'm fine hearing the answer. It's Sarah. I think it's like, I'm 99% sure it's Sarah. I listened to Julie screaming, Fatima screaming, and Sarah screaming side by side with this. I know, what a bizarre thing to have to compare and listen to, but yeah, it's Sarah. Like, you can't hide that. Unless they're literally pulling some Marvel shit and they put another actress screaming over the real scene, which would go crazy to try and hide it. If this is the real scene and it's unaltered, that is Sarah. Hell yeah, nothing like some good old-fashioned woman screams to wake up to in the morning. Xander Hall turning on notifications now. Based. People think it's Fatima giving birth, but I think that's too dark even for From. It would be a cool idea, but it's too early is what I think. I don't think that she would have, like, been ready to give birth. And the idea that a pregnant Fatima would be able to be caught by the monsters... Nah, she would be, like, the #1 most protected person by, like, everybody who cares about her. It's just unlikely. Boyd, on the other hand, and Sarah being out at night in a situation where the monster's able to corner them is believable. The only two characters I believe would put themselves into a bad enough situation where they would end up here are Boyd and Sarah. They probably went on another run, or, like, Sarah tried to explore out at night and got captured, and the monsters, like, came to the window as Boyd was sleeping and said, "We have Sarah, come to the barn alone, or she's gonna fucking die." And then once he comes to the barn, they capture him. I'm guessing that's what happens, is, like, they capture Sarah because she does something stupid, and Boyd gets blackmailed to come to the barn, or not blackmailed, but threatened to come to the barn, or Sarah dies, and he does, and then they kill her in front of him anyway. because they're trying to break him. And I honestly think everything's about him. Like, not necessarily everything, but I think he is the hero. Like, he is everybody else is playing parts, but he is truly the character who is going to be, like, the guy who takes on the monsters and does the cool shit, as he has been so far. Yeah, it's possible that she could, you know, go further along in her pregnancy faster because people heal faster, but it would be fast. Like, she's not showing it all in the season 2 finale. Did I miss any more Norse or Celtic connections yesterday? Do cicadas or nightmares have any strong... I know nightmares are like an actual monster. I think the worms and the cicada thing could just be a straight-up nightmare. Like, nightmares are an actual thing in Celtic Norse mythology, and I think that's what it could be. Like a physical, tangible nightmare that Boyd released with the worms and the blood magic. Which is what we theorized the worms were blood magic. Could be a time skip between seasons, especially when you consider this scene right here. This is snow. Like, all this is snow. Look at this. The town is snowy. It's wintertime. And I think this is Sarah's body they're wheeling out. That's Sarah's body for sure.
You said this place couldn't break.
Because, like, you can see Boyd is wearing the same thing. He's wearing the same outfit. His clothes are... Weirdly enough, his shirt is torn. His shirt is torn almost like he had to cut himself or got cut, and maybe he still has the worms. Best case scenario for Boyd is either the monsters spared him or that foreshadowing that I think was foreshadowing when Boyd said in the season 1 finale, you know, when you cut a worm in half, it just becomes 2 worms. I think when Boyd spread the worms to the monster, he gave the worms to the monster, and yes, it killed it, but it also released the nightmare into the town. And in the case of Boyd, I think that he's still got the worms in him, which, while with serious consequences, can still be used to kill a monster. And that would be a really cool way to handle it. Boyd is, like, facing negative physical, like, drawbacks to having the worms, but they can, with great consequence, be used to take down a monster or 2. Yeah, monsters inside me be like, yeah. Anyway, really excited for the future from Can't Wait to Watch Party Season 3. It's going to be a lot of fun. Everyone being blind, watching it together. War Penguin, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Asmon's Wallblood. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very base. Thank you for the $5. Says, you get a sub for having them best name in chat. That is a pretty dope name. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, and I hope Asmon's Wallblood appreciates the blue name. Thank you. And then Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that as well. It helps a lot. Said, I mean, this happens, so woke Mario? What's this? Nintendo Japan recognizes same-sex marriages in defiance of country's laws? That's funny. Apparently Nintendo recognizes same-sex marriages. Cool. Based? Thank you for the $5, Pepper T21. Thank you very much. Let me update the dono goal. Man, I feel sleepy today. Why? Namaste from Guyana? Neat. That is a faraway place from where I am now. It's neat that somebody from a place very far away is watching my stream. Actually, I'm curious, chat. Go ahead and type in chat. What country are you watching from right now? Canada, California, Nevada. Patrolling the Mojave almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter. Canada. Man, we've got a lot of Canadians here. I bet they love when I say Ontario. Fromville. Lesbian. The US. Florida. Texas. Canadian. West coast of Canada. Hawaii. Ooh. Russia. Is that real? Norway. New Mexico. Any old Mexico residents here? Any Mexicans in chat? Like actually in Mexico Mexicans, not American Mexicans? Listen, guys, hear me out. We make Xanderhall and Espanol, all right? We make the Xanderhall and Espanol channel, and next we just upload versions of my videos that are just completely dubbed in Spanish. And it's just Xanderhall and Espanol is the name of the channel we uploaded on. It's just re-uploads of everything I upload, but it's in Spanish. I add a yellow filter. That would go crazy. I genuinely find it funny when you say Ontario because I left there and never looked back. Balth said it's fine for me to say Ontario because fuck Ontario. And any Canadians who defend it are cringe. British Columbia is better. I think I'm generally getting the message Balth wanted me to give across well enough here. The Xanderhall Urdu channel goes crazy. Gotta learn Urdu. That's like the most difficult, one of the most difficult languages for an English speaker to learn. Fucking Urdu. Or Hindi. Yeah. Good luck to me learning that shit. I gotta find someone who can speak it to translate. That is the dream, though. Is branching out to, like, make new channels that can be, like, with people who can dub my videos. That would go crazy. Xanderhall in French? I'll never allow that. I'll never speak to a French person. Not really, no. Listen, French women... I'd let a French woman, like, I don't know, like, cut my head off, probably. You ever heard a French woman speak? Like, at that point, you're powerless. You've been debuffed as a man. As a straight man. What the fuck? Listen. You hear... Women will say, I want her to step on me. Men will be like, I want her to cut my head off with a machete. That's how hardcore. That's how hardcore I am. You say you like BDSM? Yeah? Well, here's a machete. Cut my head off! What are you, a pussy? Xanderhall, I just want a woman to destroy me. Real. Real. Just fucking behead me. No, Xan, it's French. It would be a guillotine. Exactly. That's the joke. Who was the person from Guyana, by the way, if I may ask? I believe that was... That was Get a Job. And I'm not going to read the last two words because it includes a word that I, as a little caucasoid, can't say. I love that word, by the way. Caucasoid. Great word for white people. What's this? Tony Soprano is very progressive. I love the meme where it's the girl crying in the mirror and trying to smile, and it's just captioned, my girlfriend listening to me practice my Tony Soprano impression in the shower.
You personally, how do you feel about homosexuality?
I don't give too much of a shit what people do behind closed doors with consenting adults. What is it, my fault?
No, like, legitimately, though, he's not very... He's not very accepting of gay people, though. I believe he finds out somebody close to him is gay at one point, and it ends up being a problem. He's not big on it. He's not very happy about it. Finish the video? Oh, shit. I already... Here, okay.
You personally, how do you feel about homosexuality?
I don't give too much of a shit what people do behind closed doors with consenting adults.
Oh, okay.
What is it, my fault? You're twice as likely to be robbed by a black...
You personally...
Fucking hell. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it, Tony. You were so close. God damn it, Tony. You were so close. Yeah, to be fair, it wasn't behind closed doors, so I guess he would have a problem with it, I suppose. Would I ever learn Italian? Or try Italian food? Well, Lone Cat, for starters, I'm Sicilian. Second, I've had a lot of Italian food, because my great-grandma was from Italy, like straight up from Sicily, and had an old-ass dusty tome of an Italian cookbook. I wish I remembered the name, but it was an Italian name on the cover. But I remember it was like sort of a darkish bluish green. Like, my grandma ended up teaching me a bunch of those recipes, so I have both made and eaten a fair amount of, like, insane Italian food. I've never been to Italy, though, and I don't know Italian. Well, I don't know much Italian, and I haven't been to Italy, sadly, but one day I will. I would like to go to the town in Sicily that, like, my family comes from, though. That'd be dope. That'd go hard as fuck. I'm sure my mom's watching stream and can give me the lore dump. She usually is watching stream, and she got super into, like, ancestry stuff not too long ago, and so I know most of the stuff from her. And so I have a pretty good idea. Also, I have, like, my great-great-grandparent, like, great-great-grandfather, I think it would have been, and great-great-granduncle fought in World War II against the Nazis. And there are photos of them on the Western Front, or the Western Front during World War II. They're like old, scratchy-ass photos, but they exist. And I haven't seen them in a long time, but they're pretty cool, so that's neat. She was an indentured laborer sent to British Guiana in 1836. I don't know what you're referring to there. Yeah, I got super into ancestry stuff too, and that's how I found out about the, not gonna say that word, genocide. Yeah. The Democrats need to find out how to not be useless and replace the liberals, because right now the liberals are also useless, but they are useless in power, which is a bad combo. You know what? I'm gonna ask a scathing question here, Transivity. How are the Democrats useless? Like, could I get an example of, like, how the Democrats are useless? Because I hear a lot of vague references to how the Democrats are bad and useless. Fetterman's hated by all other Democrats. He's loved by Republicans, and the rest of the Democratic Party has disowned him. He's a grifter who ran as a, like, progressive, like, non-traditional, like, actually far left of Democrats guy who fooled all of you guys into voting for him, and then he turned out to be a conservative who goes on Fox News. He's a Republican. The Democratic establishment is absolutely nowhere near as bad as most lefties I hear online make them out to be, right? Like, even just down to the things like Obama was the deporter-in-chief. Turns out, no, he wasn't. Obama did not deport a lot of people. He actually deported far less people than Bush or Trump. And yet you get this, like, false narrative, probably started by conservatives and then believed and pushed by liberals, saying, like, actually, Obama deported a ton of people. He didn't. He didn't, believe it or not. Believe it or not, the Democrat was not worse than a Republican on immigration. That was actually complete bullshit. It's just bullshit that originates before you were, like, likely to be super politically active and you know, skeptical of things like that you hear. I meant Canadian Democrats, not American Democrats. Maybe, okay, sure, but, like, regardless, I hear that narrative a lot, and I'm sure that, like, even in Canada, it's over-exaggerated, but I'm not going to speak too authoritatively, because I don't know for sure, but man, am I getting annoyed with, like, the left wing's obsession with vaguely suggesting Democrats are so bad, but they're actually not really? Like, really not, especially when the only other point of comparison is the Republicans? The talking points of Democrats are useless and liberals are bad on policy is conservative talking points that leftists fall for? Yeah. Those ideas aren't popular with the vast majority of Americans, because the vast majority of Americans, not vast, but the majority of Americans are liberal-leaning, not leftist-leaning, but part of being, like, an internet leftist is kind of tricking yourself into believing you're part of, like, this budding revolutionary movement of young people, like, taking over society and popularizing socialism, when the fact is, turns out every young batch of, like, leftist youth have thought that for decades on decades on decades, and a lot of people are socialists when they're 17. A lot more people are liberals by the time they're 25. I know that sucks, but that is what the stats show. The rate of political radicalism goes down substantially by, like, your mid-20s. College students and late high school students, high rate of radicalism, especially nowadays, tends to drop a lot by the time they're out of college. And so I do think it's important to remember, leftism is nowhere near as popular and is not rising in popularity as opposed to liberalism. If anything, leftism is almost like a stepping stone to liberalism for a lot of people. Believe it or not, that is the case for a lot of young people, especially online these days. They end up being like a conservative, fall into leftism for a while, maybe into being a tanky, and then from there they find themselves as more of a moderate liberal progressive. That tends to be the path a lot of, like, young people online are taking these days. The Dems suck because they didn't usher in communism, some terminal online leftist? Yeah. Well, I mean, like, there's arguments still here, right? Like, people will say things like, well, why didn't Obama codify Roe v. Wade? He could have done that. Turns out, no, he couldn't. And the narrative that he could is a complete lie. Like, he literally, factually could not have codified Roe v. Wade. He couldn't do it. He tried multiple times. He couldn't do it. He was blocked by Republicans. Bush Republicans, by the way. Everything that Democrats get, like, shit for from leftists for not going far enough on is because of the last Republican administration. If we just prevented Republicans from taking office long enough, at that point, at the very least, if Democrats didn't get anything done, there would be no excuse. There would be no clear reason why they didn't get that thing done. And usually it's not even they didn't get it done, it's like they got it done, but not in the most, like, headline, like, breaking story, like, way that they wanted it, right? Like, Biden is eliminating everyone's student debt, but it's like $1 billion at a time, not all in one fell swoop, and so it's not good enough for people. I've even seen lefties argue that if they're not in the next wave of people to have their student debt canceled after how much student debt they've already paid off, then they will not vote for Biden. I'm not joking. I think I liked it because it was so bad I needed to save it so I could show it when making, like, an argument similar to this in the future. I'm pretty sure I saved this god-awful tweet. Ugh. Let me see if I can find it. It's been a few days. Maybe I didn't save it. Oh no, it'd be under my likes, I guess, right? Thanks, Twitter. For sucking. A lot. Let's see. Please tell me I liked that freaking tweet. Please. I don't think I liked it, guys. Uh-oh, it's lost media now. Uh-oh, I didn't like the tweet, now it's gone forever. Uh-oh, I referenced something that I didn't like, or archive, or save, and now it's unfindable. Uh-oh. Okay, you guys will just have to trust me then. You guys will just have to trust me. But yeah, guy literally just straight up tweeting that if he's not in the next round of student debt cancellation, he will not vote for Biden out of spite that Biden didn't cancel his debt before the next, like, pay period, I guess. Jesus Christ, these people are such little whiny babies. Yeah, mark the bingo card. I complained about not being able to find something on the internet. To be fair, I literally did a segment, though, where we went over, like, a story that outright exposed that Google has purposefully made their search algorithm way worse, removing every quality of life change they've made since 2012 on the search algorithm, and boosted ads and AI-generated content, like, stolen by Google from, like, other websites to the top of the results, making it harder to find what you're looking for, so that you have to keep searching for what you're looking for, thus increasing the retention time of your usage of their query algorithms, which is what they, you know, make money off of when it comes to their search engine, is how many minutes you're spending searching things and scrolling through results and seeing ads. Man, we got a angry-ass troll in YouTube chat, it would seem. Probably a gaper. Covering Nick Fuentes always brings out the gapers and gets them really mad. They don't like that I talked about his femboy porn addiction. Or the fact that he's into, like, prolapsed anal kissing. That's apparently what the video that was on his stream was. It was apparently two guys whose anuses prolapsed, kissing. Not like them kissing, the prolapsed anuses were kissing. It's apparently a type of shock porn that exists online. It's like it's... You probably wasn't really watching that, but it's infinitely funnier to believe that he was watching prolapsed anal kissing videos and jacking it off to that, you know? And they forgot to end the stream. Zan, please, what the fuck? I'm just telling you what... Listen, the internet's a dark place. The world's a dark place. Yeah, Nick Fuentes loves his anal prolapse kissing vids. My sides are in orbit. They want people to misunderstand that what fascism means, so while digging for a clear description, they arrive at a conclusion too specific to explain to normies. True. The world is cruel, but it is also very beautiful. Mikasa from AOT. So true. What a good quote. Google fucking sucks now. I might switch to a different browser like Firefox or Opera. Nah. I use Opera, but it's based in Chrome, so it doesn't change much. Zan, I got a funny clips from one of Cirrus's other friends. What's this?
Okay, that's what I thought.
Is this Skonic? Are we gonna get Skonic memes here? Got a Sunset City clip. For those who don't know, these are friends of Cirrus who are friends of the who is a friend of the stream.
So C-Man with $7.99 dues. Hey pup, apart from the stinky foghorn and Pingus, what other sounds have you got on your setup, or do you have to wait for a good time to play them? Angry face for Diamond.
We got a few. We got that diarrhea sound I just played. We got
Michael Jackson.
We've also got
the train headed for Sunset City will be departing soon.
We've got
nice.
Welcome to the Cum
Zone.
And finally,
I love that one.
Holy fuck! I'm coming.
I hate that sound effect so much. I hate it so much. Bro. Despise. Bro, these fake animated covers for goblins, mega cringe. What? Sucks that Cirrus isn't on anymore, but I love Channel Pup. Why isn't Cirrus on there anymore? What happened? What happened? Alrighty. What shall I cover next? I got a good idea of what to cover next. All right, everyone. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, this is an interesting story. We've just got another Biden W. I really think it's important to continue covering these, like, stories as they come out of the different things Biden is doing that are just good. Just good things that he's doing that we could expect the exact opposite to be done by a Republican in office. Several fold over, in fact. White House lauds PACT Act as it hits 1 million toxin claims granted to vets. So for those that don't know, the PACT Act is basically a bill that funds healthcare treatment, medical treatment for veterans who've been exposed to toxic substances while serving this country. It could be repairing a jet and some jet fuel burns off and they inhale the fumes and it gives them cancer. They will be able to make a claim to medical care covered by the government with this plan. So far, 1 million people will see, 1 million vets will seem to have been covered by this so far. I guess. Maybe it's just who have claimed, not going to be covered. We'll have to see. Let's read. The White House announced Tuesday that more than 1 million claims have been granted through the PACT Act, a landmark law passed in 2022 that gave veterans expanded access to apply for compensation and relief related to toxic exposures during service. More than 880,000 veterans are receiving disability benefits through the PACT Act across the entire country and its territories, according to the White House. How many times have you heard a conservative dumbfuck say, "Why are we giving money to Ukraine when we've got homeless veterans here," as a criticism towards Biden? Meanwhile, no Republican has ever done anything positive for homeless veterans. Meanwhile, Biden has provided more than 880,000 veterans disability benefits through the PACT Act, which he signed 2 years ago. It's nearly 1 million vets given disability benefits in 2 years, and yet Republicans do nothing but take from veterans. And yet you will still see Trump supporters attack Biden by trying to claim there are problems here we need to solve, not give money and weapons to Ukraine, despite the fact that what we do give to Ukraine is just old stockpiled weapons and vehicles that we then immediately get to replacing with more modern, good, better shit, which creates jobs, usually unionized ones even, in creating new hardware for the military-industrial complex, which is always going to exist, even if you don't like it, but it's a win-win. For all the things that could come out of the military-industrial complex, it's a rarely good thing that we can stop an aggressive, invasive, adversarial country from taking more land and also make more jobs. And also give 890,000 American veterans health care, President Biden is expected to formally deliver the news later Tuesday during an event with veterans and their families while in New Hampshire. Secretary of Veterans Affairs, VA Dennis McDonough, said that, or McDonough? McDonough? I don't know how it's pronounced. Said the PACT Act has helped to bring VA to vets rather than making them change their lives to come to us. Quote, "Now the president's been quite clear that we at the VA have more work to do and nothing will stop us from fulfilling our sacred obligation to serve America's vets every bit as well as they have served us," he said in a press call. "We won't rest until every veteran and every survivor gets the VA health care and benefits they deserve. The VA still has many more claims to work through. Last year, veterans submitted more than 2.4 million claims, a 39% increase from 2022, for a total of 4.17 million claims since the PACT Act became law." So it seems like a lot of people need to be given health care still, but nearly 1 million is pretty substantial out of 4.17 million. That's a quarter of the people who've applied in 2 years. Quote, "We're processing those claims at the fastest rate in history," said McDonough. The PACT Act also created $5.7 billion in earned benefits for veterans, and more than 5 million veterans have received free screenings for toxic exposures through the law. Oh, they get screenings to see if they were exposed to toxic chemicals too. The White House also released a specific breakdown Tuesday of how many claims have been granted through the PACT Act in each state. Texas has the highest number granted at 110,629, followed closely by Florida at 87,792,000, and California by 74,363. Isn't it crazy that the top two states that have taken the most money from this Biden plan are going to be the hardest red states in the election that are going to swing away from Biden? The states where the most people are benefiting from Biden's policies will go the hardest for Trump. Absolutely hilarious. Just the absolute picture of modern day American politics. Neera Tanden, White House domestic policy advisor, said Biden has been proud of the VA's fast actions and diligent implementation of the claims. Quote, "The pact is changing the way that we serve toxic exposed veterans," she said in a toxic exposed veterans, she said in a press call. "This is truly personal for the president, given his experiences as a military parent." That's true. One of his sons was in the military. There is a personal, actual emotional aspect of this to him, not just I need to make people like me as the president and make people like my policy kind of angle, you know? It was Beau Biden, I believe, died in service. Or no, I think he died of a brain tumor, probably caused by exposure to toxic chemicals during his service, if I recall correctly. Yeah? Military service can increase the health risks as service members can come into contact with toxins from burn pits and other toxic exposures while on duty or in training. But because major diseases such as cancer can take years to develop, it can be hard for a veteran to link service to the disease. The PACT Act, however, made it easier to file claims by presuming that a veteran came into contact with toxins during service and easing the burden of proof for those seeking medical help. It also extended these services for the first time to the Vietnam War, the Gulf War, and the post-9/11 wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. Nice. That's actually really big. That's really, really big. For as bad as the Vietnam War was from an American foreign policy perspective, the actual soldiers that were drafted and forced to fight in that war got a rough go of it, didn't they? 19, 20, and 18-year-olds sent off to fight in a war that, they were definitely they definitely had numbers and the guns on their side, but they didn't have the terrain or the tactics on their side, right? They were in the jungle. They didn't know, stepping on landmines, getting shot from the trees, getting garroted and stepping into fucking traps that shredded their legs, falling into holes and tunnels with spikes at the bottom. Just a really rough go of it. Many of these 19-year-olds watch their high school buddy get impaled in front of them on a spike pit with nothing they could do about it as they watch their best friend from 10 years die in front of them. And they come back home. And unlike most American wars in history, they aren't cheered and thrown a parade when they return. They're spit on and regarded as war criminals who were responsible for the most bad war America ever did and the war that America lost. So these were kids who were drafted and sent off into war, where they were labeled afterwards war criminal, coward, losers, and then spit on when they returned, despite the PTSD and all of the bad things that came out of having to fight. Not gonna lie, Vietnam War veterans got it fucking rough. Yeah, people called them baby killers, even though all of them were drafted and didn't have a choice. Yeah. I'm sure some of them were fucking awful, but, come on. You know? Hassan is confused by that statement because everything the USA does is bad. Sadly, you would never hear this point from Hassan because Hassan kind of necessarily has to misrepresent history to push his ideas. And it took them less than a day to fly home, so they had zero time to decompress and, get used to not being in war like World War II vets had. Yeah. In March, the VA announced that millions more veterans would be eligible to enroll directly into VA healthcare for toxic exposure without the need to first apply for VA benefits, reducing the time to wait for claim relief by up to 8 years. A senior administration official said the conditions and diseases addressed by the PACT Act so far include bronchial asthma, hypertension, and sinusitis. The White House also said in the fact sheet it is prioritizing cancer with the PACT Act, which is what Beau Biden got. The PACT Act is having a big effect across the VA. More than 440,000 veterans enrolled into VA healthcare last year, a 30% increase year over year. The VA has expanded its staff to meet the demand. Quote, the bottom line here is we are bringing more veterans in, the official said. We are, quote, we are getting them the care that they deserve, and they are currently reporting trust levels in the outpatient arena, nearly 92%, which is the highest ever. You know what's wild? There's a few veterans in my, community. One of the most humbling things for me, honestly, is when someone in my chat, and granted, I just kind of have to believe them, but I feel like, you know, there have been people who've told me they've got some wild jobs in my chat in the past, and they've been able to prove it. And so I typically believe it if there's someone who's, like, a regular. But there are people who are actual, like, ex-Air Force, ex-Navy, or actively serving, that are in my community and occasionally hop into chat. And it's always so, like, man, you've seen war. What the fuck do you have to hear from me, you know? Like, what can I tell you? But I appreciate that you're watching me, I suppose. And so hopefully this story appeals to that, like, section of my audience a lot. Like, hey, you know, you got your own story. This is your own segment. But, yeah, the VA is getting stronger from this. More jobs, more money. More support for veterans. This is just a good thing. Isn't it wild how, despite all of this, Republicans are going to still argue that Biden is taking away money from, like, veterans, homeless veterans, by providing support to Ukraine? There'll be absolutely no acknowledgement of this, if they can help it, or they'll try to find a way to get past it. Also, this was originally a bipartisan bill, but the Republicans turned against it because they realized it would make Biden look good if they passed it under Biden. And so Biden took it into his own hands and executive ordered that shit. And here we are. Biden doing it anyway, despite House Republicans trying to block it, so this wouldn't pass in a Biden presidency and make him look good. Again? No, Republicans, every time a bipartisan, like, good bill comes up, the Republicans block it and refuse to support it because they don't want it to pass under Biden because it'll be attributed to Biden's presidency. And they're trying to eke out every bit of support for Trump they can. They're really desperate.
Pushing in the stand. Hey, guys, how you doing?
Hold on, I gotta boost it. Man, I wish Biden just... I don't know if it's, like, the majority of recordings of him being quiet or something, or if his microphones tend to be bad or something, or if he's just bad at speaking into microphones, but he feels so quiet. Like, you've got to really project into your microphone to give an authoritative vibe. Otherwise, you just kind of come off as mumbling and weak and submissive in a way that is not... It's not the kind of presidential that Trump established as to be expected, you know? God, my nose, once again, itching. Every time I stream.
Good to see you. Hope Mommy and Dad have promised you a real gift for doing this.
I don't get
Folks, I want to say, Master Sergeant, I want to thank you for your service and for introduction of me. I appreciate it very much. And congratulations on your promotion. I know your whole family is so proud. You know, when my son, Beau, was promoted to major in Iraq, I happened to be there shortly afterwards, and I said, now you're a feel-great officer. He said, I have no illusions, Dad, who runs the Army. Those folks with stripes on their shoulders. And you do. Well, thank you. Look, I want to thank Senator Maggie Hassan, Senator Jeannie Shaheen, and Congresswoman Annie Custer for their work.
You can almost barely understand him, right? Like, I can if I really try, but, like, he does have that old man way of speaking where you almost want to say, come again, you know? And that doesn't help him in the realm of, like, people really disliking his age. It's like the low approval ratings for Biden are not because of Israel Gaza. I need you guys to recognize this. The low Biden approval ratings have nothing to do with Israel Gaza and how he's handling it, and everything to do with how old people perceive him to be compared to Trump.
Work on behalf of veterans. And former Governor John Lynch is here with his wife, Dr. Susan, who their friendship for years has meant a great deal to me and to my family. And Secretary McDonough, thank you for your leadership, because it really matters. To all the veterans and families that are here today, I want to say thank you. We could never fully thank you for all the sacrifices you've made. Only 1% of the American population, and that's to prepare those we send into harm's way and to care for them and their families when they come home, and if they don't come home, care for their families. Nearly 2 years ago, we took a giant step toward fulfilling that obligation when I fought for and signed the PACT Act. It was one of the most significant.
The only thing I don't like about Biden is he looks identical to the president of the Enclave. You know what I mean? Like, for all we know, like, World War III is coming. Nuclear war is coming. And when it does, Biden starts the Enclave, and it's all going to be real.
Laws ever. It surprised me anybody voted against it, but a bunch did. We set up to help millions of veterans who were exposed to toxic substances during their services. And today, I'm proud to announce the VA just granted its 1 millionth PACT Act claim. 1 million. A major milestone, providing $5.7 million in benefits to 890,000 veterans and their families so far in hand, including 3,000 here in New Hampshire. It matters because too many service members have not only braced in my many times in and out, you could smell it in the air.
I guess this was originally like an hour-long speech. I saw a version of this that was an hour long, so I guess this was like really long originally, which kind of makes sense why he's being so like drawn out, because if he's literally giving an hour-long speech, I'd be a bit tired in his place too, though I've been going for 3 hours. You know, I'm much more energetic, but I'm not, 90 billion years old. But yeah, I definitely wish Biden could bring out more energy more often. I hope he's able to tune it up to 11 for the debates. That's what really matters. His speaking at the debates will be what sets it. If he can be energetic and he can project himself during the debate against Trump, or the 2 debates against Trump that we currently have planned, then that'll do it. That's what people need to see.
When our troops came home, many of the fittest, best trained warriors we've ever seen, we saw like in 9/11 fighters, for firefighters. They were incredibly helpful in making my case, because what happened? Look at all those firefighters that died of cancer as a consequence of being exposed to those toxic fumes. Headaches, numbness, dizziness, trouble breathing, cancer, brain cancer.
Ooh, good mention, Delancer. Apparently part of the PACT Act helps homeless vets get housing. Literally helping homeless veterans. But hey, Biden is bad because money to Ukraine is bad, but I'm totally not pro-Russia, though. I'm totally not pro-Russia. It's just because I care about homeless veterans. Totally. Like every Midwest conservative dumb fuck on Twitter.
Folks, you suffered long enough. You shouldn't have to prove that your illness came from their service. But thanks to the PACT Act, you don't have to prove it now. My son Bo was one of those veterans. So this is personal to me and my family, and to his family and his children, and so many of yours. So I took office. I determined that come hell or high water, we're going to protect the heroes and protect our nation. We learned a terrible lesson after Vietnam, as those harmful effects of Agent Orange took years to manifest and left too many veterans without the care they deserved, because they had to prove.
Didn't we test that on our own people? My grandma said something about being on the beach in Florida and planes flying over and crop dusting the beach with, like, orange shit. And they promised it wasn't poison or something. I don't know. I think it was, like, pesticide. Wasn't that, like, a big scandal or something? Wasn't there, like, a big scandal about that? Like it leaked out? And half of Vietnam, yeah. Like, there was literally, like, planes carrying it that leaked, flying over civilian populations. And it literally, like, dosed people on beaches, because they'd fly along the coast, and people on beaches got dosed. And I think it literally happened to my grandma as a kid. Well, as a young lady, I guess. She wouldn't have been a kid. Are you talking about Agent Orange? I think so. I might be wrong, but it was some sort of chemical that was toxic and used in chemical warfare that was being transported above civilian populations in the U.S. insecurely thus allowing particulates to, like, fall onto civilian populations of Americans in, like, the 60s and 70s, and I think the 80s, and it was really bad. Really, really bad. Honestly, it might have been when my mom was a kid. I'm trying to remember. But this is a story I heard when I was young. But, yeah. Hey, I left for dinner and got back. Expanding veteran healthcare. Based? Yeah, Biden's based. Sounds like a modern folktale. Maybe true, IDK. Granted, I did hear the story from my mom, and she's been known to make things up. She has been known to make things up. So, there you go. You guys can do the research for me and tell me if that's real.
That every illness they had was a consequence of Agent Orange, which is often too hard to do. That's why I co-sponsored Agent Orange Act as a senator way back in 1991 to support veterans exposed to toxic substances in Vietnam. That's why I pushed to pass the PACT Act, so today's veterans don't suffer the same painful, frustrating delays and denials. That's why
we did test Agent Orange on our own people? Really? It was an herbicide used in Vietnam. Wouldn't surprise Americans were exposed? Yeah. I know that there was something about it being improperly transported, civilian populations getting crop dusted with it, basically. I know on beaches it was a problem. That's really the most I know from, like, I just heard stories about it, okay? I don't know. I didn't do research on it, okay? I've just heard stories. I grew up in Florida. People talked about that shit. Tested on Canadians, too? Well, that's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with us testing toxins on Canadians, as long as it's not on our own people. I'm just kidding. Obviously, it's horrific. America does suck sometimes, believe it or not. It doesn't always suck, but it does suck sometimes.
we continue to work around the clock to get benefits they deserve and get them now. Many of you and your family members and advocates fought for years to make this happen. Folks literally slept on the Capitol steps the week we were fighting this out in the Senate to get it done. They literally slept on the steps. After 41 Republican senators, a vast majority...
Well, to be fair, a lot of those veterans that were sleeping on the steps were homeless. Where else were they going to sleep? Sorry. That was an in poor taste joke, but I think a good point as well.
That caucus voted against the bill, against expanding health care for disabled veterans. New Hampshire's congressional leader Afghanistan can enroll. Over 145,000 veterans are now getting care as a result of that one change. The law also provides regular toxic exposure screenings to catch problems early when they can be dealt with. It expands access to disability benefits, including monthly payments for folks who have fallen sick. We've made those benefits effective immediately. Immediately. The law is... Look, the bottom line is...
How much you want to bet Trump somehow gets all the credit for this from voters? I'm going to guess that it's just going to be suppressed or nitpicked for wherever it's, like, lacking. Like, wherever it's not perfect, it'll be nitpicked or suppressed and ignored. Anything Biden does that's just so objectively good you can't twist it to be bad, it's all about suppressing the story, refusing to talk about it, and pretending like it's boring and not worth looking into. Because if someone, say, a pro-veteran conservative reads about this, they're going to be like, huh, Biden actually did something for homeless and sick veterans. Okay, maybe it doesn't suck as much as I thought. And they don't want that. They don't want there to be exposure to stories like this that are impossible to twist into something bad.
People not being sure we'd get it done without a lot of complication. The law invests in new facilities, new research, more healthcare workers at VA hospitals. And I'm committed to making the long-needed upgrades in the facilities, the VA's facilities right here in New Hampshire. For families who have lost a loved one, the PACT Act means monthly stipends of about $3,000 a month for a surviving spouse with two children. And by the way, surviving spouse gets those benefits for the rest of their lives. It means tuition benefits for children to go to college, to get job training.
That's
I'll
huge.
never make up for the loss.
That's huge. Surviving spouses of fallen soldiers getting, like, forever benefits for raising their children and stuff. Huge. That's big, massive, enormous, huge. So many soldiers knowing about this are going to, like, breathe a huge sigh of relief that if anything happens to them, they know for a fact the VA will take care of their of their wife and their kids and stuff, or their partner.
Lost a piece of your soul, the husband, wife, son, daughter. But we owe it to folks, all of them, everyone we can, to help put their lives back together, because it's tough stuff. In America, we leave no veteran behind. That's the motto. On my way here today, I met with veterans named Lisa Clark over at the VFW. She served in the Air Force, where she met her husband.
My stepdad's dad was a VFW member, and every Christmas we'd go to visit him, because we'd visit, like, obviously my mom's side of the family and my stepdad's side of the family. And my stepdad's dad was very, very nice guy, like just a giant of a man. I need you to understand, like 6'6", maybe 6'7", and quite wide. Okay, an enormous fucking guy. And I was like 12 years old, and it was really funny that this, like, I wouldn't say he was grumpy, but like you would look at him and be like, oh, wow, this giant of a man who's like at the VFW, probably kind of grumpy, right? Probably doesn't want to be fucked with. But no, he was very friendly with me and always very nice. And they had like a machine that just you put money in and it gave you scratch off tickets in this VFW. It was basically just a really nice bar. There was a stage area for, I guess, like events. They had like karaoke area. It was just like a big hangout, but mostly a bar. And they had this like vending machine of scratchers. And he gave me like a 50 every Christmas when I would go there to, like, we just stay at the VFW to hang out with him on Christmas. That was just the hangout place. You know, all of his buddies are there and everything. That's where he hangs out. And so I'd put the money in the thing and just get a bunch of scratchers and sit there all night just scratching off like $51 scratchers with a quarter. It was fun. It was a surprisingly fun thing we'd do on like Christmas Eve, or I think it was like in the evening on Christmas Day. Sorry, like after Christmas Eve, like in the at the end of the day, we'd go there. Really funny way to spend Christmas. But yeah, VFWs are cool. VFWs are cool. I think you can get accepted if a member lets you in, like if you're a guest of a member of the VFW. But the way that works is like you have to have either served or be the son or daughter of someone who served. Then you can be a member. But then at that point, I think there's a cutoff. Like you can't be like the son or daughter of someone who's the son of or daughter of someone who served and have membership. It's got to be like a personal connection kind of thing. But if you're a member, you can be given like you can have like +1s to come visit. You know, it's a slightly exclusive club, but not super exclusive. So it's kind of special to have been able to go into a VFW before. So just find it to be an interesting story for those of you guys that don't know what they're about. It's basically just like a hangout club for veterans and their families.
Bad engineer who served in Vietnam.
And their friends.
They were together 42 years. He was exposed to Agent Orange during his time in Vietnam, and last year he passed away from cancer.
My wife is a former Marine. Maybe we can get it, IDK. Oh, for sure. If your wife is a former Marine, oh, 100%. Your wife will be able to become a member. Your kid would be a member, and you could just be the +1. You'd be welcomed anytime that your wife is there, I'm pretty sure.
Thanks to the PACT Act, the burden was not on Lisa to prove the Agent Orange cause of cancer. And thanks to that, the PACT Act, Lisa now receives $1,600 a month survivor benefits. It doesn't take away the pain of losing her husband, but it allowed her to keep living in the same home they shared for 20 years. Service is a tradition of Lisa's family, as so many of your families are in this room today. Her dad, Anthony, joined the Navy when he was 18 years old, served in World War II. He's now 96 years old, and I think he's here in the room today. Where are you, Dad?
Like, I love Biden because I can tell how genuine he is. Like, he's actually genuine. He kind of comes off as a little sad here because he's probably, like... I'm going to try not to give him as much shit because low-key, think about it for a minute. The thought of his dead son is probably impossible to get out of his mind right now. Like, he is speaking to a bunch of veterans about about a bill he signed to provide medical care to veterans who are suffering from the same fate that killed his son. He's probably fighting back tears thinking about his actual dead child right now. So I can kinda I feel maybe I shouldn't nitpick too much about the tone of his voice when you think about it, like, a bit. He may be the president, but he's also an actual human whose son died to the thing that he wrote this bill to keep other sons and veterans from dying to the same thing. Like, it's a genuinely emotional moment for him, it feels, you know? He kind of comes off, the more I think about it, like a wise old man here when I'm not, like, looking at it through the lens of negativity and low charitability. Wait, is Hunter Biden dead? No, Beau Biden. He had another son, Beau, who was in the military, and he died years ago from a brain tumor. Yeah, different son.
Like my deceased father-in-law.
Biden has already confirmed he was at the edge of tears the entire speech. Oh, okay, so I'm right. Like, he has already come out and said he was fighting back tears here. Okay, makes sense. This is actually personal for him, to be fair.
As we say in the Catholic Church, no purgatory for this guy. 5 daughters. Straight to heaven. And by the way, I say to every young man thinking of getting married, marrying a family with 5 or more daughters. I did. My wife's the oldest of 5 sisters. You know why? One of them will always love you. Not the same one. One of them will always be on your side. That's the biggest advantage of marrying into 5 daughters.
I think the joke he's making there is that sisters argue and disagree all the time. So if you're ever in an argument with your wife, you can go to your wife's sisters and be like, hey, do any of you agree with me? And one of them, at least, of the 4 will want to, like, fight with her sister and will take a contrarian position. So no matter what, one of the sisters of your wife will always be on your side. Either your wife or her sisters will be on your side. And so somebody will be in your park. Like, yeah, I get that. That's an old guy joke. But I get it. I get what he's getting at there. Sisters, they like to fight. And when you have a disagreement with your wife, it's nice to have somebody on your side. Even better if it's your wife's sister or sisters. I almost felt like that came off as creepy at first, but then I got the joke. Man, I wish Biden's, like, humor didn't come off as, like, creepy, like, old man humor, like, if you didn't get it, right? If one of Biden's jokes misses, it misses hard. But if it hits, it's not a bad joke.
Lisa's brother-in-law and nephew also served in Iraq and Afghanistan. They're exposed to toxic burn kits because they're both fighting lung now. Because of that, they're fighting lung and heart disease. The PACT Act is finally getting them the VA benefits they deserve. Lisa's called it a game changer and says volunteers, and she volunteers at the VA in Manchester to quote, as she says, to give something back. She's already given a lot. Lisa, you spent years giving back. It's time we have your back and have it now.
Biden is based for this. I really hope he gets the proper due credit, but, you know, the online left won't provide it. Let's hope mainstream media does. I'll admit, the fact this is getting as much coverage as it is a good sign. That's definitely a good thing. Regardless, though, if you enjoyed this video, please consider dropping a like and commenting down below. Both actions boost my channel, my videos, and my streams in the algorithm, so no matter when or what you're watching, please consider doing so. It really helps a lot. Consider subscribing, ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, if you want to see more from me online, you can follow my social medias, which are linked down below in the description. And don't forget, if you want to support me financially so I can afford food and lights and a roof over my head, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below. I do have a merch store. I highly recommend you check it out. And of course, if you haven't already, please join my fan Discord. It is the hub of my fan base. I announce all my streams and videos there, so you won't miss anything if you have notifications turned on for it. And I host watch parties, call-in streams, and game events there. So it's the hub of my fan base, free to join. I hope to see you there. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you again. Thanks for watching. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out solid. Although I will say I'm starting to feel a bit hungry, so I think I'm going to take a quick restroom break and grab my mass gainer shake. I already pre-prepared and put in the fridge from upstairs. Because I have to use the restroom and I could have a snack. Here we go. Not quite yet, Periwinkle43, but we will be. Let me read some donos first before I go to the bathroom and get my milkshake. My milkshake brings all the viewers to the yard. Asmon's Wallblood, thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind of you, very based. Thank you so much. It helps a lot. Says, just paying it forward. Oh, have you seen the COD slur run clip? A guy tests to see how fast he can get called the N-word. That's hilarious. I fucking love that. I need to see this right now. Speed running how fast you can get called the N-word for being black on COD. Let's go.
People tend to be really emotional on Rust, so this should be it. Good pistol out for good speed boost. Really good side cancel. Okay, really good side cancel again. Nice weapon swap. This could be it. That's right. We did it. We did it. All the most toxic people.
That's insane.
People play Shipment on hardcore, and it's a smaller map than Rust, so it should get some really good times. Really good side cancel with the Uzi. Really good RPG swap. Really good shot on target. This could be it. So I'm going to be combining the
This goes crazy!
Black Lives Matter strat with the hardcore S&D. Should lead to some pretty good times. Lobby. Oh, BLM. Stop 2.5! We fucking did it! No one's beating that! Let's... TikTok.
I love this guy so much! What the fuck? This guy goes crazy! Holy fuck! This guy is hilarious. The way he reacts to getting called the N-word, so excited, really, sets the... What? He's speedrunning being called the N-word in COD.
So I'm going to be combining the Black Lives Matter strat with the hardcore S&D. Should lead to some pretty good times. Lobby. Oh, BLM. Stop 2.5! We fucking...
He's so happy!
Didn't know it's beating that. Let's... TikTok took down my last world record speed run, so I'm back with another attempt using the same BLM hardcore S&D meta. Hopefully we can get good times. Lobby. BLM. It don't matter. Yes, go! That's the fucking world record! I did it! So I've decided to switch from the BLM strat, which is 3 syllables, to I'm black, which is only 2. Should get some pretty good times. Oh, let's get ready. I'm black. Let's go! I told it was gonna be good! Let's go! In order to get the most toxic...
It's not even that they say it, it's his reaction every time.
Players, we switched from hardcore S&D to core S&D, still using the same OP on black strat. Hopefully we can break sub 1 with this. Let's get ready. I'm black. Oh my god, we did it! Sub 0.5! Alright, so people...
Why does Zan laugh like an accordion? Well, let me do my best accordion laugh. I can't do it now. Now that I know that it sounds like an accordion, I can't do it. Fuck. Jesus. Oh, that's so fucking good. Nah, that's asthma, Zan. What, this? That noise? Yeah, I can pretend asthma pretty well, honestly. Like, if you need to hire, an actor to have, a fake asthma attack for a show, I could do it. I can do all sorts of weird-ass noises with my vocal cords. I can do the grudge noise. My mic won't pick it up, but I can, perfectly. If you're in the dark and you hear... If you hear that shit in the dark, that's me. And I'm coming. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. So you better run. That's vocal fry and can damage your voice. Take it from a trans woman. Okay, listen, I don't want to have a soft feminine voice. I want to have a deep, guttural, fucking vocal fried male voice. So, like, okay. I want to sound like... Let me give you a sample of what I want to sound like, okay? I need a vocal trainer, like, voice trainer to make me sound like this. One day I'll sound like this, and then I'll be happy.
Get in the boat, boy. 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 I told you, boy. Boy. Boy? No place for a boy.
Maybe Freya ought to have a look at the boy.
We shall see, boy. You must say nothing to the boy.
We need to get my voice that deep. I need to sound like my voice is coming from a bubbling cauldron when I speak. I need to sound like my vocal cords are a volcano, belching a voice. Does he ever say the boy's name? He does say the boy's name, yes. Gotta switch from vapes to cigarettes. Gotta switch to cigars and like daily Hennessy like bottles. I gotta become an alcoholic and smoke cigars constantly, I think. Anyway. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Let me see that. Let me see that link. God damn it. Verbal Ace gets chased by Shadow the Hedgehog reel. I really do hope that scene is what they adapt, though, for the next Sonic movie. I hope he comes out of that pod and he's got a fucking gun. I hope he comes out just straight up MP5 in his hand. We're never gonna let him live this down? Did I say Hennessy weird? What? I know it's Hennessy, but I like saying Hennessy. It's funny. Isn't Keanu supposed to be Shadow? Yes, it's gonna go hard as fuck. I hope he just has guns and is like John Wick, but he's a hedgehog. I want him to just straight up be shooting people and killing them. Even if it's robots, I want him to be using guns. It's imperative. It's his whole character is he uses guns, right? Anyway. Thank you for the $5, Pepper T21. And Perry Icefire, thank you for the additional $5 donation. Says, thoughts on this antagonist plotline. A monster hunter organization in the public eye wants to eliminate all supernatural beings, but secretly enslaves them. Also, can I draw you as a wizard? Please draw me as a wizard. Abso-fucking-lutely draw me as a wizard. Absolutely, please. And then also, that sounds dope. A really cool concept, actually. That is a really neat concept. I'm interested to see if you make some cool stuff out of that. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Let me update the dono goal really fast, then I'm going to go use the restroom and grab a milkshake out of the fridge. I will be back. Don't go anywhere. I shall be back. Guys, I'm so excited to upgrade my PC tonight. It's not like a new graphics card or anything crazy like that, but like an SSD, like a proper NVMe SSD that's 4 terabytes is going to revolutionize my PC experience, dude. I'm so ready. Anyway, I'll be right back, guys. BRB. I have returned. And I have my milkshake. And it does in fact bring all the boys to the yard. Oh, I'm trying to... Zed, please. Can you shake your milkshake a bit? I've already shook it. I don't want to risk it exploding onto my computer stuff. Do a submissive and breedable face now. No. No. Do you trim your beard at home or go to the barber? I just trim it at home, man. I take the guard off my razor, or my shaver, and I just shave it down to as, like, close of a shave as I can get it, and still be stubbly. Because I use a shaver, not a razor. And then I just go on with my day, and I use a razor to, like, take out, like, I need to do it now, but, like, I obviously shave everything from about here down after doing that, so that I don't have, like, a neck beard going on, which I don't really, but, you know, I'm a little overcautious about it. So I try to keep it from going past this point around here is usually the cutoff, but I haven't shaved in a hot few days. Neckbeard avoidance is a good thing. Zan, you should check out if your web notifications are working. I only now saw that you were streaming on YouTube subs, not your website. If my web notifications are working... My website gives notifications when I go live? I had no clue that was a thing. That's really interesting. Is that a thing, chat? I had no clue that was a thing. Interesting. Why? Why? Okay. You seem like a chill guy. Definitely the kind of guy I would hang out with IRL. Oh, thank you, Transivity? Transivity? Did I get that right? I think I got it right. Real wizard interview.
Not necessarily
oh my god.
safe to be around.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is Plum Corp Records. This is going to be top tier. Hold on. I had to take a sip before I watch this, because if I take one during this, I might end up spitting it all over my computer. This is Plum Corp Records. This is Filthy Frank. This is the same person who made Dracula Flow. Are we gonna get, like, bad wizards? Is that gonna be the next Dracula Flow? Holy shit.
I'm not necessarily safe to be around.
We smoking some big willies up in here.
Got me a couple of Fem Ferrets waiting for me at the crib. I can't think straight without Zod. I was on Shark Tank pitching a gun.
Good day, mate. I don't give a fuck about none of this. Shit, I'll kill for a perk. Yeah.
Come on, bro. I'm looking for some Zod. You got Zaza, man? The wizard kind? Zaza, man, please.
Zaza, man? You don't smoke Zod, you need to die.
We smoking crocodile egg shaman gelato. Zaza, man.
Got any vent? That mud feel real nice. Got me reaching for the perks.
Holy shit, my balls! My balls are about to get fucked up.
My willy hurts.
You know, smoke the weed, man. Zaza.
My balls are about to explode.
Man, if I don't smoke at least one backwood a day, my balls will explode.
I'm getting way too much money. I got plenty.
One of the wizards is Filthy Frank? Really?
Got any vent? We smoke them gorilla feet wrapped in grava. This is what Za helped me accomplish.
My balls!
I'll smoke whatever I can fuck. I just be on some low shit, to be honest. I'm kind of a wild guy.
My balls are about to explode!
You got any fence?
A fence?
Got any fence? My balls are about to... My willy hurts!
Za turned me into a beast. The Zaza hit harder than a rhino pill. 30 shots of Henny and a 3-5 skunk pussy. As soon as I spot a back that hasn't been blown out, I become a little bit unreasonable. Do you have any perks?
Chat, I pre-ordered the Plump Corp Records Dracula Flow t-shirt. The official t-shirt. I pre-ordered it. When's it arriving? I need to look at... Okay, hold on. Plum Corp Records. Let me see. Yeah, here's the Dracula Flow tee. Oh no, it'd be in my email. Hold on, let me check my email. Holy shit! My stuff delivered from Amazon. I'll be right back, chat. This is important. It's my SSD and stuff. I can't leave it outside. Okay, I got it. Nice. Chat, the SSD and the Thermal Grizz thermal paste has been acquired. I still need Walmart to deliver my can of air spray by the end of the night. Because I want to dust my PC, something I haven't done since I lived in Florida. Repaste my CPU, something I haven't done since I pasted it in the first place building this PC. It's been years, about as long as since I dusted it. And put in the new NVMe SSD that's going to just blow my mind with the amount of space and speed, read and write speed I can achieve with it. Isopropyl alcohol to clean old paste off? Yeah, you just use like 99.9% rubbing alcohol or whatever, and a little bit on a Q-tip or on a little tiny rip of paper towel, slightly, just very gently, basically pick off the pieces of thermal paste from the heat spreader. The heat sink spreader thing, the aluminum block bit, the aluminum block bit is not fragile. Like, as long as I don't get any water or anything in there, I'm not going to get any water on it. Only isopropyl alcohol. But yeah, I'm going to very gently get the old stuff off and put the new stuff on. It's going to be all fine. And put in the new SSD after dusting everything. Dusting's going to come first. I'm going to dust everything first. It's going to be a whole process, chat. Whole dusting of my PC process. It's going to help, though. Florida trash dust in that thing, man. Lol. Yeah, this thing's got Florida dust, California dust, and Washington dust inside of it. When I air compress that thing, there's going to be a wafting mixture of dusts from 3 different states on 3 opposing corners of the country. Frankly, I'm wondering if I should wait a while, move to New York City, and, like, stream there for a year, and do, like, the 4 corners of the dust of the 4 corners of the country, you know? Like, combine it into, like a perfume scent. Like, American Dust would be the name. Don't? Probably shouldn't. You're probably right. You're probably right, Joker. Chat. Do you know how many calories are in this? This is how I bulk. Do you want to know how many calories are in this drink alone? Damn near 1,800. Damn near 1,800 calories in here. Powerful. Very powerful. I love it. Alexia, thank you for the 2 tier 2 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $10. That really helps a lot. And it really means a lot too. Thank you. Here, really quickly, let me, God, I love that, speedrun video. Jesus Christ, that's so fucking funny. Alexia said, a few winters ago, hilarious way of saying a few years ago, I ordered a 1 terabyte SSD card off Amazon, and it never arrived, so I got a replacement shipped. Neighbor found it a month later in his yard, lol. The replacement or the original? Well, that's weird. I hope that doesn't happen to me, but, I mean, my stuff arrived, assuming it's in the box. The boxes are really light. The things that shipped are really light, though, so, frankly, they could be empty, for all I know. Because it's literally a tube of thermal paste, so light you wouldn't feel it in a little Amazon package bag, and a box with a single SSD, NVMe SSD in it, which weighs like a gram or something. So they could just be empty for all I know. I could open them after stream and it's like, empty! You know? It would be a disappointment, but I think they'll be fine. When I repaired computers for a living, I often had to peel dust off the parts because no one cleans their computers out. Peel it off? How did you peel it? What tools did you find most useful for that job, by the way, Default X? Zan, not gonna unbox on stream? It has my address on it, bro. I don't want to have to turn my, like, living here into a goddamn tower defense game as, like, crazy motherfuckers get angry at me and they just find my address online, you know? It's like, okay. Sharpie the address out. Do I look like I own a Sharpie? I moved into this place 6 months ago. Do I look like I own a Sharpie? I'm 24 years old. Yeah, I don't want anyone to raid my base IRL, you know? Like, you don't want to just drop your coordinates in chat in a Rust server. People are going to find out where you live, and they're going to come get you. They're going to come get you when you're not online. Or in real life when you're sleeping. I also don't own a Sharpie. We already know where you live, Zan. You know I live in Seattle, but you don't know exactly where I live. But thank you for the 2 tier 1 gifted subs, Alexia. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. And Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 donation. Very based in Pog. Very, very kind. Really appreciate it.
Sticking out your yacht through the Rizzler. You're so skibbity. You're so phantom tax. I just want to be your Sigma. Freaking come here. Give me your Ohio. Sticking out your yacht through the Rizzler.
Wow. I could do a TED Talk. Do you guys think I should try to do a TED Talk? I'm sure I could pull one off, right? Like a political TED Talk. That's gotta be a thing, right? You're lying. Everyone knows that Seattle's burned to the ground. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. There is no Seattle left. It's just a flaming, charred ruin from all the BLM protests. The Rust experience is spending all day on a base and sleeping and finding it gone. You do often get offline rated, yeah. Hey, Zan, have you heard of the Chronicles of Ilmaz, I guess? I don't know. Never heard of it, no. Zan's living in the ruins of Chaz. True. Yeah, I am. I'm in the last bit of the fortress, still standing. It's like the Alamo. Joel the Dreamer, thank you for the 5 Aussie dollars, said, I feel like American media is more prudish than the 2000s. WAP and Oppenheimer stand out as throwbacks to 2010. I don't think it's that we're getting more prude. I think that it's that a lot of media, even artistic media, presents sex and sexuality in a way that's so unrealistic and artsified that it's cringe, right? Have you ever seen, like, how about this? How many of you have shot guns? Hypers in chat if you shot guns. Especially if you shot guns for the first time later in life. How many of you guys who are into guns, after getting into guns, could never watch action movies the same way again with how fucking awful the accuracy is? You'll actively cringe at the amount of, like, rounds guns shoot without a reload. You'll actively cringe at sounds not sounding the way they should. You'll actively cringe at things like a guy pulling his gun out and then, like, chambering around despite there not being any movement on the slide. It's like he just pulls the gun out and you hear a slide pull back and let go noise, as if, like, he was able to do that, but it's just him pulling out his gun with one hand. Like, that noise being used to symbolize a gun being pulled out in movies and stuff. Infinite ammo, all these things. Like, once you've shot guns and you know guns, that shit bothers the hell out of you. Same goes for medieval whatever. Once you know about medieval technology and stuff, if you see a piece of media that's trying to be historically accurate that fucks it up, it bothers you. Same goes for sci-fi. Like, now that you know, like, once you find out that the pressure at which, like, an atmosphere leaves a sealed area out into a vacuum isn't enough to literally suck a person out into the vacuum of space. In fact, like, you could put your hand over a bullet hole in the side of the ISS and your hand would stop the air from getting sucked out just fine. Hell, tape or a clipboard would do it just fine. Like, once you know that, unless you're watching a sci-fi show that really leans into the science, that bothers you when you see, like, ripped open hull, everyone's sucked out. Right now, you know that doesn't happen, and it's like, fuck, man, that's not how it works. Plus, it's not even sucking, it's pushing. Regardless, though, what was I gonna say? The same goes for sex, I think. I think that a lot of audiences watching movies and TV shows, more so than ever, the way that families get together to enjoy quality time together is sharing media together. And the current meta for television for about a decade now, maybe a little more, has been to establish everyone wants their show to be the it show. The show that is so it that entire families and friends get together every night the new episode premieres to have a party and watch the episodes together as they come out, like a big watch party, because there's that much hype. Everybody wants to have that it show. And if you're going to have a show that's like that, or a movie that's like that, it's a lot harder to enjoy that experience when there's sex scenes in it. Depending on, like, how they're handled, obviously, but if they're just, like, full on, like, we're just going to explicitly do a sex scene here, it's hard to watch with family and friends. I don't care, like, if you think that's prude or something, but the vast majority of people just don't want to sit there with, like, their parents and their, like, siblings and watch, like, I don't know, like insert sex scene from Game of Thrones, you know what I mean? It's just a unpleasant experience for when you're watching media with a group. And I know it's not a very, like, sure, media is meant to make you feel unpleasant sometimes, but, like, it sucks to me that there's so much media I could never in a million years, like, watch with my mom. My mom would love Game of Thrones. The story, the characters, the world, she would fucking adore it. She would get obsessed with it if I could show it to her. But, like, the only way I'm doing that is if it's like, here, Mom, sit down here, have a drink and some snacks. I'm going to turn on episode 1, and I'm going to come back when the first episode's over, and I'll ask you what you thought of episode 1. And then I like do that for each episode and ask for her opinion on a recap, because no fucking way am I sitting through literally any episode of Game of Thrones next to my mom. That would be actually the most awkward, fucking weird experience ever. Whenever there's a sex scene, just jingle keys loudly. That'd be funny, yeah. Tales of Atonement, thank you for the $5. Says, don't call me out. I'll offer you a VA gig. Serious. Ooh. Interesting. Don't call me out. Like, what? Like, call you out? Like, read your message? I don't know what you mean. I mean, I don't know. I like the idea of voice acting, but I'm also very busy. I don't know. I'd have to hear about that. Joel the Dreamer, thank you for the $5 Australian dollars. Says, this is such a Gen Z take. Art is not real. It does feel like I grow up as a millennial in a less repressed time. Do you think there was ever a time where it was normal to sit at, like, the couch and watch a sex scene with your family on TV. Like, no one has ever liked this, and it's one of the most universally memed to be negative things ever. You know? Like, down to the point of, I remember people making memes when I was 12 years old about how, like, when you're playing Grand Theft Auto 5, and you're in the room alone, and it's like an epic car chase with like gunfight, and it's like really cool, and it looks like something out of a movie. And when you're like playing GTA 5 and your parents are in the room, and it's the loading screen with like the lady in the bikini, or like the one where it's the cop bending the lady over the car, arresting her. Like it's like that has just been a thing that people have been annoyed by for as long as that has been a thing people could be annoyed by, right? The Breaking Bad pilot is another perfect example of this, right? Yeah. I don't know. Okay, Lefty Jenna. Not based, but I okay. Anyway. Kyle Casey, thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind of you. Thank you. Said, as someone who worked in aviation for the past 6 years and at major controversial company, currently I can't watch movies with planes the same. Interesting. Oh. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Well, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I mean, fuck, I'm terrified of flying. I'm never getting on another plane again. I'll boat across the sea if I must to visit like Europe or whatever. I'll go the old-fashioned way. Alexia, thank you for the 2 Tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $10 dues. Says, I own a Gauss rifle for tomb defense, since that's what the founding triarchs intended. 4 ad mechs break into my tomb. What the Catan? Very good one. Very good one. Like it. That's a good meme. It's a good meme. I appreciate that. Just as the triarchs intended. Thank you. Anyway, I hope that Terrell and Luna Wuna all appreciate those tier 1 gifted subs. Sorry, I read it as 2. Thank you. Let me update that Dono Golarino. Epic. You guys are so cool. I love you guys so much. Your support is so good. Thank you. Man, I'm so excited to, like, meme up my computer. Oh, shit. Let's see. Okay. Man, that is a tempting video in my recommended. Z-Chum and Wellen get their Rust revenge. Jesus, 3 hours ago. I'm watching that after stream, that's for sure. Okay. Let's us see.
Donald Trump's.
Okay. Who are we about to talk about now, I wonder? You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, guys. So, today something spectacular happened. The Trump campaign, on Truth Social, I believe, posted a video for the Trump campaign, like, advertisement, like, brigade, that was this, like, fake headline video. It's like scrolling through a bunch of newspaper headlines that are supposed to be, like, the day Trump's elected and all the things he'll do. And the main headline is that Trump was elected and sworn into office, but another one of them, as many of you guys have probably already heard, in the small print just outright says, America stands as a unified Reich. For those unfamiliar, Reich is the German word for realm and was most commonly or notoriously used in reference to Hitler referring to Nazi Germany as the Third Reich. I believe the Second Reich was like, it was, wasn't it like, was it Tsarist? Was that the term for it? I forget. There was a lot of history that came before in Germany. Like, Germany's got a fucking wild history. It's way too deep and interesting for me to even, like, dip into because I don't know any of it. Yeah. Basically, the whole, like, Third Reich thing was LARP. It was, like, LARP back then, right? The Second Reich was the Holy Roman Empire. Okay, there you go, right? The Third Reich was LARP back then, of like trying to like recall to like this ancient return past, right? It's always been bullshit. There being an outright Trump campaign ad utilizing Nazi imagery and messaging, though, like in such an overt way, like using Reich even. Now that is a level of explicit I never thought Trump's campaign would dip to. However, supposedly the Trump campaign says that the Unified Reich video was not theirs, though the Biden campaign's not letting it go, thank God, because it's not something that should be let go. That is the most mask-off moment the Trump campaign has had in a while.
Truth Social account posted a video discussing what would happen if he was reelected, with the newspaper headline referring to a unified Reich, which is a word, of course, associated with Hitler's Third Reich during Nazi Germany. Here's the video. The phrase unified Reich shows up very quickly as part of hypothetical news headlines that announces Trump's hypothetical 2024 win. But if you look underneath the what's next,
I like how no matter what, even if this wasn't made by Trump's team and it was just a stolen meme from a Trump supporter, the Trump supporter in question, or his supporters in question, literally want a Reich. Like, they're literally neo-Nazis. And like, he accidentally had to posted a overt neo-Nazi meme in support of him, is the best case, most charitable scenario for Trump and his campaign.
For America headline, the smaller headline reads, industrial strength significantly increased, driven by a creation of a unified Reich. Trump's campaign spokesperson responded to the backlash, saying that the language was not used intentionally, writing in part, this was not a campaign video. It was created by a random account online and reposted by a staffer who clearly did not see the word while the president was in court. But
it's got to be tough, though, because, like, Trump supporters are Nazis. So if you're going to pull a meme that's pro-Trump, you're going to have to look really hard for swastikas and Nazi imagery. That's just how it is. He's the guy the Nazis support. Not every Trump supporter is a Nazi, but most Nazis, at least if not every Nazi, is a Trump supporter.
Biden-Harris campaign isn't buying it and blasted that explanation, saying Donald Trump is not playing games. He is telling America exactly what he intends to do if he regains power, rule as a dictator over a unified Reich. I think they took the post down now, Joe.
Yeah, just took it down right now. John Heilman, this is the sort of thing. Of course, they explained it away.
Apparently before, when I watched a segment where these two were arguing about polling and Biden and Trump, this guy I thought was cringe, but he was actually the based one. I misheard him. He wasn't arguing that the polls aren't going to change because it's a fluke and Biden's going to lose anyway. He was arguing the polls aren't going to change and they're going to stay solid in favor of Biden, which I don't know if I agree with that necessarily. I don't know if I agree with that, like, argument on his part. But it's not as disagreeable as what I thought he was saying, to be fair. So, that'll please those of you guys who are screaming at me about that in the comments.
Kept it up. We understand from Alex, they just now took it down. But this is sort of thing. Again, if we go back and sort of search through the ancient mists of history, back to 2015. This is the sort of thing that if any...
How can you expect me to remember, like, a billion years ago?
Any politician, any candidate, any presidential nominee especially, had unified Reich on something that they reposted, the campaign reposted, the sound you would hear would, like, be brakes screeching to a halt. There'd be...
Well, I think what you got to remember is the left is getting not necessarily more, well, like the radical parts of the left are getting more radical and the radical parts of the right are getting more radical, all the while the right gets more radical. That is to say, like the people who weren't radical right before are getting more aggressively, intolerantly, radically far right than before, it seems. Like the internet has provided the echo chamber needed to turn a moderate Republican into a QAnon conspiracy theory posting nut job.
Controversy, people would be talking about it for a week, people would be fired. Here, it's like a yawn.
Also, come on, let's be real. Let's be real. There was literally one of the biggest Nazi rallies of all time in Madison Square Garden in New York City, like before World War II. Like Madison Square Garden packed to the brim with big swastika banners because the Nazi Party and its like beliefs were very popular in America until we went to war with them because they were allied with the Japanese who actively attacked American soil. So we were forced to go to war with them, and thus Nazi Germany became our enemies, and they very quickly culturally shifted from being that group that are quite popular in America to the anti-American, like, banning sauerkraut, like, era of American politics. But for a while, the German Nazi Party was loved by Americans to a scary degree.
A unified...
Hell, you could get Americans to vote for Hitler himself if gas prices stay too high for, like, 6 months. If we have, like... If gas prices get above, like, what is it? Like, I'd say $10 a gallon, which is really high. But if gas prices get above $10 a gallon, we're going to be Nazi Germany, too. That's just what's going to happen. Americans will literally dig up Hitler and put him into the, like, White House office chair if gas prices get too high. That's just the reality of it.
Reich, and they repost it and keep it up. For quite a while. I'm surprised they took it down. But it's just, again, the fact, we were talking about this earlier, the fact that a lot of formerly mainstream voters don't.
Actually, Germany declared war on the USA, not the other way around? What? Did we not get attacked by Japan? And Japan being allied with Germany in that war, meaning that we were effectively like, well, our sides are set. Germany's the bad guy. Is that not how it went? When did Germany declare war? And when did us fighting Germany follow? Germany did declare war? And did we just do nothing? Germany was obligated to defend Japan? Okay, so Germany declared war. We declared war on Japan. Germany declared war on us immediately after. Okay, but guys, America declaring war on Japan was effectively declaring war on Germany first. They can't say, oh yeah, well, we declare war on you in America. When declaring war on Japan, they were declaring war on the Axis powers, effectively. Right? Like, there was no expectation that Germany would just be like, this is your war to fight Japan. No, they were the Axis powers. Like, okay, you're being nitpicky, but I get what you mean. Thank you for telling me the order of events, but I think I was still correct.
Care that there is a candidate out there that talks about being a dictator from day one, talks about executing the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff because he's not loyal, talks about putting members of the press in jail because they're critical of him, talks about being able to use SEAL Team 6 to execute political opponents, and said the law can't do anything to him while he's president of the United States, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We have people that are just quietly, numbly sleepwalking towards authoritarianism, and they're perfectly fine with it.
10 years, basically, of Donald Trump in our political life, and we have defined deviancy down, Joe. It's just the reality of the situation. There are a lot of things.
Like, Donald Trump being in the realm of politics actively erodes the expectation and to like be a good person in like as a president. Like, it's starting to get to the point where it's more overtly a popularity contest with nothing to do with ideas, policy, or beliefs than ever. Like, it's actually getting to be to the point for like a lot of Americans, mostly on conservatives, that it's not a policy thing so much as it is, who do I feel I want to represent me in a nebulous culture war? Now, this is young lefties and conservatives for the most part most Americans do not tend to follow this trend, but it is a worryingly growing trend, and I worry how large it could grow.
Things have been normalized, and one of the ways in which Trump's perpetual lies have benefited him is that people don't take seriously a lot of the things he says. That people just say, well, you know, Trump, he's always talking crap. I mean, who knows? He's never going to do these things. And I think one of the challenges of this election cycle is to make people understand something that Jim Comey was talking about earlier on the air, which is Donald Trump in a second term is more dangerous than Donald Trump in a first term. He now knows how to operationalize. So the idea is he had no idea how to execute last time around.
Yeah. And Alexei, you just wonder what impact his next term, if he gets it, would look like. Even
didn't he keep falling asleep in court, and the drawings of him in court kept coming out, and he's all droopy and sleepy, and Trump complained and tried to have those images destroyed and taken down, and they just responded no, this is accurate. We understand why Trump may be bothered by these images, but he must understand his appearance was being affected by how stressed out he is. He has a lot on his mind. He may not have been sleeping, but, he must be enduring a lot of stress, and it really shows. A really backhanded insult at Trump's appearance, but, making it sound like they're being super sympathetic to how much the stress must be affecting his appearance. Oh, it was such a good clapback, too. Did he literally shit himself in the courtroom? If he did, I would have heard about that. There's no way. Xander Hall, who do you think will be the Democrat candidate in 2028? Obviously, Biden won't be allowed to run for a third term. Man, it could be Kamala Harris, which wouldn't be fantastic, but, I mean, maybe she pushes the envelope further left than even Biden. That's been the trend. Every Democrat has been more progressive than the Democrat before. So, for the last few Democrats at least. So I'm pretty sure. No, yeah, I think every Democrat in my lifetime has been more progressive than the Democrat before. So there's no reason to assume that a President Kamala Harris would step backwards. You got to remember, the voters want what the voters want, and what the voters want is what the politicians follow, whether they like it or not. Yeah, she could become the first woman to become president. Who knows? Maybe. It could happen.
When it comes to our jobs and to the people who have stood up to him, he is and his people are vowing to come after him.
And we should absolutely believe that is the case. He's vowed to sue NBC News and Comcast and media organizations that are critical of him or even write things that he just simply finds unflattering. I mean, it's a disaster. He's sued his way through life. He's lived his life by filing lawsuits. And I think he's built a list of enemies that we all know to be true. We've seen folks even like Bill.
His gums look like they're bleeding, by the way. You know what's really funny? Trump's whole thing and his party's whole thing is free speech, free speech, free speech. Yet Trump was the guy, one of the few presidents in modern history to enter office on the policy of wanting to expand libel and defamation laws, such that such that you couldn't defame or libel him, quote unquote. And the standard for proving it was defamation or libel would just be for him to prove that he was hurt by the claims. The truthfulness wouldn't matter. Essentially, attacking the free speech of journalists was a policy he ran on. You remember that, right? The extremely anti-journalist Trumpers that argue that journalism is bad and needs to be banned and restricted. For a long time, journalists were the thing that Trump supporters were fighting against and wanted banned. Not even joking. Don't you remember that? Lefty accounts arguing with conservative Trumpers why journalism should be allowed in America and why it's important that we have freedom of the press because it checks the government. Who remembers that? Because there was a lot of talk about restricting the rights of journalists because they wanted to defend Trump and they didn't like that so much Trump dirt was coming out. There was a lot of popularity in restricting journalistic rights.
Barr who come out against him and then say, actually,
yeah, the moniker of that era of the movement was fake news.
I guess I'll support him after all.
Right.
And so, the enemies that he's made, they know to go back to him. There are so many people on that list that we don't even know.
Dude, Dude. It's fucking crazy to me. Donald Trump went that mask off. What are the comments like? Honestly, the comments are pretty positive. Like, the comments are making fun of Trump. Yeah, most of the comments are dunking on Trump. That's good to see. There was a good amount of time, even in 2019 to 2020, where mainstream news channels posting anything about Trump were ratioed to hell by Trump supporters. That's pretty different now. I wonder if that's going to be a big factor in the election. I wonder if that's like a tell of how the election will swing. That, like, you no longer see ratios in the comments of, like, CNN or MSNBC videos about Trump. It's usually a positive ratio for the channel. We'll have to see, though. Well, hey, if you enjoyed this video, please consider commenting and dropping a thumbs up no matter when or what you're watching. It really boosts my channel a lot, basically forcing YouTube to push my channel out in the algorithm to far more people. So I really do appreciate it if you guys do that. And of course, if you want to subscribe and ring the bell icon and turn on all notifications, please do. YouTube will actually tell you when I go live or upload, and it really does help a lot when you guys do that. And if you haven't already... oh, sorry. If you haven't already, consider following my social medias linked down below in the description. I've got all sorts of places that I post outside of YouTube, so it's worth following me there. And if you want to support me financially directly to help, you know, pay for the roof above my head and the food in my belly, then you can consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below in the description. I really do appreciate you watching those, so I hope you... Oh, of course, don't forget to join my Discord, totally free, the main hub of my community. We do watch parties, game streams, and call-in streams there, and I announce all my streams and uploads there as well, so be sure to join and make sure notifications are on. I hope to see you guys there. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you again. Nice. I feel like that video came out solid. What do you guys think? We have merch! The CNN meme war of 2016? Good God, I can't believe you said those words to me just now. Literally just brain blasted me back in time. Half a decade. Jesus Christ. Or no, almost a decade now. Good God. Good God. Alright. Got a big story to cover next. I'm seriously considering making a Sigma-style edit video of Boyd from. That's literally how I got introduced to the show, was a Sigma edit of Boyd killing that one monster with the worms. I'm not even joking, that was my intro to the show. Why don't you think about that for a moment, how I felt watching the first episode after my intro was Boyd killing the worms in a Sigma edit on YouTube Shorts. Really think about that for a moment, how that felt, to see what kind of show it really was after seeing that shit. It was a lot for me to handle. Things like that anti-journalism shit is why self-aware nationalists like John Doyle make time for videos explicitly focused on persuading conservatives to stop interacting with libertarians, capitalists, because he knows that most of their support is from a place of confusion and it's only a matter of time before they realize theocratic standards have no tolerance for them. Good point, good point. My blood is your blood now, motherfucker. I love that line. Can you post your intro to... Can you show your intro to From, Zan? Please find the video. Can you show your intro to From? What? What do you mean there, Cleaver 120? Can I show my intro to From? I am very confused. Can't see AOC winning a presidential election? It could happen in the far future. They mean the meme that made you get into From? Oh, I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it now. Yes, we are Dark Excalibur 42. We've been watch partying it in Discord. It's very fun. It's a blast of a show. It's very fantastic. All right. Next topic. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Breaking Pack Watch news. I wish I was able to cover this yesterday, but I guess we've got more news out about it now that it's been a day, so it's better to cover it now than right as it's happening, because we've actually got things to talk about. Iran's president died in a fucking helicopter crash. I heard about the helicopter crash when it was announced, like when the news came out about it, and the news was the president of Iran might be dead. I remember thinking, nah, nothing ever happens. He'll be alive. He'll have survived. But then I thought, man, helicopter is what I said. Helicopter crashes are deadly. Like, really deadly. Like, you don't survive helicopter crashes. That is how bad they are. So, the more I thought about it, the more I was like, man, he might actually be dead. And by the end of the day yesterday, it was solidly confirmed. The president of Iran is dead. Very good timing, too, when you consider that Iran was preparing for war with Israel, which would effectively be war with America. So, this is literally the most convenient, assuming the state news media is accurate. Like, both Iran, Israel, and the U.S. say it was a weather event, and that like Israel and the U.S. had nothing to do with it. So, like, it doesn't seem likely that Iran would lie with Israel and the U.S. about them having nothing to do with their president's death. But the fact that they were preparing for war, kind of good. This is kind of good. Chances is the work of a time traveler. That would be crazy. Like, if there was we gotta go back in time and stop World War III, this would be it. Like, they went and crashed the helicopter with the president of Iran before the Great War began. Yeah, that'd be wild. Catastrophe has been, averted. This guy's nickname was literally the Butcher of Tehran, right? Like, this guy was responsible for numerous human atrocities. So, absolutely, deserved this. Death by falling is, in my opinion, one of the most horrific ways to die as well. So, helicopter crash is a hilarious guy for this dude to go. Like, spinning out as he falls and then getting turned into, a nice, fine red jelly up against the windows and hull of the helicopter once it hits the ground. You know the dude got, fucking splattered in there along with everybody else. Probably didn't look too different from the Ocean Gate wreck by the time that thing went down. Woo!
Breaking news.
Hello and welcome to our viewers here in the United States and all around the world. I'm Paula Newton and we are following breaking news out of Iran, where state media has now confirmed the death of President Ibrahim Raisi and the country's foreign minister after a deadly helicopter crash. Now, rescue crews are now at a staging area. Those are live pictures where they are trying to assess where exactly the wreckage is. And
why do rich and important people ride in helicopters? Helicopters are really fast to board, take off, travel, and land and deboard. And you can do it in areas that you can't a plane, like a field, or the top of a building, or like a street, or a parking lot. And they're also pretty cool to ride in. So, very dangerous, yes, but also when they're working as normally, they're kind of the optimal way to travel by air.
To begin their recovery efforts, Iranian officials say that.
Plus, rich people think they're so lucky and wealthy and powerful and untouchable. I'm sure they think that helicopter crashes and dying are what happened to other people, not me, a billionaire head of state.
The helicopter ran into trouble amid heavy fog on Sunday afternoon. Images of the crash site in Iran's East Azerbaijan province show the remote mountainous area where the aircraft went down. And you are looking at a photo of it right there.
I threw down my enemy and smote his ruin upon the mountainside.
The president and other officials had been attending a ceremony for the opening of a new dam near the border with Azerbaijan. Rescuers faced difficult weather conditions overnight, including cold and heavy fog.
There were candidates to replace the dead president of Iran, so they will not fight Israel now. That doesn't surprise me, especially when you consider that lefty Twitter has been actually mourning this guy. Like Hassan's community, like the entire Hassan orbiter community, basically, and like that tanky-ish part of lefty Twitter has been mourning this substantially because this was one of the most like this figure was one of the few people on the planet who actually had the power and will, it seemed, to truly challenge the United States, and all these people are LARPers who act like they want to see the U.S. fall and support like any adversarial force to the U.S. Russia, Iran, China, we go down the list. The Houthis, Hamas.
As they scrambled to locate the crash site, Iranians were urged to pray for the president amid news of the crash, with the country's supreme leader vowing that there will...
Imagine being a lefty and mourning the death of the Butcher of Tehran. Yeah, like a guy who has an official title that includes the Butcher.
There will be no disruption in Iran's work. CNN's Paula Hancock is following all these developments and joins us now live from Abu Dhabi. We should say state media has officially declared that their president has died, and we have not heard again from the supreme leader. But just if you can bring us right up to date on what happened and any reaction that you have coming in.
Well, Paula, we now do know that 9 people on board that helicopter lost their lives in the eastern Azerbaijan.
Yeah, one of them was the foreign minister of Iran as well, if I recall correctly. So 2 big heads of state, the president and the foreign minister, correct me if I'm wrong, got turned into a nice cranberry sauce in that helicopter.
Province, we know that the president was on board, the foreign minister. We understand a governor of that province, also an imam of Friday prayers of that province, along with security, the pilots, the crew. So 9 people in all went down with that helicopter.
Man, it just broke into pieces. That was a flimsy piece of shit helicopter. It's not even like just broken down laying there like a proper military armored helicopter. That is like a news helicopter that just like breaks apart when it crashes because it's made of like fiberglass and wood. Like, what the fuck? They were using this is like an old 1980s news helicopter. What the fuck?
Now, you have mentioned the dire weather conditions. It took rescue teams around 16 hours to be able to locate.
Wait, why? Because, Iran is literally, a properly first world country. I don't know if you've seen Iran's capital, but when you look at photos of it, it looks like Denver. It's a city with skyscrapers all lit up at night with mountains snow-capped in the background, right? Those are the images you see of Iran's capital. So it's this is a country that, at least at first glance, this is a nation with money, power, and quality of life, right? Something not all that common in that entire stretch of the world due to a lot of things having to do with the British and the US going back decades now. But dude, why couldn't they afford a good helicopter for the president? Could they not afford an Air Force One style helicopter for their president during wartime? Xander Hall, it's all info structure from the days of the Shah. I guess that makes sense. There was a big revolution. Wasn't there was it the Islamic Revolution that happened? And the revolution, what I remember was, correct me if I'm wrong, there was for a very long time a strong U.S. stronghold over Iran, down to the point where we had actual villas and vacation resorts in Iran, and it was pushed as this desert, mid-century resort vacation destination where you would be defended by U.S. military at your beautiful mid-century looking ass middle of the desert resort. and it was like meant to be like obviously U.S. control. The law was enforced that I believe it was like heavily anti-Muslim, which meant like say you wanted to wear a veil or a hijab or whatever, I forget what the term is for it, you're not allowed to in like the 1970s, back when the U.S. was in control. And then along comes the Islamic Revolution, the popular pro-Muslim politics take over, America's pushed out, they put into power new leaders, and then from there, things go fully in the opposite direction, where people who had become very used to like the secular nature of, like the hardcore secular nature of Iran before, were now forced to live as, to live under, like, I think just outright Sharia law, correct me if I'm wrong? Is that, I think that's the correct term for it, right? Like enforced rule of like the Muslim rule structure. And so things went from being like, it was hyper liberal and hyper progressive, I guess you could call it. And then there was the Islamic Revolution, and things went really overcorrected in the far direction, where instead of having religious freedom, it went into anti-religious freedom, but for the religion that the people who wanted religion, it was the whole thing. And then now it's a whole situation where most Iranians want to be like, they want like religious freedom, they want like democracy. They're generally quite favorable to America even, but the leadership of Iran, as far as I can tell, very much not of the same mindset. That's my understanding of Iran's current political situation. Did I get that mostly right? It's the most atheist country in the Middle East. It wasn't anti-Muslim, it was just mostly chill secular Muslims. Basically, the far religious right teamed up with a bunch of communists, and now everyone lives under Sharia law. They hang people from cranes, gouge people's eyes out, and cut off people's hands. But it was the most atheist country in the Middle East. Well, my understanding was the revolution wasn't just like far right and like anarchists just being like retards. My understanding was there was a valid political push because the secularism of Iran was enforced. And there were Muslims in Iran who were actively like not given religious freedoms. And that was what led to the popularity of the Islamic Revolution. But then that, like, you know, revolutions happen. The people who take power. No, living under Sharia law has made everybody atheist. That I'm talking about. That's now, yeah, like obviously because now it's Sharia law. I'm talking about before then, when the U.S. was in control and it was enforced secularism. Yeah, but I'm okay. Okay, I'm going to breathe, and we're going to move on from this because you guys are mishearing me.
Kate, and get to that area itself. The rescue teams were unable to put a helicopter into the air, they said, because of the weather conditions. The fact that the fog was so thick, visibility was very limited.
They flew their president through bad weather conditions in a fucking helicopter. They were asking for it, dude.
We also heard from the rescue teams that there were sub-zero temperatures, that it was extremely cold in these areas. You can see from the image.
That hurts helicopters, right? Because don't they have to take advantage of, like, the way that hot air rises or something? I don't know. I'm sure there's a certain level of cold where helicopters don't work. I've heard about that.
It's a very mountainous area, inhospitable terrain, and sparsely populated. So that's the latest information we have. We do know also from state media that the government has convened an urgent meeting. They say that, according to a photo that was provided by state media, that the chair that President Raisi would usually sit in had a black sash across it for mourning. We understand from state media as well that there will be details in the hours.
Listen, guys, I guess God just decided he's not ready to wipe the server just yet.
To come about the mourning procession, the process, the timing, the details. All those will come to us shortly through state media. But people in Iran will be waking up this Monday morning to this shocking news that both the president and also the top diplomat have lost their lives in this helicopter crash. Of course, questions will be asked internally now about what happened, about whether why this helicopter was in the air with such dire weather.
I always wondered, why couldn't we just, like, imagine this, right? You know that one guy for, like, Red Bull who like, jumped out from space down to Earth? Couldn't we send guys up like that to basically be, like, hell divers? And they would be soldiers. They would jump, like, from one of those, and they would have, like, they would drop down, like, a payload of, like, an RPG with rockets that's set to, like, parachute deploy at a set time. Then they jump, fall down to orbit from, like, space down to a nation where we have, like, a not a great situation, like, you know, an adversarial nation, full on hell dive down onto the planet's surface, parachute down to the middle of the countryside with your RPG. And then all you have to do from there is get to a set position where, like, satellites have determined the country's leader travels via helicopter. And if it's, like, one of those, like, heat-seeking RPGs that I know exist, I mean, there you go, right? Just go ahead and like, airdrop one guy with an RPG into the countryside. They could have done it here and just knocked the guy's helicopter out of the sky. Couldn't they do that? Like, could the U.S. not pull that? That sounds cheap. That sounds like a cheap operation. I feel like for $1 million, we could throw that together. Guy in a balloon, one of those hot, like, balloon things, and an RPG and some rockets and 2 parachutes. That's an easy operation, bro. I think it's hard in real life not burning up in re-entry. I think that's the one issue. No. Guys, what you're not understanding is that it's been done. You haven't seen what I'm referencing. Red Bull World Record. Here it is. This is literally low Earth orbit, okay? Like, this is on the edge of the atmosphere, pretty much. Like, I'm pretty sure you could theoretically float above a country. He wasn't in space. This is so high up, I feel that jets can't go this high, like fighter jets. But how cool would it be just, like, deploy downwards? Watch, this shit literally makes I get so fucking nervous and sweaty watching this video, but it's a good example of what I'm talking about.
Guy who jumped from space.
You just gotta send one guy and an RPG.
I wanted to be the first human
down to the surface of the
aircraft
country,
breaking the sound barrier.
Over 100,000 feet up. There is still a balloon holding him up.
The weight that I normally have, and it's very difficult to do a perfect exit. Do not over-rotate. Because if I start over-rotating, there's no air that you can use to slow down.
Okay, Joe, I'm ready. Okay, here we go, Felix. I'm going over.
This is real life hell diving. Da 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 da. Da da. Fortnite. Could we not just drop guys out of these?
It looked like everything's under control.
The issue is this is really hard to pull off and not die. You'll see why.
And after 34 seconds, I hit Mach 1, and I broke the speed of sound.
Was that him breaking the... Yeah.
That's the rawest shit ever. Hearing a fucking sonic boom, and it's like, oh, my buddy falling from the sky just broke the sound barrier. That's some actual, like, Superman, like, invincible shit.
And after 34 seconds, I hit Mach 1, and I broke the speed of sound.
Was that him breaking the... Yeah.
That was our goal. I wanted to be the first human outside of an aircraft breaking the sound barrier. Because of the fact that a lot of those scientists said prior to the jump, you're gonna spin like crazy, and the other half said, we don't think anything is gonna happen. I was mentally prepared to spin, but I was hoping that I'm not gonna spin. Now, if you watch the next couple seconds, you see at that moment, it slowly starts to spin. It's getting faster.
And he's spinning while falling at the speed of sound.
There's nobody in the world telling you, listen, Felix, if this happens, you have to do this while the whole world is watching. Then I was trying to move my arms around a little bit, just maybe it does something. And
the
then it
atmosphere's
stopped
so
for
thin.
a second, but now it starts getting the opposite direction, you know, and then it really ramps up. At that moment, it's not about breaking records anymore. At that moment, it's all about survival.
Speed 600 miles per hour.
There's only
Yeah,
one
the only
way.
giveaway that these guys are coming is the sound of them breaking the sound barrier. You would hear just like boom, 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 boom. And that's the sound of 4 fucking Americans somewhere hell diving down into your country. That goes so fucking hard. Dude, I should be president. This would be the space. This is what I'm doing with Space Force when I become president, okay? One day, Zan for president will happen. Yeah, he's moving at 600 miles per hour. The human body apparently can move at that speed and not just disintegrate, supposedly. So that goes hard.
For the blood to leave your skull and that's through all the eyeballs. If that happens, you're gonna die. I had a Chi Whiz attached to my hand. The Chi Whiz is a device that
God, the POV shot makes me
that pulls you out of that flat spin. That's why I put
I
my
hate this
hands
video,
in.
but I love it, you know?
The trick that
it's so stressful.
Chi Whiz, it's less Chi, and now the Chi Whiz senses, oh, less Chi, that means he's getting it under control. I turned around and I was stable as a rock. So when you look at my suit, you know, the more you fall, the more depressurized the suit gets, and here you can already see the suit flapping.
Now he's like at normal skydiving height. He's like, oh, this is what I'm used to.
Now. Yeah, so we went from black sky back to blue sky. If you look at the right corner, Luke was dropping some flares, and it gives me the perfect direction for the wind. Now this is a very important moment.
Oh yes, this is the hardest part,
after
the landing.
Hours inside that spacesuit that I'm breathing regular air. So now I'm really happy because even the landing.
Why is this not Space Force? What, like, this should be Space Force. They're literally fucking weather balloons. It's such cheap technology to get a dude up into low Earth orbit to just jump, like orbit the Earth for a little while in the balloon, like until he's above position, and then have him jump. Imagine fucking up the landing and dying after all that. I guess you could, yeah. But this guy's done this 1 trillion times. This is the easiest part for him.
Just perfect.
This is the part he's done before a bunch, you know? Just the landing with a parachute. Yeah, it's like after a massive scary race being worried about pulling into your driveway on the way home. You know, it's like, no, that's not the scary part of today's, like, thing. You know what I mean? That was a massive stun lock, but I'm telling you, elect me president and we'll have actual helldivers.
Conditions. We know it was in a convoy. There were 3 helicopters in all carrying the delegation of President Raisi from this inauguration of the dam project just on the border with Azerbaijan. There were 3 helicopters. 2 of them landed safely, but the one
because then your assassin is stuck in another country. Like I said, helldiver.
Carrying the president and the foreign minister, we know now, did not. Paula.
Paula Hancock's for us in Abu Dhabi, continuing to track reaction. Really appreciate it. I want to bring in CNN's chief international anchor now, Christian Amanpour. Christian, really good to have your insights here. You interviewed the foreign minister a little bit over a year ago. You tried to interview the president. I just want to get your reaction to what really has been shocking news.
Well, Paula, it is obviously shocking news, and it couldn't come.
I'd say the president of Iran killed himself to try to escape an interview with me. He knew that my questions would be so hardball that he figured dying in a fiery helicopter wreck would be a better fate.
At a more
That'd be what I'd
unstable
say.
time for Iran and for the region. Iran faces, as you know, those internal protests and discontent that have been crushed brutally in the aftermath of Mahsa Amini's death, and that was under the direction of President Raisi and the Supreme Leader and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. It also comes at a time when this Israel war on Gaza against Hamas continues, and as you know, the perennial shadow war between Israel and Iran that had been going on broke into the open over the last several weeks. That somewhat subsided after a reaction from both.
Iran's a backer of Hamas, so I wonder how Hamas is probably feeling right now, knowing that, like, Iran's current, like, taking the like, helm leadership does not plan war with Israel. Will they continue to support Hamas? That's the real question. What if they don't? What if Hamas is like, on its own, relatively? Like, Iran would be Hamas's most powerful ally. So, like, I mean, yeah, the Houthis and Hezbollah are, like, nothing to scoff at, for sure, but they're no Iran. They're no Iran. Iran was the superpower backing Hamas.
sides, but nonetheless, it shows the peril of the situation. You can imagine for the United States, for the West, one of the most important issues is the Iran nuclear issue.
I was just about to say, how's this going to affect, like, the Iran nuclear deal? Trump backed out of that. Was Biden not pushing for another nuclear deal? Is that now off the table? Like, what's going to happen now? That's literally exactly what I was about to say. I was just about to say, what about the Iran nuclear deal?
Somewhat contained after the 2015 nuclear agreement that President Obama negotiated with Iran and with Europe and was rubber stamped into officialdom by the entire United Nations process.
And then Trump pulled us out.
President Trump, at the urging also of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, pulled the United States out of that, and that caused much more uncertainty and stability over the process of the Iran nuclear program. We understand over the last week or so there was some word from the IAEA, the UN nuclear agency, that they were back in talks with Iran to make sure that everything was happening above board and within the nuclear regulations, the Non-Proliferation Treaty. We wait to see what kind of work they were doing on that. And it's known that the United States is trying to stabilize issues with Iran, given the volatility of the region right now. As for inside Iran, as you mentioned, the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei issued many statements before the news that he had actually been found dead, saying that the nation was praying, and you're bound to see days, if not weeks, of official mourning organized all over the country. He also said that...
No, okay, there's going to be, but at the same time, do the people of Iran approve of the president of Iran? My understanding is that, like, Iranian favorability for the USA is surprisingly high. Like, at least it surprised me how high it was. Is there really going to be this overwhelming, like, mourning for this guy? Like, his own people gave him the nickname, the Butcher of Tehran. Like, they lit off fireworks and the news broke in Iran. So is it going to be, like, celebration of his death that is going to be framed by news media as, like, celebration of his life and mourning? That would be funny if, like, the media has to, like, paint the celebration of his death as a good thing to keep the regime looking like it's not coping, I guess. Like, we're faking it till we make it, our oligarchical regime. Genuine mourning? No. State-forced mourning, a la the same as North Korea. It's not off the table. Yeah, no, like, that's what I was going to say. North Korea. Are we going to see something like this? Staged North Korea send-off Kim Jong-un. Look at all these people that have so obviously... Look at, like, all these people who have so obviously been ordered to do the exact same thing when Kim Jong-un shows up.
For North Korean television viewers, there was little doubt of these soldiers' excitement for their mission and enthusiasm for their leader Kim Jong-un. The newsreader says, "We admire the great leader who shows so much love to us and the officers and soldiers who are stationed at our border." It's the sort of propaganda video that North Korean viewers are familiar with, but for the rest of the world, it's a surreal scene.
One woman's carrying her baby in the water.
Here's how it unfolded on North Korean television as monitored in Beijing. The North Korean leader arrives at a Yellow Sea Island garrison within clear sight of South Korea. A newsreader says the great leader is unshaken by the strength of the enemy and is not at all nervous to appear so close to the border.
Dude, we need a fucking U.S. Marine sniper, like, constantly watching the other side of that river. What the fuck? Like, dude. Like, why? Like, why Why do we not constantly have, like, snipers along that river just checking to see if he shows up? Like, what if he does for an event like this? That's the moment to take, like, your 1 in a million, 1,000 yard or, like, 2,000 yard sniper shot. Like, that's the time. That's when you try to do it. Like, that's when some, like, South Korean sniper makes history.
Soldiers and their families, the anchor says, are overjoyed to see Kim. They renew their vows to fight against their sworn enemy, the United States, even if it comes to hand-to-hand combat. As it shows Kim Jong-un inspecting the island's defenses, the report says the timing of this inspection is crucial, suggesting an imminent attack. That's a message North Koreans are...
You know, the interview wasn't too far off in regards to depicting how the president of Iran died. It did involve a helicopter crash.
Frequently bombarded
no tank,
with.
though.
Yet, however improbable an outside attack, North Korea is certainly facing a sea change in relations with its sponsor state China after Beijing went along with tough new UN sanctions. Kim's tour took him to the Yellow Sea islands of Jangjae and Mu. The islands are close to the South Korean island of Yeonpyeong, which North Korea shelled 3 years ago.
Yeah. Like, I wonder if it's going to be this kind of thing where it's like obvious propaganda shit, where like the state is forcing people to pretend have like a mourning session where they're all crying in the streets, like anybody has ever done that for their nation's leader ever. You know, like do you guys really think that even like more ardent Biden supporters would be crying in the streets if Joe Biden died tomorrow? Like, that doesn't happen. Like, people don't cry on their knees like that for the arrival of their like president unless they are literally like Trump tier like sycophants. But even then, like, the only reason that people worship Trump like that is because they are allowed to not, and they choose to worship Trump like that. If Trump was in power and gave them no choice, many more of them, I imagine, would not be on board. Yeah.
The affairs of the country will not be disrupted or disturbed. To that point, there is a act of succession. There is a line of succession. There's a first vice president, and you're bound to see at least interim measures being put in place to ensure the continuous running of the system. At one point, before the Mahsa Amini death and before the protests and the riots back in 2022, Raisi, a very hardline fundamentalist, was being considered a successor to the supreme leader Ali Khamenei, who himself is elderly. News of his ill health and you know, sort of frailty have appeared to be vastly overstated over the years. However, he is aging, and there needs to be a succession there in place if that system is to...
Nah, I'm sorry. Nah, this guy's gonna live 1,000,000 years. Have you ever seen a guy who's more obviously going to live forever? No, like, actually, look at this guy. He is never dying. This guy is going to be like a wretched raisin under that beard and those glasses, and he will still be alive. This guy will live for, like, centuries. He already looks really old, but also doesn't look that old. Do you know what I mean? This guy is going to live for centuries. I just get that vibe right now. I wouldn't be surprised if he died in a few years. If he doesn't get killed, he will live for centuries. Just based on, like, the look he has. I don't know. He looks like a surprisingly healthy old man. He's sick? Dude, he looks healthy. I don't know. He looks healthy for being 85. Like, his face is full. His skin complexion looks good. Maybe his eyes look a little fucked up. But, like, I don't know. Maybe I just don't know enough. I don't know. I think Commander could live for a long time. Of course, he looks healthy on state. Yeah, to be fair, this could be like a heavily touched up photo of him where in real life he looks like Slavoj Žižek. You know, just very, bro, please have an apple. You know what I mean?
Continue. Raisi was then considered to have somewhat disqualified himself or besmirched and sullied his reputation, given the political and popular uprisings against him inside Iran, as well as the economy being really bad for the people. He is not considered to have brought prosperity at all to the Iranian nation. And if you look online on social media, you can see the reaction from many, many people, both outside and inside Iran. His most recent legacy will have been the brutal crackdown on the freedom life protesters, the women life freedom protesters. And from his very early
There's not going to be any genuine mourning of this piece of shit.
Days, he was very senior, if not head of the judiciary process, and he had been accused, or not accused, he had been overseeing some of the trials in the very early days of the revolution, and in one point signing off on one that led to the execution of thousands of anti-regime officials or activists. So his career has been incredibly checkered, but nonetheless...
People don't forget when their leader has murdered countless of their own people. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but I've planned to cover it for a while, but I've also wanted to visit this country for a while. And if I speak negatively of the government, I probably can never visit unless, like, a revolution happens, and that's the Philippines. The family that has nepotistically held power in the Philippines for, like, decades on decades now, father and son have literally Wikipedia pages that are like sections in their Wikipedia pages that are just titled massacres. Like, the last two presidents of the Philippines, go to their Wikipedia page, there is a section, yet the Marcos family, there's a section simply called massacres. The Filipinos people are not, like, they don't like the leadership of their country, you know? It's not, and not only that, but there have been countless journalists in the Philippines who have been killed by gangs that are employed by the government to silence those that are dissonant. It's never like a government assassin or some, like, military guy that takes you out. It's a gang member paid by the government to kill you and make it look like it was a robbery or like a stick up or just normal crime. Duterte was almost as bad. Yeah, Duterte has his own whole Wikipedia page of atrocities as well. The Philippines has been under the yoke of, like, actual madmen for, like, half a century or more now. I'm planning on covering it for a while, but if I do, I'm losing my Philippines privileges. I'm never allowed to return. It's like Bruce Willis in Pulp Fiction.
It's a big change and shock in a very volatile region and a very volatile place. And as for Hossein Amir Abdullahian, yes, I interviewed him, and he is somebody who's had a huge amount of interaction with the UN, with, you know, international governments, and he's known very well around the world. Paula?
Christian, do you think that will be a bit of a loss? I was discussing earlier just that he was a man who certainly was nuanced in his foreign policy, perhaps did the work that President Raisi didn't want to do or wasn't capable of doing. Do you think that at this pivotal time in the region and beyond, that is quite a loss for Iran as well?
You know, Paula, the truth of the matter is that Iran is run by the supreme leader and more by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Those are the people who run the country. The rest are acting at their service and their behest. They are not independent. You can have nuance, you can have style differences that can either be more abrasive or less, but the actual running of the country is from a much higher level. So I think certainly in international affairs and in national security affairs. So I believe that is likely not to change.
And breaking news.
Oh, sorry. So I don't know. This could very well be the event that just kind of, like, we look back at it and we're like, man, did a time traveler just change history there? Because things could have gone very differently. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. This is actually very good news, no matter how you, like, shake it, even if nothing really changes in the grand scheme of things. Like, just a massive W. The butcher, it has been butchered. The butcher has been blown the fuck up, if you will. Anyway, if you guys enjoyed this video, this news coverage, please consider leaving a like and commenting down below as such. I really do appreciate it. Both acts boost my channel in the algorithm, no matter when or where you're watching. So I really, really appreciate when you guys do that. It essentially forces YouTube to push my content out in the algorithm and helps a whole bunch. Now, if you haven't already, you should consider subscribing and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications, so YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, if you haven't already, consider following my social medias, which are all linked down below in the description. And don't forget, if you want to support me financially to help keep a roof above my head and food in my belly, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below. And of course, if you want to, maybe just kind of join my fan community and be in the hub of it all, you can join my fan Discord, the link down below. It's totally free. We host watch parties, game events, and call-in streams there, and I announce all my uploads and streams as well. So if you have notifications on, you'll actually see, whenever I do anything new on the channel. So I hope to see you there, and I hope you enjoyed, and I hope you have a good one. Ooh. Free Tumage? True. Pretty sure the entire fishing industry in the Philippines is based on slavery. Oh my god, you have no fucking clue how much of the industry in the Philippines is based on slavery. Child slavery, in fact. A lot of people who are living in villages across the Philippines, like kids, they want to work, they want to go to school, but to support their family, because yes, the kids have to think about how to support their whole family. They've got to work. They can't go to school. They've got to work. Even if there was a school close by, they would need to be home, usually in the swamp, mining gold. That's very common. Children are best for it because the way they mine the gold in the swamp is they have to build like an airlock and like basically create a tunnel down to the bottom of like a murky river, through which the kid can like breathe through a little pipe and like kind of shimmy his way down through a little like tube that like touches the bottom of the river, and then they take like a vacuum with them, like a sucker hose pipe, and they suck up the silt off the bottom, and it's like sifted for gold. It's extremely dangerous, miserable, and they're children, and they should be at school learning, but they have to do that because their families need to eat and have a place to live. Yeah, a lot of slavery in the Philippines. A lot of slavery in the Philippines. I got a family member from there, and she has told me some horror stories. Not to mention, tons of Filipinos were tested on by the U.S. In the Philippines, by the way. That family member included. They tested, like, vaccines and medicines and shit on them. Like, I don't know all the details, but it fucked up shit from what I've heard. Like actually, like, injected with diseases like tuberculosis and stuff like that, to like purposefully infect with tuberculosis to test cures for tuberculosis, that kind of thing. Weird shit. Why did they do that? Evil. Like evil. I say evil for 100, Alex. I'm not surprised, given that they were our allies who we betrayed, bombed, and conquered. Yes, that's pretty fucked. It's pretty fucked. I'll do a segment about that whole history one day for sure. For sure. But, God, am I tired. I think I've got one more segment left in me for today, but then I'm going to wrap up stream. I know I said Fallout, but A, I really want to get my computer, like, all memed up before I go to bed today, and I'm quite tired. And B, I kind of want to do it after. I want to, like, play more Fallout after I've upgraded my PC with the new, cooling gel, the fucking paste, for my CPU and the new SSD. I will be live tomorrow. We will stream it tomorrow. How could a guy named Bong Bong Marcos not be chill? His name is literally Bong twice. It's just... His last name's Marcos, though. You know, go to the Marcos family's Wikipedia page and then scroll down to atrocities, and you'll and controversies and scandals, and like these are all the names of sections of these people's Wikipedia pages. Just go look and you'll know why. All right. Got one more in me. One more in me for today, chat. America really do be that Titan under new management meme? Yeah. Okay. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1. Action. All right, everybody. This is some more... We're in for some Ron DeSantis slander here, okay? Though it's not slander, it's just actually telling the truth about how much he fucking sucks. I really despise Ron DeSantis. He's somehow worse than the guy he replaced, which was Rick Scott, who is this, like, bald, Voldemort-looking-ass Republican motherfucker, who is responsible for a lot of the destruction of Florida's natural beauty. For all of Florida's problems, of which it has many, one of them is certainly not its natural wilderness. The nature of Florida is part of what makes it so amazing and worth being there if you're going to be there at all. But that's something that the Republicans have been working very hard to destroy, and it's working. And as a matter of fact, you know, when I was a kid, like a little kid, 8 years old, 9 years old, 10 years old, I'd be in the car. My mom would, like, in a very sad way, tell me about how much Florida has been destroyed in terms of its climate and ecosystem compared to when she was a kid. How you could go out at night with a black light and find dozens of glowing scorpions on the trees at night in your backyard. How you could find green tree frogs everywhere. How there were countless more birds than there were native flamingos. You know, just countless examples of how Florida, when she was a kid, was so much prettier. And then my grandma did the same thing, where she'd tell me how much prettier Florida was when she was a kid, and that she's so sad that before her very eyes, across her lifetime, she has seen the environment become so much more tarnished and fucked up. Places that she once loved going to swim, such as the Hillsborough River in Tampa, which used to be fully swimmable. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, the Hillsborough River... let me see if I can find Old Hillsborough River. Here's a look at what it used to look like back when photos were in black and white, that you can't really tell as well here. But, like, the Hillsborough River was the kind of place that you went to, and you swam, and you kayaked, and you tubed down the river. Sure, there were alligators, and it could get a little tannic further downriver, but it was like almost Weeki Wachee Springs tier quality back in the day. And slowly over time, the older you are as a Floridian, you can point to examples of things that have stopped being like, like usable spots to go. Sulphur Springs, for example. Sulphur Springs looks like shit these days. But back in the day, do you know what it looked like? It used to look like something out of, like, a shanty town in the Bahamas. Look how pretty that is. These environments and landscapes have been being destroyed by development projects, like, permitted and given leeway by Republicans, like building things such as like high rises all along the coast, which not only fuck up environments like sea turtles and where they need to go to nest, and birds and different sea life that like relies on the stars and moon for navigation, but it also destroys like the beauty of that area, and it creates a massive amount of tourism and litter creation to the like coast. And Florida is known for its coast, and there's only so much coast. Like, the smallest amount of land in Florida is coast, you know? Like, most of it's inland. And so, once all this coast is destroyed, there's nothing left, you know? It's really sad. It's really, really sad. And the Republicans are the ones pushing this, and it's sad to see it happening to my home state. And DeSantis is now, of course, doing everything in his power to increase the speed at which this happens, and no doubt if he ever gets elected president, this will expand to a national level. God, if we ever see a President DeSantis, I will be very upset. So fucking upset. Florida meteorologist goes after DeSantis over climate change rollback. This has been nicknamed the Don't Say Climate bill, by the way. A television meteorologist in Florida slammed Governor Ron DeSantis, Republican if you didn't know, for signing a bill that will remove the requirement for the state to consider climate change when creating energy policy and roll back nearly all references to climate change in state law. Quote, "Don't say climate change, as Florida is on fire, underwater, and unaffordable, and our state government is rolling back climate change legislation and language," said Steve McLaughlin, a meteorologist for NBC6 News in Miami. He wrote on Saturday on the social media platform Twitter. The post was attached to a nearly minute-long video of McLaughlin discussing the new Florida law, which DeSantis signed last week and will take effect in July. Quote, "On Thursday, we reported on NBC6 News that the government of Florida was beginning to roll back really important climate change legislation and really important climate change language in spite of the fact the state of Florida over the last couple of years has had seen record heat." I believe that. I went to Florida during the summer. Not even during the summer. I went to Florida during like April or something. Like, no, it was like, you remember when I went to Florida last year, right? I was here in Washington and I took a trip to Florida. It was so fucking hot. Oh my God. Me and my mom went to get barbecue at a barbecue truck, and we were just like walking across the parking lot. It got to the point where our shirts were soaking fucking wet. And I was like, I forgot how much it sucks here. It was fall. It was fucking fall. I forgot how much Florida sucks when it comes to the heat. Just absolutely soaking wet, having to literally go inside and dry off in the cool air conditioning of the gas station. And the guy was like, I was just like, "Hey man, I grew up in Florida, but I've been away for years, and I forgot that Florida heat has hands." And the guy who like runs the gas station was some Zoomer who was like, "Yeah, no man, I totally get it." And just let me just stand by the AC and like buy nothing and do nothing for like 10 minutes while I cooled myself the fuck down. He was a nice dude. I ended up buying some Delta 8 from him, which was pretty cool. And yeah, northern Texas may be humid, but it's almost never that bad. Dog, it's so... You literally are soaking wet with sweat when it's a hot day in Florida. In fall, okay? It's nightmarish. It's bad. And like, it was bad when I left Florida. It's way worse when I came back. And it's only going to get worse each year. I'm so glad I got the fuck out of there, because I don't think it's going to be survivable in the next few years for a lot of people without, like, industrial ACs. You already have to get your AC, like, recharged and fixed from freezing up every summer, like twice in Florida. Come on, any Floridians in chat? Your central AC? You gotta get that shit looked at by a repairman every summer. Every summer, that shit freezes up, and you gotta have someone come and see it and fix it up. And until that happens, while you're waiting for the guy to come out, you've got no AC. And that's the worst. That's when you're making, like, every 10 minutes, you're just taking your clothes off and getting into the cold shower, drying yourself off, getting back out, and, like, waiting until you're sweaty and dirty again. And overheated again to get back into the cold shower, because it's the only way to regulate temperature in Florida with no AC. It's Dude, I had to stream in those conditions for years, guys. I'm not even joking. It was so bad. I could not fucking stand it. Southern California, the fucking Sonoran Desert, was an upgrade. I would take living in the Sonoran Desert 1,000,000 times over living in Florida heat. Just a nightmare, dog. Just a nightmare. I want you to think about all that next time you wonder, is climate change really that big of a deal? Florida has experienced its warmest year on record since 1895 in 2023, with a statewide annual average of 73.4 degrees Fahrenheit, according to the Office of the State Climatologist. The Sunshine State has also seen many insurers leaving, many of whom are citing high exposure to catastrophe costs. I feel like average is such a bad number for the public, dude. It's such a bad number. Who hears the average temperature is going to be 73 degrees and panics? Because people don't understand averages. They don't understand that the average temperature in Florida is supposed to be like in the 60s or something. Because it's supposed to be so heavily weighed by the Panhandle's winter months. But the winter months in the Panhandle are disappearing. And the summers are getting so hot that the average day's heat has gone up to 73.4 degrees Fahrenheit, which doesn't mean that, like, the average day you wake up and it's 70-something degrees. It means that the median is probably closer to 80 or 90 something. Because there are days in Florida that are in the 60s throughout winter that are weighing down this average. People don't know how to, like, visualize an average and how that is contributed to by, like, the highest and lowest ends. Like, I feel like median should actually be the number presented, right? The median temperature for Florida was like, I don't know, 85 degrees Fahrenheit. That'll get people worried, okay? That statistic, the median temperature of Florida, that will, I don't know what it actually is, but I think median is better for like public messaging, because people hear an average of like, the Earth is increasing by an average of 2 degrees each year. It's like, who the fuck cares? That sounds great, you know? But if it's like, if you actually, yeah, I don't know. Whenever I go to the beach in the summer, the water's boiling hot. Dude, it used to be like the water was maybe pleasantly warm in the shallows, but now, yeah, you go to the beach in Florida and, like, the water is piss warm to a, like, disturbingly deep amount of water, you know? Like, yeah, it's not pleasant. And it's piss warm. That's the only way to describe it. The water on the beach, until you're, like, literally neck deep, is piss warm. Anyway. Along with rolling back climate change considerations and language, the law also prohibits offshore wind turbines in Florida waters, or the construction of offshore wind facilities within a mile of the state's coastline. No such facilities are currently located in the state. So just preemptively banning green energy. Good to see, good to see. Gotta make sure we don't have any chance of saving the climate, of course. None of the infrastructure can even be allowed to be in place, just in case the Democrats take power and they can maybe try and save the world, you know, in time, right? We got to make sure that even if they take power before the, like, right as the clock is running out of time, they're as far behind as possible, I imagine is what the Republicans are thinking. The law also makes the process of approving natural gas pipelines easier, and excises language that allows state officials to set renewable energy goals. DeSantis applauded the law last week, arguing it is restoring sanity in our approach to energy and rejecting the agenda of the radical green zealots. McLaughlin stopped short of pushing Florida residents to vote for specific candidates in November, but suggested they do their research ahead of the election. Quote, please keep in mind, the most powerful climate change solution is the one you already have in the palm of your hands. The right to vote. Very good point. Very good quote. And we will never tell you who to vote for, but we will tell you this. We implore you to do your research and know that there are candidates that believe in climate change and that there are solutions, and there are candidates that don't, McLaughlin said. The Hill reached out to DeSantis' office for further comment. The Florida governor has reportedly butted heads with environmental advocates and, while running for the GOP president earlier this year, said of the Biden administration's environmental policies, I'm ripping it up and throwing it in the trash where it belongs. He has been against offshore drilling in Florida and opposed fracking during his first gubernatorial campaign, pointing to uncertain risks to Florida soil. I imagine he'll go back on this as the culture war gets to be more and more anti-climate change. It really is crazy how if only Al Gore won. I feel like that's where our timeline split, by the way. Like, if there was a point where, like, our timeline split and we ended up in the bad timeline, that's like the apocalypse world, it was when Al Gore lost. It was when Al Gore lost by such a slim margin. Yeah, that was when it happens. Al Gore was supposed to win. Like for humanity's like story, I feel Al Gore was supposed to win. Him losing that election is what I feel kind of set the stage for the current like degradation state of politics we're in right now. He didn't lose, it was stolen. Yeah, honestly, I would say that is the closest to a stolen election you could really say there's been. Like, that was just objectively a stolen election. Like people to this day are mad about that one because of how blatantly stolen it was. The closest would probably be Trump winning while losing the popular vote, but yeah. Isn't it wild how, like, Republicans tend to win by such technicalities that it's like pretty much the majority of the country didn't want them to win, but they still win anyway? Like, Republicans winning almost feels like when the teacher insists that, like, the unpopular choice of pizza is what everybody has to get when the, like, class pizza party happens. Like, I know you guys don't like pineapple on pizza, but Larry and Sally really do, and we've always gotten cheese pizza and pepperoni pizza, so this time everyone's gonna get pineapple pizza, whether you like it or not. Like, that's how it feels when Republicans win. Like, actual DEI, unironically. Yeah. Like, Republicans winning actually feels like, fuck, what was it before DEI? There was another word for exactly what DEI is supposed to be before that. Affirmative action. I feel like Republicans winning feels like affirmative action when they do. Like, they always win by, like, all right, technicality, we'll give you the seat, because technically you won. But, like, the majority of Americans are all like, we didn't vote for this guy. How is he in office? Yeah. Dude. So depressing. I wish I could show you some of, like, what's at risk right now. Let me show you an example. Let me show you an example of what's at risk. One of my favorite places on the planet is the Weeki Wachee River. And I assume that you guys have seen me talk about it before on stream. But, like, to give you an idea of what it's like, it used to be prettier even when I was a kid, but it's still quite gorgeous. As you get further upstream, the water gets clearer to the point of being, like, actual crystal clear blue, like practically, like, Caribbean, like, screensaver water. But this is the river connected to the spring that I worked at.
Hey everybody, what's up? It's Andy
That's
here
what I
with
was
a quick
talking
little
about there.
update about what's been going on with the Weeki Wachee River. And
This is a good policy change, but I imagine this isn't going to last long with DeSantis in power and in control of the park system.
some new rules that have...
Rainbow River is better. Rainbow River is really pretty, but Weeki Wachee is narrower, chiller, and up until these recent rules had, like, sandbanks and beaches you could just, like, beach at and chill. Plus, I'm just going to outright tell you guys, this story goes crazy. One time I took a girl on a date where I set up snook lights that were green and blue and hung them off the side of this, like, steel dinghy boat that I had, and set up, like, a propeller. And, like, I was staying at my uncle's place, which is on this river, and I invited my girlfriend at the time over, and we went out on a date on the little dinghy boat. And it was in the middle of the night, like late at night, maybe 11 or 12 p.m. So it was late, like no one was on the river. But these lights lit up the entire river. Like the sand on the bottom kind of reflected it perfectly. So all these trees just lit up green and blue at night. It was the most romantic thing I've ever seen. And I'm a guy. I was literally like, damn, fuck. I am actually like rizzing hard right now. I'm feeling my own riz. And sure enough, you better believe I fucked her in that boat. I tied that boat off, like, right above Hospital Hole, if you know where that is, you know. And I fucked her in that boat. It went crazy. It was awesome. And so now, if you ever go to the Wickiwatchee River and you go to Hospital Hole, you know, I've been there. And I also fucked a chick on a boat there. It was pretty awesome.
Just been approved regarding boating and paddling on the river. These rules might make most people happy, I think, and a few others not so much.
No, I wore a condom. Don't worry. You can. I just kept a condom in my pocket. I'm not raising no babies.
A little while back, I released a video about some things you should know before visiting the Wickiwatchee River, and it was a surprisingly popular video, so I thought I'd put this one out there too.
I almost shat myself when I was drift diving in the Rainbow River and a gator floated by. Honestly, being under the water is the safest place you can be when encountering a gator because, like, they tend to attack from the surface. They're very much like surface predators when it comes to their underwater stuff. Like, obviously, one could bite you and attack you under the water, but they don't usually just, like, pull you under. That's not very common. It's usually, like, one floats along the surface, and then, like, maybe a second before, like, it'll sneak up behind you, and then it'll go, like, lunge at you and then pull you under and roll. But, like, yeah, they don't generally, like, sneak up on you. And if you're under the water and a big creature, they might think you're a predator and not fuck with you. Who knows? Alligators are very unpredictable creatures. They're not like sharks, though. Like, a shark you can't hide from. Like, if a shark is going to attack you, a shark's going to attack you. An alligator, though, like, if you're in the water, say hip-deep water, and an alligator swims by, you can stand, like, dead fucking still, and maybe it doesn't notice you, and it just swims by. And you can get away. Like, yeah, they do look funny when they float, though. They're very funny looking, like, when you can actually see their whole body, yeah. But it's still scary as fuck. Yeah, like, Rainbow River's beautiful. It's really clear. I've swam in it a lot. Never saw a single gator in it, but yeah. Yeah, but a shark, you can just rotate them, Xanderhall. Look up shark gets rotated video. I've seen many sharks get rotated, trust me. I mean, I'm not scared of gators, if you want to see. What was I covering in that video, then? I can't find this shit. What the fuck was I covering? Huh. Man, I can't find it. I did a video with a gator. It was funny as hell. It was really funny. I literally did a video with a gator. Hold on. Well, that's the video in which I covered a gator. And it was a topic. No, I can't find shit. Man, I swear I put out a video in which there was a gator in the background. What was I covering, man? What was I talking about? I want to find the gator video. I gotta prove my Florida rep. I'll scroll down through my recently uploaded videos until I find where it should be. Let's see. Man, my editor's gonna have a lot to cut out of this video, but you know, what can you do? I'm trying to find it. Is it from whenever this happened? Yes, 34 weeks ago. How long ago was 34 weeks ago? 34 weeks in months. Come on, come on, come on, come on. 8 months. Okay. So it's around here. Cool, cool, cool. Somewhere here. Found it. Oh, yeah. It was my video about Hassan being anti-Taiwan and pro-China. I remember this. It was in my video about Hassan being pro-China and anti-Taiwan. So you can barely see him here, but that's an alligator. Little baby guy I found. Was literally like, I want to film a video with an alligator in the background. Let's drive around and find some lakes and just keep an eye out for gators. And then I found one with a gator in it, and so that's where I filmed. But here's the little guy.
He can take a political position that is popular with his target audience that does not interfere with what I'm about to get into in the next point, then he will take it and he'll advocate for it, because these social causes such as trans rights, gay rights, rights for racial minorities, etc., they're just popular.
It's a little baby
on the left, and he's a large figure who's doing it, and it generates a lot of momentum within his target demographic. However, the secondary objective, his secondary motivator, I noticed, is his very clear desire to enforce Marxist-Leninist or just broadly tanky values in the left. This became very, very clear as
I do a good job of explaining why Hassan sucks in that video. And there's a gator in the background. A little Sneak 100 little guy. A little Sneak 100 swamp puppy. Yeah, just a little guy. He's just a friendly little dude. Have you ever eaten gator? Yes, I have. It's really good. It's like spicy chicken poppers is what it tastes like. At least I had fried gator tail. It's how it tasted. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, my breakdown of like how sad I am that Republicans are ruining Florida, consider dropping a like and comment down below. It really does help the channel a lot and boosts me in the algorithm substantially, so I really do appreciate it. And of course, if you want to see more from me, consider subscribing and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, don't forget, if you want to see more from me, follow my social medias linked down below, and you can also support me financially, don't forget, by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Streamelements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below. And of course, finally, if you want to be a member of the main hub of my community and fan base, consider joining my fan Discord. It is totally free. I host game events, watch parties, and call-in streams there, and I announce all my streams and uploads as well, so if you have notifications on, you won't miss anything, which I hope you have notifications on, but I also hope I see you there. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you again. Thank you for watching. Nice. How do you guys like that segment and stream as a whole? I feel like it came out pretty good. I'm pretty tired, and I was going to stream New Vegas today, but I'm going to do that tomorrow instead after segments, because I got my computer parts in the mail, and I am so goddamn excited to dust my computer, repaste, and set up this NVMe, and get like FF14, Rust, and a good few other games installed on it. Out of curiosity, how much of site donations go to you, and how much goes to whoever runs the site? 100% goes to me, but the way I have it set up is that if my site runner ever needs money, they just hit me up. But they run sites for a lot of people, and the main way they make their money is using these sites as like advertising almost, right? Like, you know about White Forest because of my site or Vosh's site or Demon Mama's site, and then if you need a website, then who do you go to? Like, maybe you go to them and you're willing to pay. And yeah. That's it's a good business model. It's a dub. So, yeah, basically, for those of you guys that don't know, by the way, highly recommend looking into getting better SSD storage. I did not know how cheap large SSDs are now, like large NVMe SSDs are now. I was able to get an astonishingly cheap, astonishingly fast 4 terabyte NVMe SSD. Just got it in the mail, and I am so excited to, like, have it set up. You ever been to a Woodland Park Zoo up by Green Lake? Used to live by it. We could hear the seamings and wolves from my house. I have not heard of that place, at least not in a while. Sounds kind of familiar. How much was it, Zan? I got it for $230. It's on sale for 35% off, so I picked that shit up fast, because my hard drive is bottlenecking me bad. And I was going to put it off for a while, but then saw how cheap I could get a 4 terabyte with this deal and was like, fuck it. Fuck it, I'll do it now. Fuck it. If I wait any longer, I'll end up having to spend way more money. It's so cheap right now, and I'm so fed up with these problems. I'm just gonna do it, and I bit the bullet. Oh, yeah, $235 I think it was, and I have Amazon Prime, so it was free shipping. So it was just that flat to get it. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Free one-day shipping. We love to see it. We love to see it. Anyway, everyone, I think here's where I'm going to wrap things up, because I am giddy to get my PC put together with the new stuff and dusted and repasted. So, let me see who to raid. Who's live? Who is live? Who is live? Who is live? Is anybody live right now? I guess not. Well then, I guess I'll wrap up here. Thank you all so much for watching, guys. You've been so kind and so amazing. I love you all very much. And as always, have a good one. Bye-bye. And thank you for your support. Doo-doo fart.